Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Atlantic Bottling. We all know what comes with being a fan. The ups, the downs, and everything in between. Share a Coke with a teammate, rival, or a friend this season. Associated Builders and Contractors of Iowa. Be the best, build with the best. Case IH. Enter the red zone with Case IH and your local Case IH dealers. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. And brought to you by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Now live, Hawkeye football is on the air. This is the authentic brand Hawkeye Game Day Show.
In a year where the unknown has been hanging over America like a veil of speculative confusion and concern, it is my pleasure to say the following to all of you out there in need of a black and gold shot of positivity. Ladies and gentlemen, the Iowa Hawkeyes are ready to play some football. Once again, it's an honor to bring you the Hawkeye Game Day Show. I'm Jim Albrecht. And once again, we have our great sponsor back, Authentic Brand Apparel, worn by all of us here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. It even makes me look good. Authentic brand, look authentic, feel authentic, and be authentic. Before we head to Purdue for the season opener, and before we finally get to hear from the voice of the Hawkeyes, Gary Dolphin, one observation, if I may, about this game and this team that have been so much a part of our lives. Singer Joni Mitchell once wrote, "Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone?" And if ever we needed a reminder to never again take for granted the sport we love, then this year has served up a stark one that nothing in this life is a given. So let's enjoy what we love to the fullest. Our special guest today is former Hawkeye defensive back Antoine Allen, and how good was that guy? But right now, it's time to officially start the Hawkeye football season by turning on the mic of the voice of the Hawkeyes. Gary Dolphin, it's great to have you back where you belong, man.
Hey, Jimmy, thank you. It's good to be back, and hello to you and everybody in the Quad Cities and around the great state of Iowa today. As you mentioned, after an off season that was, way off, the lengthiest in Iowa football history, the off, then on, then off, then back on again calendar is here, debuting today in West Lafayette, where the Hawkeyes meet the Purdue Boilermakers. Iowa has not opened a season this late since 1891 with Cornell, and that game, too, was played on October 24th. The last time the Hawkeyes opened a season with a Big Ten opponent, they beat Indiana. Well, we're back in Indiana, so let's hope for more news there. Very similar. The COVID, the coronavirus, the pandemic, whatever you want to call it, has changed everything in society, as we know. We were startled earlier in the week wondering if this game might be played when Purdue coach Jeff Brom announced he had tested positive for the virus and was home self-isolating. He announced he would not be on the sideline today, that his brother Brian, the quarterback's coach, will call the plays. And then the Boilermakers petitioned the Division I Football Oversight Committee to allow Brom to communicate remotely with his coaches in the press box. That request was denied by the NCAA. So Jeff Brom, we wish him the best. He's in the middle of a 10-day self-isolation period at home. Drama, mystery, uncertainty right up until kickoff. But barring an unforeseen circumstance in the next 2 hours, we should have Iowa and Big Ten football from Purdue. Fans are not allowed into the games, Jim, as you know, declared by the conference. But the Hawkeye Radio Network is here for your listening pleasure. There will be some significant absences on both sides today. Purdue will be without their All-American receiver, Rondell Moore, and as many as 5 others, including perhaps her best running back. We were told a little while ago, King Daru will not play. Wow. And for the Hawkeyes, we know for sure they're without young middle linebacker Jack Campbell. Kirk told us last night he could be gone for 2, maybe 3 weeks. It is not COVID, and it's not an injury, so we know it's some kind of an illness. We're worried about perhaps mono. And his backup, Seth Benson, will not play. So Nick Neiman, when they go 3 backers, will be in the middle. Barrington Wade, who's at a terrific camp, he will play. But you're going to see a lot of 4-2-5. The cash back, who we all love, Dane Belton, will lead the charge against that high-flying, throwing Purdue Purdue offense. Even without Rondell Moore, Jim, they are very, very good in the receiver package. But as we know, that's the strength of Iowa this year, and we'll see how first-year quarterback Spencer Petras does. More on him a little bit later. Back to you, Jim.
Thanks, Dolph. And, of course, we look forward to hearing from the one and only Ed Podolak as the day goes on as well. Again, I'm Jim Albrecht. This is the Hawkeye Game Day Show. We are live from the Market Fresh Grill in Davenport's Hy-Vee on East 53rd. I kind of live here anyway. Today, I'm going to order up some traditional eggs Benedict. As long as it's not Benedict Arnold, I'm pretty good. I'll tell you how good it is when we come back. Eggs, protein, really, really good for you. This is the Hawkeye Game Day Show, brought to you by, of course, Authentic Brand. Look authentic, feel authentic, be authentic. Coming up next, Antoine Allen. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield, IMG College.
What's next for you? A new car? A new house? A vacation? At Alliant Energy, we're planning what's next for your energy by adding more renewable energy sources, embracing new technology, building stronger communities, and providing you with more options. We're not just powering homes and businesses. We're powering what's next for you. Learn more at AlliantEnergy.com/powering what's next.
Like any winning team, it takes every part of EMC Insurance Companies working together to successfully ensure that our agents, policyholders, and employees can count on EMC. And they do. They count on our broad range of insurance products and services. They count on our superior level of personalized service, and they trust that we will continue to be a financially stable partner, just like we have been for more than 100 years. All of this makes EMC one of the nation's premier insurance companies, and that's something you can always count on.
Authentic Brand, more than our name. Our products are designed to deliver on the pure definition of authentic, being true to your own personality, spirit, and character. When you put on an Authentic Brand product, you'll immediately feel the confidence transformation that you are the definition of authentic. Whether you're at work or play, you deserve to look, feel, and be authentic. Find your authentic feeling at your local spirit store, your corporate company store, or online at authentic-brand.com. That's authentic-brand.com. Look authentic, feel authentic, be authentic.
My name is Kelly Newenhouse, and I'm a corn farmer in Northwest Iowa. I want to take a moment to say thank you for supporting local farmers. It's no secret it's been a tough year for everyone, but every time you've chosen to fuel up with cleaner burning fuels like E15 or unleaded 88, you made a difference for a corn farmer just like me. It may seem like a small gesture, but it makes a difference to our state and shows we are stronger together. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Go to iowacorn.org for more ways you can help support Iowa's corn farmers.
The Hawkeyes play here.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game and is a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military at Hawkeye Games this season. Thank you to all the men and women, past and present, who have served our country and allow all of us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we enjoy today. American Equity's vision is to become the premier insurance company specializing in retirement savings and income products. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
This isn't the start. Before I got here, I started training. And before that, I did something to my back. But my first move was Athletico Physical Therapy. That's where I'd eventually end up. So why not start there? I mean, my therapist immediately found the source of my pain. These are the same physical therapists who work with elite marathon runners. So soon, I was back to running, but without pain. You got this.
It all starts at Athletico. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com.
Welcome back to the Hawkeye Game Day Show. The Hawks and Purdue from West Lafayette. Gary and Ed and Rob will bring it to you as we kick off the Hawkeyes' weird 2020 season. Every player in college football strives to reach a level where the opposition cannot ignore them. Our guest today earned the highest praise when he was called a lockdown defensive back. Translated, that means the other team's offensive coordinator will not throw at this guy because it won't end well. That guy was Antoine Allen, who joins us live from Tampa Bay, Florida. Antoine, how is life treating you, man?
Life is great. Can't complain.
I hear there's an Antoine Allen Jr. somewhere down there.
Yes, it is. He was recently born.
That's cool. That's cool. And, of course, you and your wife, Abby, and your 14-year-old daughter, Shayla. I'm sure Shayla does all your computer work for you, right? Because we're old guys and we don't know. So let me ask you this.
Tell me everything.
Let me ask you this, Antoine. You're in Florida. People are calling. Phil Parker seems to be the reason why you became a Hawkeye and played so many games, 47 starts. You averaged almost 60 tackles a year. Tell us what Phil meant to you.
Phil meant and still means a lot to me. He just knows so much about the game. He's that type of person that's out there on the field. That's while you're going through practice, he's going through practice. He's lining up at the safety position, going through his progressions as if he's playing the game. So he can, pretty much teach you anything as far as the secondary is concerned.
22 years now for Phil Parker, the old corner from Michigan State. That never goes away. Now, when you're 17 years old and you're living in your environment in Florida, which is fine, you're playing high school ball, you're good to go, but something inside of you said, Antoine, go see the world, go someplace else, don't play close to home.
Yeah, for me, a large portion of going off to college is, getting to, I guess become who you are. So my thoughts is I didn't want to be too close to home, and it just happened that Iowa just seemed to be the right place for me, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life.
Well, I interviewed Bob Sanders a little bit back. He was an honorary captain, and I asked him, how did you know, you were great? I mean, when did you know that you were as good as it gets? And he said, well, whenever I looked across the line of scrimmage, they were trying to figure out where I was. That sounds like Bob, doesn't it?
Well, Bob was one of those people you had to game plan for. He's at the safety position, and he roamed a lot. So you had to, as offensive coordinator, know where he was at. As far as myself, I didn't, I guess, really know that I was that good. I just kind of take it game by game and just try to continue to get better and better. And after watching the film, correct any, mistakes or errors that I've made.
We'll continue our conversation with Antoine Allen, the first Hawkeye to ever play in 4 January bowl games in succession. We'll get to that and more. Of course, Iowa and Purdue today. Lots of question marks. You got to wait almost till game time these days to see who's in and who's out of the lineup. Gear up for Iowa's next game with Authentic Brand, a great Iowa company making Hawkeye apparel for men, women, and kids. It's the apparel I wear on game days. So does Eddie. Find it at local retailers or order online at authentic-brand.com. Authentic Brand. Look authentic, feel authentic, be authentic. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield, IMG College.
How do you make it as a team? You build on what you got to build what you don't. It's a mentality Ford has applied to building for 117 years. Building trucks with grit, resilience, purpose. SUVs with boundary-pushing capabilities. Vehicles built just like the people they're built for. It's a work ethic that's made us America's best-selling brand. For low lease rates, great financing, and special offers, visit buyfordnow.com or your local Ford dealer, proud supporter of college athletics. Claim 2019 CY total sales.
Iowa is recognized for many things, but especially for our bacon. Iowans love bacon and farming, but few Iowans know the men and women who've worked for generations to meet our protein needs. Hi, I'm Lori Johns. I invite you to join me for Chop Talk, a podcast to learn more about pig farming and how those farmers work to protect the environment, raise healthy, well-cared for animals, and contribute to our communities. It's not just bacon, it's Chop Talk. Listen on iowapork.org or your favorite podcast app.
Hawkeye football lives here.
The game makes you hungry. Hungry for your favorite pizza. Hungry for homemade onion rings and jalapeno chips. Hungry for that place you go with friends to hang out and maybe even make some new friends. This one place brings you all together for great food, fun, and drinks. It's the Wig and Pen in Ankeny. Chicago-style deep dish pizza, your favorite thin crust pizza, inspiring sandwiches, soups, and more. It's all at the Wig and Pen in Ankeny, where patrons are family and hunger loses its battle. Come to the Wig and Pen.
Life's full of little challenges. What's a good APY? What is an APY? HELOC, HSA, NOW account? These are words? How exactly do you... This is when you need your go-to. The person who knows how to explain it, do it, make it happen. At Great Southern Bank, we understand the importance of having a go-to. Someone who can share advice and point you in the right direction. Great Southern Bank, your go-to for how to. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hawkeye Football on 1040 WHO is presented locally by Beaver Creek, Great Southern Bank, IMT Group, Lennox Heating and Cooling, Marco Technologies, American Equity, Farm Credit Services, Iowa Bankers, and by Grizzly Coolers. Show your support to our local Iowa Hawkeye radio business partners.
This isn't the start. Before I got here, I started training. And before that, I did something to my back. But my first move was Athletico Physical Therapy. That's where I'd eventually end up. So why not start there? I mean, my therapist immediately found the source of my pain. These are the same physical therapists who work with elite marathon runners. So soon, I was back to running, but without pain. You got this.
It all starts at Athletico. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com.
Hello, Black and Gold Nation. We're back on the air. This is the Hawkeye Radio Network, and of course, this is the Hawkeye Game Day Show with yours truly, Jim Albrecht, our special guest. We bring you a guest every show. We have been doing that for nearly 20 years from Florida, Tampa, Florida to be exact. I don't know if he hangs out with Tom Brady, but we'll ask him. Antoine Allen is our guest, and Antoine, you know, there's a lot of guys out there, and women too, anybody. Their personality basically says, I'm going to let you know how good I am. I'm going to talk myself up. I'm going to be the guy who's always walking around with his chest puffed out. You're not that guy. I mean, the story that you were named freshman All-American it's telling. You didn't even know it.
No, I didn't. Someone actually had to, tell me, and I had to look it up and see. But no, I mean, I feel that as a player, there's a fine line between cocky and confident. I always want to play confident, but when you cross that line in the cocky is when you usually get in trouble.
Well, we all know that your freshman year kind of served notice to the rest of the league that, to take your chances with that guy, all right? I mean, so basically, when you cover a section of the field back there, and they're not going to that section, that narrows the field down and gives your teammates like Jovan Johnson added benefits. I mean, he grabbed 17 career interceptions. I'm sure you hope he sends you Christmas presents every year. I know you guys still talk.
Yeah, we still talk, and that's a good friend of mine. And, yeah, I mean, you just try to play within the system, and it's your responsibility to, as you're playing in that system, to find the ball. Jovan did a great job of that. If they're not going my way, you still find the ball. So that's why usually I had a lot of tackles. So that's just something that I'm kind of accustomed to.
When you made a great hit, and as I said, you made a lot of hits, ever say anything to the guy you brought down, or was the action enough?
I talked a little trash. I was a lot more vocal on the field than I was off.
Let me ask you this about the bowl games. We mentioned this already, that you were the first Hawkeye in football history in Iowa City to play in 4 consecutive January bowl games. And, of course, in there, was the Warren Holloway catch, which will forever be sketched into the minds of anybody who loves Iowa. But remember, Antoine Allen's from Florida. So when you get 2 bids to the Outback Bowl in your career, what did you spend the most time on? Getting tickets for family or practicing?
Probably getting more tickets. It's one of those things. I'm from Florida. I'm playing in Iowa. Family, friends, anyone who's ever known you is contacting you at that point about getting tickets to come and see you play. So it becomes quite a bit time consuming.
We'll talk about what Antoine Allen did when he left the University of Iowa. Of course, he and his wife still visit there. She's from that area. But we'll catch up more with Antoine Allen as we continue here. Hawk fans, cheer for those Mershman Seeds quarterback sacks by the Black and Gold during today's game at Purdue. A $150 donation to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital will be made for every Hawkeye sack by Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. Stay with us. The authentic Hawkeye Game Day show is rolling on. We are from the Hy-Vee in Davenport on 53rd Street, so stop on by and say hi. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Like any winning team, it takes every part of EMC Insurance Companies working together to successfully ensure that our agents, policyholders, and employees can count on EMC. And they do. They count on our broad range of insurance products and services. They count on our superior level of personalized service, and they trust that we will continue to be a financially stable partner, just like we have been for more than 100 years. All of this makes EMC one of the nation's premier insurance companies, and that's something you can always count on.
It's been a long day. Your schedule's tight. Can we just take care of dinner for you? Quickstar has take-home meals, not cheap flash frozen stuff, made from scratch, fresh, never frozen. Great quality because we make it ourselves. Grab a meal now to heat and eat later. Great kitchen cravings meals like fettuccine alfredo with grilled chicken, meatloaf with mashed potatoes and gravy, roast turkey with dressing and mashed potatoes. I feel a meal, a great family meal coming on that you didn't even have to cook. Quickstar, we got you covered.
Hi, I'm Hawkeye football coach Kirk Ferentz, joining my fellow coaches and Iowa Secretary of State's office to let you know there are options available for you to be a voter in the November election. Whether it's at the polls, the county courthouse, or from the comfort of your couch, visit voterready.iowa.gov for more info.
Coach Ferentz and the Iowa Hawkeyes encourage you to be a voter. voterready.iowa.gov.
Sorry, Coach, you're 3 players short for today's game. Looks like you forfeit.
You're never going to win a game without a full roster, just like you're never going to build America with a shortage of craft professionals. By 2021, 1.5 million electrical, plumbing, HVAC, and sheet metal professionals will be needed to fill jobs in the construction industry. By joining the team at Associated Builders and Contractors of Iowa, you can earn money while you learn, work full-time during the day, attend classes 1 evening a week, and graduate with a highly sought-after skill and a job. Visit abciowwatrust.org today.
Iowa football lives here.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Every team needs the right players in the right positions to provide the winning combination. It's no different with insurance. You need to have the right coverages on the right policies for the right price. IMT Insurance is proud to partner with independent insurance agents to offer auto, home, and business insurance for you and your family. Together, we'll help customize an insurance plan for you. You, your IMT agent, and IMT Insurance. We're a team that can't be beat. Find your local IMT agent at imtins.com.
All right, you got your Hawkeye gear on. We do, from Authentic Brand. Get ready for kickoff around 2:40 from Purdue. Lots of question marks. Of course, the Nate Stanley era has been concluded, and Antoine Allen has been kind enough to join us this afternoon from Tampa Bay, Florida. Now, of course, you had a great career. We know that. And when you have a great career in college, you kind of expect to get something on draft day, to hear from somebody. How disappointing was it at that time, and how did it affect you mentally?
For me, that was a little tough, because anytime you played the game as long as I played the game, from pretty much 7 years old, your goal is to play at the highest level. So, when that doesn't happen, it's mentally tough on you. But for myself, a bigger goal was to actually, teach someone else the game that I learned and be able to pass it along like someone passed it along to me and helped them progress and put them in a better place than I felt like I was when I started.
And that is, folks, exactly what Antoine Allen is doing right now. He's teaching people the game. He is a DB's coach, imagine that, at Armwood High School in Florida. And I assume when you were in high school, the coaches dealt with players a little bit differently than they deal with players today. It's almost, you got to worry about what mom says first before you say something to him.
Yeah, the game is completely different. First off with all of the technology and, slight rule changes and things of that nature. Players' mindsets are different. So you have to find out how you can, reach those players and the best coaches, which is something I've always attributed to the Iowa coaching staff, being able to be able to reach out to their players and be able to get the most out of them because they're able to, work with them and be able to find out what their mindset was. Caring about them more than what's on the field helps you to be a more effective coach.
Before we go to break, and this is the Hawkeye Game Day Show, Antoine Allen, our guest, great DB for the Hawks in the early 2000s. I am Jim Albrecht, and I got to know, part of being part of a team is a camaraderie. Well, now I know they're still talking to each other in camaraderie, but they're not. This team can't go out. This team's, almost under some kind of weird quarantine, and we all understand that. But that's got to be a little tough, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean that's definitely tough. It's like I said, it's a different time, So I'm sure they're finding ways of, working with each other and being able to still have that close-knit bond. Because once you have a bond, you find ways to figure it out, and that's something that I feel like our teams has always been able to do is figure it out.
Hang in there, Hawkeye fans. Kickoff at 2:40. Antoine Allen and I will continue this conversation. I want to remind you that, of course, when we are on the road, I'm on the road, brought to you by the Iowa Egg Council, and I'm looking at all these egg recipes right now. iowaegg.org/our-recipes. I don't know if I can say it, but I can eat an egg. I can tell you that right now. They're good for you, so make sure that unlike most cereals and yogurt, eggs don't come with a complicated, jam-packed ingredient list because they contain one ingredient. It's called eggs. And it's 17 cents a serving. Eggs are the least expensive source of high-quality protein. That's right, 17 cents. I can do that. How do you like your eggs? With no fans in the stands today, let us bring game day to you, Hawkeye fans. Enter Iowa Farm Bureau's A&F Home Gate giveaway for a chance to win a $1,000 home tailgate package and other great prizes. For details, visit AmericaNeedsFarmers.org. This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show, and this is Hawkeye Football from Learfield IMG College.
What's next for you? A new car? A new house? A vacation? At Alliant Energy, we're planning what's next for your energy by adding more renewable energy sources, embracing new technology, building stronger communities, and providing you with more options. We're not just powering homes and businesses. We're powering what's next for you. Learn more at AlliantEnergy.com/powering what's next.
The simple life of a farmer. All you need is land, family, sunshine, and rain. And a drone for digital imaging. And software to run geospatial analysis. And an understanding of genetics, biology, climatology, economics, global trading, and estate planning. So you can pass this so-called simple life on to your kids. At Pioneer, we're proud to work with generations of American farmers in the most complex and rewarding industry on earth. So from your friends at Pioneer, thank you, farmers.
Hawkeye football is right around the corner.
You've been living in pain every day. Chronic pain is an approved condition in Iowa's medical cannabis program. Patients are finding relief using state-certified THC and CBD. All products are made from cannabis plants, grown and formulated in Iowa. Fight pain in a new way. Getting your medical cannabis card here in Iowa is easy. Just talk to your doctor and join thousands of Iowans using medical cannabis today. Google Iowa Medical Cannabis. That's cannabis. CANNABIS. Feel better, live better with Iowa Medical Cannabis. It's back. The return of the prestigious Learfield IMG College Directors Cup, honoring college sports excellence across all competitive divisions, both men's and women's sports. Follow along with L Directors Cup on Twitter or online to see which schools will be taking home a first place trophy in June for their season-long success. Learfield IMG College Directors Cup, a premier institutional award jointly launched in 1993 by USA Today and NACDA.
I'm going to tell you a secret. Shh. There's a Wigan pen in Ankeny. It's the same yummy food as the original Wigan pen in Iowa City, but it's in Ankeny. They have the famous flying tomato pizza and the best Chicago-style deep dish pizza west of the Mississippi, and lots of sandwiches and other stuff, too. I always order the homemade mac and cheese. My dad likes the wings, and my mom likes the Carthusian salad. That's kind of hard to say, but we all love the Wigan pen in Ankeny.
What's the mark of a true fan? Someone who shows up, game after game, supporting their team no matter what, celebrating the wins, hanging in there through the tough times, passionate and vocal, loyal and consistent. At Great Southern Bank, that's how we feel about our communities. Proud to be a part of the team, showing up day after day, ready to help however we can. Great Southern Bank. We're fans too. Member FDIC.
We are approaching 1 o'clock in the great state of Iowa, meaning we're going to pause 10 seconds right now for station identification. Oh, geared up for kickoff at 2:40. Gary and Ed and Rob will be there, of course, in West Lafayette. I'm Jim Albrecht, and I'm here in Davenport at the Hy-Vee Fresh Market Grill, which is a great place to get something to eat. Let's go back to Tampa Bay, Florida. And Antoine Allen, of course, is now he actually is like most of us. He has children. He has a job. He's an underwriter for the Ford Motor Company. Could you like check my credit, Antoine? I think it's slipping, man. Let me ask. Go ahead.
That might be frowned upon.
Now, when you look back, we all have moments. We all have years in our lives that will I'm not saying that life isn't always going to be great. It can be, but you get responsibilities, you get all this. When you look back at your years at Iowa, I mean, do you smile? I mean, do you remember like you had to have a lot of fun.
My years at Iowa, I probably had too much fun. Yeah, I mean, it was definitely one of the most memorable parts of my life, and that's why I still follow Iowa football today. And I feel like as if I was raised in Iowa. I bleed black and gold just like everyone else in that state.
So when you live in Tampa Bay, is it mandatory to root for Tom Brady these days, or how's that work?
Now I'm actually a Baltimore Ravens fan.
There you go.
But I'm a Baltimore Ravens fan.
So, I know a lot of guys who, played sports professionally, whatever, in college, and, you have to live in a weight room these days. It doesn't really matter what the sport is. And so I'm going to assume that if I come down to Tampa Bay and I knock on your door and I say, hey, Antoine, can I use your gym downstairs? I hear it's like awesome. What would you tell me?
I would tell you that I have an elliptical sitting out in my shed in the back of my house, and some other weightlifting equipment that probably got spider webs on them. I haven't been to the gym in I don't know how long.
So you're working out like I work out.
Last time I was there, Coach Doyle said, man, you look like you could play linebacker for us now.
Well, you got to put on that muscle, man. You got to put on that muscle. Antoine, it's just great catching up with you. Really appreciated what you did at the University of Iowa. You're a good man, leading a good life down there, and I envy you because I can't stand the cold anymore, and obviously you know where to live when it comes to weather. Hey, Antoine, say hi to the family for us, and enjoy the game, and give me a Go Hawks, baby. Give me a Go Hawks.
Go Hawks.
That's Antoine Allen here on the Hawkeye Game Day Show. Gear up for Iowa's next game with Authentic Brand, a great Iowa company making Hawkeye apparel for everybody. It's the apparel that I wear on game day, so does Eddie. Find it at local retailers or order online at authentic-brand.com. Authentic Brand. Look authentic, feel authentic, be authentic. Back with more to wrap it up here as we get ready to send it to West Lafayette. You're listening to Hawkeye Football on Learfield, IMG College.
When the world began to change and wearing face covers was recommended for men, women, and children, Authentic Brand responded, transforming our production to much-needed quality masks and delivering on the demands of millions. This is the spirit of Authentic Brand, excelling in the areas that others cannot or will not. You feel the difference in every piece of Authentic Brand gear that you buy, giving you the authentic spirit to take the world in your own way, at work, at the game, or relaxing at home. Be authentically safe and comfortable in Authentic Brand. Visit us online at authentic-brand.com.
Every 53 seconds, a new Ford pickup rolls off the assembly line. To put that in perspective, it's a little over the length of this commercial. We're proud to assemble more vehicles in America than any other automaker. And we're proud to assemble another truck for America in 3, 2, 1. Build Ford proud.
Based on IHS Market CYE 2019 U.S. light vehicle production data.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer. IRC Beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
Riverside Casino and Golf Resort loves a winner. You see it at every game, play-by-play, everywhere you turn. Whether it's hitting the tables, spending time at your favorite game, or just relaxing, enjoying everything that Riverside Casino has to offer, you can bet we have something for everyone. So make every gameplay count. Your best bet is Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, located just 12 miles south of Iowa City on Highway 218. Let the games begin.
You're listening to Iowa Football.
Farm Credit Services of America isn't just a lender that knows agriculture. We're a lender that serves agriculture. It's everything we do. So along with attractive rates, you'll find ag-friendly terms, services, and financial tools made just for you. You can also get the power of ownership, a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and a share of our net return. Call us. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Agriculture works here.
Hawkeye Football on 1040 WHO is presented locally by Beaver Creek, Great Southern Bank, IMT Group, Lennox Heating and Cooling, Marco Technologies, American Equity, Farm Credit Services, Iowa Bankers, and by Grizzly Coolers. Show your support to our local Iowa Hawkeye radio business partners.
So the world doesn't appear as insane and crazy as it does every other day now, because we're all going to sit down and we're going to listen to the Hawkeye Radio Network and see if the Hawks can start off 2020 in a positive way at Purdue. Of course, last year they finished with 10 wins, and so they're kind of on a roll, but everything seems to have come to a halt. There's a lot of spots on defense that need replaced. You've got a brand new quarterback. Let's hope he throws it all over the yard, and we'll see. And it's so weird because the practices are different. Everything's different. So the game is kind of different until you get 2 or 3 games in. If you're looking for tailgate recipes, well, look to the iowaegg.org/our-recipes app. They've got, you can't believe how many recipes they got. Iowa ranks number 1 in the nation, by the way, for egg production. Iowa's egg producers create more than 8,000 jobs annually, $2 billion in total sales, $502 million in personal wages, and over $22 million in state tax revenues. How do you like your eggs? Our thanks again to Antoine Allen, a great guy and a great corner as well. And again, I want to thank John Jorgensen, who stopped by today to help me out with the broadcast here from the Hy-Vee Fresh Market Grill. I'll be back for the post game, so if you have thoughts after watching your Hawks for the first time this season, give us a call. We'll be back after the game. We're going to throw it now to John Swisher after the break for the Big Ten Report. I'm Jamal Brecht. This has been the Hawkeye Game Day Show, and you're listening to Hawkeye Football on Learfield IMG College.
Riverside Casino and Golf Resort loves a winner. You see it at every game. Play-by-play, everywhere you turn. Whether it's hitting the tables, spending time at your favorite game, or just relaxing, enjoying everything that Riverside Casino has to offer, you can bet we have something for everyone. So make every game play count. Your best bet is Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, located just 12 miles south of Iowa City on Highway 218. Let the games begin.
Hi, I'm Iowa Hawkeye football coach Kirk Ferentz, joining my fellow coaches in the Iowa Secretary of State office and encouraging you to register to vote. It's easy. You can go online anytime and register at voterready.iowa.gov. If you've moved since the last election, it's also important to keep your voter registration up to date.
Coach Ferentz and the Iowa Hawkeyes encourage you to be a voter. voterready.iowa.gov.
This is the Iowa Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
It's back, the return of the prestigious Learfield IMG College Directors Cup, honoring college sports excellence across all competitive divisions, both men's and women's sports. Follow along with L Directors Cup on Twitter or online to see which schools will be taking home a first place trophy in June for their season-long success. Learfield IMG College Directors Cup, a premier institutional award jointly launched in 1993 by USA Today and NACDA.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
Hi, I'm Hawkeye football coach Kirk Ferentz, joining my fellow coaches and Iowa Secretary of State's office to let you know there are options available for you to be a voter in the November election. Whether it's at the polls, the county courthouse, or from the comfort of your couch, visit voterready.iowa.gov for more info.
Coach Ferentz and the Iowa Hawkeyes encourage you to be a voter. voterready.iowa.gov.
We understand that sometimes the daydreamer is the visionary, sometimes the rambler is actually the mentor, and sometimes the eccentric is really the change maker. We understand that greatness is often misunderstood, even underappreciated, but it is greatness that defines us and drives us forward. At Great Southern Bank, we are proud to support all the many individuals who make our community truly great. Great Southern Bank, understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Welcome back into Ross-Ade Stadium in West Lafayette as the Hawkeyes getting ready to take on the Boilermakers opening day 2020. And now it's time for the Hy-Vee Big Ten Today Report, brought to you by Hy-Vee. Save time and shop online with Hy-Vee Aisles Online. Go to aislesonline.com to get started. The 125th season of Big Ten football commenced last night with Wisconsin thumping Illinois at home. The remaining 12 schools beginning the 2020 campaign today. The Big Ten football season will feature an 8-game conference-only schedule plus a 9th game for all 14 teams during the Big Ten Champions Week, the weekend of December November 19th. The Big Ten will welcome a pair of new head coaches to the sidelines for 2020 in Michigan State's Mel Tucker and Rutgers' Greg Schiano. The conference finished last season with 6 teams ranked in the AP Top 25, marking the best finish for the Big Ten since 2015. The 2020 AP preseason poll featured 6 Big Ten teams, with 5 conference squads ranked this week. Minnesota, Ohio State, and Wisconsin will look to repeat as division champions this season as the Buckeyes finished 9-0 to win the East side last year, and the Gophers and Badgers finished tied atop the West Division with a 7-2 record. We'll take a look at the U.S. Bank scoreboard coming up to check out those other Big Ten games. Now we preview the other 3 games to be played yet today in the conference.
Around the Big Ten, Indiana.
After winning 8 games for the first time since 1993, the Indiana Hoosiers are prepped and ready for 2020 as they host Penn State here to begin the year. For the first time under head coach Tom Allen, the Hoosiers didn't need a competition to find a starting quarterback. Michael Penix Jr. will be under center to begin the year, fully recovered from a left shoulder injury that sidelined him for the second half of 2020. In 6 games last year, Penix threw for nearly 1,400 yards and 10 scores. Reporting from Memorial Stadium in Bloomington, I'm Greg Murray.
Around the Big Ten, Northwestern.
Northwestern believes 2019 was a fluke, a 1-8 Big Ten record 1 year after winning the West by 3 games. There is optimism the Cats will bounce back, basing that hope on a veteran defense which returns its 3 starting linebackers and an offense which adds former Indiana quarterback Peyton Ramsey as a grad transfer under the guidance of former Boston College offensive coordinator Mike Bajakian. This will be Maryland's first visit to Ryan Field. Covering Northwestern, I'm Dave Eddick.
Around the Big Ten, Minnesota.
After an 11-2 season, the Golden Gophers come into 2020 with heightened expectations, and why not? They return most of their offense, including the reigning Big Ten Receiver of the Year, Rashad Bateman. However, they have a new offensive coordinator after the departure of Kirk Ciarrocca to Penn State, and a lot of new faces on defense after the departure of draft picks and seniors. Nothing like finding out where you are right out of the gates with the trophy game. Minnesota and Michigan play for the Little Brown Jug today, an object that can trace its origins to a game back in 1903. With the Gophers in Minneapolis, I'm Corbu Status.
John Swisher back in with you on the Big Ten Today report, brought to you by Hy-Vee. We take a look at those other scores right now. Ohio State all over Nebraska 31-14. It's Rutgers beating Michigan State. Rutgers trying to snap that 21-game Big Ten losing streak as Rutgers over Michigan State right now 28-13 early in the third quarter. Those other games coming up, number 8, Penn State at Indiana. It's Maryland at Northwestern, number 18, Michigan at number 1, Minnesota later on tonight. The Iowa State Cyclones at Oklahoma State. Cyclones 17th ranked, Oklahoma State ranked number 6. Elsewhere in the top 25, 27-14 Clemson over Syracuse. It's number 14 North Carolina beating North Carolina State 17-7. Midway through the third quarter in that one, Kansas State all over Kansas right now at halftime, 34-7. Georgia Southern and Coastal Carolina tied at 14 midway through the third quarter. This has been the U.S. Bank scoreboard in the Big Ten Today report. More of the Hawkeye Authentic Game Day show is next. Rob Brooks coming up with the Hy-Vee Roundtable next. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield IMG College.
You've been living in pain every day. Chronic pain is an approved condition in Iowa's medical cannabis program. Patients are finding relief using state-certified THC and CBD. All products are made from cannabis plants, grown and formulated in Iowa. Fight pain in a new way. Getting your medical cannabis card here in Iowa is easy. Just talk to your doctor and join thousands of Iowans using medical cannabis today. Google Iowa Medical Cannabis. That's cannabis. CANNABIS. Feel better, live better with Iowa Medical Cannabis.
Farm Credit Services of America isn't just a lender that knows agriculture. We're a lender that serves agriculture. It's everything we do. So along with attractive rates, you'll find ag-friendly terms, services, and financial tools made just for you. You can also get the power of ownership, a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and a share of our net return. Call us. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Agriculture works here.
Every team needs the right players in the right positions to provide the winning combination. It's no different with insurance. You need to have the right coverages on the right policies for the right price. IMT Insurance is proud to partner with independent insurance agents to offer auto, home, and business insurance for you and your family. Together, we'll help customize an insurance plan for you. You, your IMT agent, and IMT Insurance. We're a team that can't be beat. Find your local IMT agent at imtins.com.
Builders, contractors, and serious do-it-yourselfers know that Spawn & Rose is the one-stop shop for high-quality building materials, like Larson Storm Doors. Adding a storm door can enhance the look of your home. Add light, ventilation, style, or protection. Save up to $20 on already low-price storm doors through November 3rd with the Be Wise and Weatherize sale. With several locations and job site delivery, Spawn & Rose is always close to your next job. Buy easier. Build better with Spawn & Rose.
Are you looking to downsize from your family home to begin your retirement years? Our Oak Knoll East campus is for you. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director at Oak Knoll. Our new campus has many unique amenities for your active lifestyle, in addition to providing the same great services that Oak Knoll has offered our residents for over 50 years. We're now open and have a few two-bedroom apartments still available. Call me at 319-351-1720 or visit oakknoll.com to set up your personal tour. Go Hawks!
Tomorrow. At Grinnell Mutual, we are always looking forward to tomorrow, as we have for over 100 years. So you can look forward to it too. Through growth and innovation, we are planning ahead, so you can enjoy life without looking back. Trust in that. Trust in tomorrow. Auto, home, farm, and business insurance. Talk to an agent today or visit GrinnellMutual.com. Trust in Tomorrow is a registered trademark of Grinnell Mutual Reinsurance Company.
Welcome to Ross-Ade Stadium as we get set to count down to kickoff. It is Iowa and Purdue. This is the roundtable segment brought to you by Hy-Vee. Save time and shop online with Hy-Vee Isles Online. Go to islesonline.com to get started. Appreciate Tim Newton, the play-by-play voice of the Purdue Boilermakers, joining us here. And Tim, 125 years, Big Ten football. We've never seen one like this, I don't think. At least I don't think you and I have, but I tell you, did you miss it leading up to this first game? Was it kind of strange for you this fall watching football and other conferences play?
Yeah, I got to tell you, Rob, the first couple weeks of the season when some teams were playing, I couldn't watch because it was just so disappointing that the Big Ten wasn't playing at that point. But here, ever since the decision was made that they were going to go ahead and play, then your excitement starts to build up. But yeah, what a roller coaster it's been. And you said 125 years. Let's hope it's at least 125 before we all have to go through this again.
Yeah, I hope so. Obviously, the big news yesterday, no Rondale Moore today. That's a huge blow to an offense that I think everybody was around the Big Ten concerned about playing with David Bell and Rondale Moore on the field at the same time.
Yeah, unfortunately for Purdue fans, it's like Christmas has been moved back now another week because they've been waiting for Rondale since Game 4 of last year. So, we're hoping it's a short-term thing. Purdue's got a couple road games up after this at Illinois and at Wisconsin. So they'd like to get Rondale back. But yeah, we never had a chance last year to see a healthy Rondale and a healthy David Bell because David was hurt the first 3 or 4 games and was really playing with a bad hamstring at the beginning of last season. So at some point, Purdue fans are hoping to get to see both of those guys at full bore.
How's that change the offense for today?
Well, the one thing, and now it's hard to replace Rondale Moore. It's really impossible because I think I don't know if he's the best player in college football. I think he's the most dynamic player in college football. But I do think if there's one position that has more depth than any other on this roster, it's wide receiver. So you've got David Bell, I think Milton Wright. We've seen flashes of him in the past being an outstanding receiver. They've got 4 freshmen, and you could see possibly all 4 of them hit the field sometime, even today, that they're very excited about. I don't think it's going to change what their game plan is. They're going to try and run the ball as much as they can, but this is a Jeff Brom coach football team. They're going to throw the ball, so I don't think it's going to change the game plan all that much.
And how does that affect Jeff not being on the spot?
Well, that's going to be an interesting thing today. The Purdue athletic department did file an appeal to see if they could get him to call the plays in by phone, and that was denied. Brian Brom, his brother, who's the quarterback coach and the co-offensive coordinator, will actually call the plays and do all the game strategy decisions. I did ask Brian last week. Jeff has a pretty good habit of suggesting to officials things they can do better during a game, and he's pretty demonstrative that way. And I'm kind of anxious this year with no crowd to see how much we'll be able to hear him. Brian is 180 degrees from that. Brian's a very laid-back, calm guy. We'll see if it makes a difference with the officials. I do think that those two have worked together, and obviously being brothers, they know each other pretty well. It's going to be different, though, because Jeff Brom, though, unlike some coaches who are just more the CEO types, Jeff Brom's the play caller. He calls all the plays on this offense. So that's going to be a little different today, and we'll see if Brian's got Jeff's touch.
Quarterback situation. 3 names that have been thrown out there. Will we see more than one?
I think it's possible. I know they've chosen one, and I think it's probably going to be O'Connell or Plummer because those two have experience from last year. Austin Burton is a transfer from UCLA who's probably the most athletic of the 3, but just in terms of knowledge of the playbook and experience here is a little bit farther behind. I think it's possible you'll see 2. I don't think Jeff Brom is necessarily somebody that wants to play 2 different quarterbacks. He's done that a lot in his first 3 years because we had a couple teams where, you had a David Blau, you had an Elijah Sindelar, both brought something to the table, and neither one really had separated from the other. I think that they're pretty confident, I think, in their choice today. So, it could be 1, it could be 2. Hey, it could be all 3. And in 2020, who knows? You and I could be playing quarterback before the day's out.
Well, that's where it stops. Tim, defensively, the strengths of this Boilermaker unit.
Well, I think the strength up front is George Karloftis, who had a great year last year at defensive end as a true freshman. He's from basically 2 blocks away at West Lafayette High School. He's going to be the anchor, whether they play the 3-4 or the 4-3, and you'll see a little bit of both today with Bob Diaco as the defensive coordinator, but he'll be one end. We're anxious to see Lorenzo Neal back on the field today. Lorenzo hurt his knee in the last game of the 2018 season, missed all of last year, and is back for another season. He'll be inside, so those 2 will anchor that front. Derek Barnes, I think you'll see him on the field a lot today and hear his name a lot. He was the defensive end last year opposite Karloftis. Now they've moved him back to inside linebacker, and I wouldn't be surprised if Derek Barnes leads this team in tackles this year. And on the back half, you've got some youth, but you've also got some experience. It'll be interesting today. DJ Johnson, who is the transfer from Iowa, will be in the mix at the cornerback spot. But you've also got some experience back there. Brennan Thieneman has played a lot at safety. Cam Allen has played a lot. Corey Trice might be the most talented guy back in that secondary. So I think the question probably is the depth at the linebacker spot. But I think you'll see one thing you'll see that's a little different than what we've seen in the last few years under Purdue. You're going to see different styles. They are going to mix up the 3-4 and the 4-3. And it wouldn't be surprised if you see a little bit more, try to get a little bit more pressure on the quarterback, because that's one thing they have not been able to do particularly well in recent history.
Well, Tim, I appreciate your time. I look forward to seeing you as always, and have a great call today. It's nice to be able to say that.
It is nice to be able to say that. And again, let's say that let's hope that this is just a once in 100 or 125 year occurrence, because we really miss the fans today at Ross-Ade Stadium.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's going to be strange, but hey, at least got some football. Tim, take care. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
This has been the Authentic Brand Game Day Show. Gary and Ed high atop Ross-Ade Stadium. And next, this is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Like any winning team, it takes every part of EMC Insurance Companies working together to successfully ensure that our agents, policyholders, and employees can count on EMC. And they do. They count on our broad range of insurance products and services. They count on our superior level of personalized service, and they trust that we will continue to be a financially stable partner, just like we have been for more than 100 years. All of this makes EMC one of the nation's premier insurance companies, and that's something you can always count on.
Hi, I'm Iowa Hawkeye football coach Kirk Ferentz, joining my fellow coaches in the Iowa Secretary of State office and encouraging you to register to vote. It's easy. You can go online anytime and register at voterready.iowa.gov. If you've moved since the last election, it's also important to keep your voter registration up to date.
Coach Ferentz and the Iowa Hawkeyes encourage you to be a voter. voterready.iowa.gov.
Sorry, Coach, you're 3 players short for today's game. Looks like you forfeit.
You're never going to win a game without a full roster, just like you're never going to build America with a shortage of craft professionals. By 2021, 1.5 million electrical, plumbing, HVAC, and sheet metal professionals will be needed to fill jobs in the construction industry. By joining the team at Associated Builders and Contractors of Iowa, you can earn money while you learn. Work full-time during the day, attend classes 1 evening a week, and graduate with a highly sought-after skill and a job. Visit abciowatrust.org today.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with the starting quarterback? They both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every quarterback needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of the Hawkeyes.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer, IRC Beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
The next time you visit Eastern Iowa, check out the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes, Jill Armstrong Realty, the Hotel at Kirkwood Center, and Bachmeyer Carpet One Floor and Home, home of the beautiful guarantee. Bachmeyer Carpet One is proud to support the Hawkeyes. If you're looking to remodel, build a new home, or redo a room, we are your flooring store. Outstanding design and sales staff with the knowledge to guide you in a friendly, stress-free atmosphere. Bachmeyer Carpet One. Come visit us.
To this point, 33 football games have been postponed or canceled in college football due to the COVID, and we're delighted to say that there will be football here this afternoon in West Lafayette. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Purdue. Gary Dolphin with former Hawkeye great Ed Podolak, whom we'll hear from in just a minute. It's a beautiful day in West Lafayette. Now, it's 25 degrees cooler than it was yesterday. They had a high of 77. The high today is expected to be around 53 or 4 degrees right at kickoff. What do we have with these two teams, the Hawkeyes and the Boilermakers? First game of the season. Iowa brings a brand new starting quarterback in Spencer Petras. We've got a brand new quarterback coming to quarterback you. Petras, the California kid, he doesn't have a streaking roadster like Martin Sheen did in the movie, and he doesn't sing like Mike Love of the Beach Boys, but he's got an artillery piece for a right arm. He can detonate, believe me, long or medium range, short flips to the tight end or the backs. The redshirt sophomore has patiently waited his turn behind Nate Stanley. Petras understands that while he is inexperienced, the rest of the offense features playmakers with experience, with toughness. And let's start with that receiving core. Eddie, they're all back. Amir Smith-Marset, Brandon Smith, Nico Reganey, Tyrone Tracy. Not enough? Well, then you have tight end Sam Laporta and Sean Byer.
Well, it's the best group of wide receivers that Coach Ferris has had, and he's been here 21 years. And so I think, Petras, you've got a rookie starting quarterback, a guy who hasn't played a game. But, you know, we've won 2 Big Ten championships where a first-year quarterback opened the season. I saw that in the stats today. It's pretty interesting.
You remember who those other quarterbacks were?
Well, let me see. You can tell me.
I sure can.
Well, tell me.
Brad Banks and Drew Tate.
There you go. Did I steal that from you?
No.
Were you ready to go with that?
I was loaded up with that statistic.
Okay, well.
and you know, we're making it sound like Iowa's going to be very Purdue-like, come out and throw the ball. Well, they will. The Hawks absolutely will air it out. But running backs, not a problem. Iowa is deep, and they're very capable. Let's talk about the true freshman, now a true sophomore in Tyler Goodson. The first true freshman last year to lead Iowa in rushing since?
Wow.
Who would you guess?
Well, let me think.
Sean Green, perhaps?
Oh, Sean Green. Well, then he left and went away for a year.
He did. 2008, though, he was the first freshman to lead the Hawks.
That's why I lost track of him. Then he came back and set all the records that still stand.
1,850 yards for a single season. Let's start with that one. But that's about a dozen years ago. Goodson's going to carve out his own niche, and he's got guys chomping at his heels behind him, and Mekhi Sargent and Ivory Kelly Martin. It's good to see Kelly Martin healthy again, and those guys are ready for their turn, and they'll get it.
And, Kelly Martin redshirted last year because of the ankle injury and the injuries that he had. And then this year doesn't count either. So he's got a bright future ahead of him, even though he's been here a while.
The Hawkeyes want to throw the ball. They also want to control clock, and they certainly have enough offensive weapons to play keep away from Purdue, and for good reason. The last two Big Ten freshmen of the year were Boilermakers and Boilermaker receivers. Of course, you know about the electrifying All-American Rondale Moore and the 6'2 muscle man David Bell. He caught 13 passes in last year's game in Iowa City, won by the Hawkeyes 26-20. Now, Bell will be the featured receiver again today because Rondale Moore was ruled out yesterday, and we don't know what the nature of that injury or illness is. Hopefully we can find out before the day is over. Now, we thought young Jack Plummer was going to be under center for the old gold and black. Instead, it's going to be, at least coming into the two deeps today, Aiden O'Connell, the backup. We don't know much about Aiden O'Connell. He's a 6'3 junior from Long Grove, Illinois. That's up north suburbs of Chicago. Threw 164 passes last year for 1,100 yards, 8 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. So we've got some question marks at quarterback on both sides of the line of scrimmage due to inexperience. But that Iowa defense has got some holes to fill too, Edward, most notably at linebacker, where Jack Campbell and Seth Benson will not see the field today.
Yeah, I found out on the bus coming over. I know yesterday Kirk was upset about something, and I guess they held that information. As we talked to him earlier today, I guess you're able to verify that now.
Yeah, we were, and that is bad enough. But Iowa planned to play a lot of 4-2-5 cash back with Dane Belton today, so they've still got Nick Neiman and Belton on the field.
Well, and also, he's been talking Barrington Wade up a lot too. Barrington started a lot of games last year, and so you think you're going to have 2 linebackers. You got Nick Neiman and Barrington Wade. Let's just hope that they don't need someone to replace them, because it gets real thin after that.
If it's close at the end, we got the best kicker in college football, and Keith Duncan to hopefully decide it. Thanks to Ed Podolak. He'll be along all day long, and he'll be back just in a few minutes. We're going to hear from Iowa Athletic Director Gary Barta. Next, get more out of your seed corn investment with Whiffles Hybrids. Whiffles offers the highest performing corn genetics, the most advanced seed technology, and people who genuinely care about you and your success. Whiffles Hybrids, where you're more than a number. Iowa Athletic Director Gary Barta is looking forward to today's opener here at Purdue. Next week, the Hawkeyes have their home opener with Northwestern at Kinnick Stadium. But Barta is anguished that no fans are allowed in, at least to this point, saying it breaks his heart Hawkeye fans can't fill Kinnick. That was one of the terms set down by the Big Ten Conference. Barta would like to rely on the Center for Disease Control and local health officials to make that call. In the meantime, he and other conference ADs will keep knocking on Commissioner Kevin Warren's door.
What I would prefer is that it be left to local health officials to work with the university to let as many fans in as is appropriate in that community at that time. But we're not there yet. Hang in there. The great news is we have this incredible network, and you and Eddie are going to be sharing with our fans, and it's so exciting. But I am grateful. What we did with our fans, and the vast majority did this. We gave them the opportunity. Their season ticket holders had already paid, and they had the chance to push that forward to next year or get a refund, and we certainly offered that. But the vast majority just put their money into next year. And we asked also, and many have done this, and that's just turned this year's ticket into a donation, a 100% tax-deductible donation. And I'm so grateful that so many people have chosen to do that. So I always say Hawkeye fans are the best. This is just another challenge that we're going through where they're proving it.
They've been supportive in a lot of ways, especially since early June when the cries for racial and social adjustments and justice centered on the Iowa campus, on the Iowa football program. How are you doing as the chair of the athletic department? I mean, recently a letter calling for your firing and several coaches, Coach Ferentz, $20 million letter demand on behalf of 8 to 10 players. I know you can't comment on the legal aspects, but how do you push forward every day running the business of the athletic department?
Well, I try to operate the way I have for 32 years, and that is just go back to the foundation, and that's care about people. We're living in an incredibly challenging time in our world and in our country. Racism has been around for a long time. Racism still exists, and we absolutely we're having the most in-depth and important conversations about racism that I've had in my lifetime. They're not comfortable all the time. In fact, often they're not comfortable, but they're important. We're having them. That's been really healthy. And I'm going to get on my soapbox for just 10 seconds here, 15 seconds. I want our country to get back to a situation where there's unity, where if you have to choose this or you have to choose that, and if you don't choose one or the other, there's hatred and there's vitriol. And I'm not saying we can snap our fingers, but let's try to get back to the point where we can choose to disagree and still care about one another. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to lecture, but it's related to that conversation about race, about Title IX, about sexism, about whatever it is. Just let's listen to each other. Let's care about each other, even when we disagree.
Sage advice from Iowa Athletic Director Gary Barta. Nationwide is proud to support Iowa chapters of Big Brothers Big Sisters through the Kirk's Kids program. Kirk's Kids received Hawkeye gift items, a ball autographed by the coach, and a special behind-the-scenes experience at historic Kinnick Stadium. Compliments of Nationwide. Nationwide encourages you to contact your local chapter of Big Brothers Big Sisters and become a mentor. Nationwide is on your side. Up next, we'll visit with Purdue head coach Jeff Brom in the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles raised right here in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Drunk driving is one of America's most often committed and deadliest crimes. Each year, nearly 10,000 people die on the road due to drunk driving. In order to stop this deadly epidemic, cops are cracking down. Police officers are aggressively looking for drunk drivers and will arrest anyone caught driving drunk. They'll see you before you see them. Drive sober or get pulled over. This message is brought to you by the Iowa Department of Public Safety, the Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau, and your local law enforcement.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
Like any winning team, it takes every part of EMC Insurance Companies working together to successfully ensure that our agents, policyholders, and employees can count on EMC. And they do. They count on our broad range of insurance products and services. They count on our superior level of personalized service, and they trust that we will continue to be a financially stable partner, just like we have been for more than 100 years. All of this makes EMC one of the nation's premier insurance companies, and that's something you can always count on.
Hidden phone trade-ins, hidden plan requirements, hidden catches. You won't find them at US Cellular because we speak fair. Plus, when you switch right now, you can get $500 off the latest phones. That's right, $500 off the latest phones with no hidden requirements, no hidden plan requirements, no hidden phone trade-ins, and no hidden... You get the idea. Upgrade to Fair. Upgrade to US Cellular. Requires new postpaid service plan, new line port in, credit approval, qualified smartphone purchase, and comes via monthly bill credit on a 30-month RIC. Taxes, fees, and additional terms apply.
Preparation is the key to success on game day. And like your favorite Hawkeyes on the field, you need to be ready right from the opening kickoff. Cenex has your pregame routine covered. We've got your salty snacks, your sweet treats, ice-cold beverages to wash them down, and fresh tanks of propane to fire up the grill. Fuel your fandom at your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally.
Hawkeye Football is brought to you by Atlantic Bottling. We all know what comes with being a fan. The ups, the downs, and everything in between. Share a Coke with a teammate, rival, or a friend this season. Case IH. Enter the red zone with Case IH and your local Case IH dealers. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and Iowa Corn Promotion Board. You may think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. And by today's game is powered by Extreme. Feel the power of amazingly fast internet up to 1 gig. Now live, this is the Whipple's Hybrid Hawkeye Huddle pregame show. Whipple's Hybrids, raised right in the Central Corn Belt.
Welcome back to Ross-Ade Stadium in West Lafayette, the Big Ten opener in the shortened, abbreviated season, the Hawkeyes and Purdue. At Community First Credit Union, we offer low-cost services, easy-to-use digital banking, and a team that's dedicated to your success. Our goal is to be the best possible financial partner today and tomorrow. Save with us, borrow with us, and grow with us, because it's See First, together is better. See First is a proud sponsor of Hawkeye football. Equal opportunity lender and federally insured by NCUA. Time to hear from today's opposing coach, sponsored by UPS, working together to achieve great things like the Hawkeyes. That's problem solving. Visit UPS.com and learn more. UPS, the official logistics company of Iowa Athletics. Purdue's Jeff Brom, unfortunately, will not be here today. He tested positive last weekend for the COVID. He will watch from somewhere other than Ross-Ade Stadium, but he will be connected with the man calling the plays, his brother, quarterbacks coach Brian Brom. Jeff Brom will work remotely with his entire staff.
You know, I think we've put together, the plan for the most part up until this point. I think it's just a matter of getting our guys in the right position to go out there and play. Brian's been with me the last 4 years as a former quarterback. I think he knows how it thinks, and I think he'll go out there and along as well as our offensive staff, and they'll do a good job of putting our players in the best position to succeed.
Brom feels that winning that first game sets the tone for the rest of this shortened season.
We're looking forward to playing a great opponent in Iowa. This is a team that we're going to have to play well to win. We're going to have to find a way to beat them at their own game, which is playing hard and discipline and not turning the ball over and not making mistakes. This is a team that's going to control the football, not give you a lot of possessions. We're going to have to find ways to get turnovers, and this will be a tough contest. We were fortunate enough the first 2 years to hit some big plays over top against Iowa to find a way to win. Last year they did a much better job against us preventing that, even though we snuck in a few here and there. But we're going to have to be way more consistent on offense, and we're going to have to find ways to shut their running game down, make them punt, and get more possessions in order for us to win. But I do know that this will be a great test to see how we stack and measure up, because this is one of the best teams in our conference.
Jeff Brom, who built a terrific program at Western Kentucky, is 47-31 overall as a head coach. In his fourth year at Purdue, he is 17-21. Our opposing coach interview is always sponsored by our friends at UPS. Coming up next, it's the Hawkeye Historical Winning Moment and the University of Iowa Sports Injury Medicine Report. All ahead on the Whipple's Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer, IRC Beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
Drunk driving is one of America's most often committed and deadliest crimes. Each year, nearly 10,000 people die on the road due to drunk driving. In order to stop this deadly epidemic, cops are cracking down. Police officers are aggressively looking for drunk drivers and will arrest anyone caught driving drunk. They'll see you before you see them. Drive sober or get pulled over. This message is brought to you by the Iowa Department of Public Safety, the Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau, and your local law enforcement.
It's been a long day. Your schedule's tight. Can we just take care of dinner for you? Quick Start has take-home meals, not cheap flash frozen stuff. Made from scratch, fresh, never frozen. Great quality because we make it ourselves. Grab a meal now to heat and eat later. Great kitchen cravings meals like fettuccine Alfredo with grilled chicken, meatloaf with mashed potatoes and gravy, roast turkey with dressing and mashed potatoes. I feel a meal, a great family meal coming on that you didn't even have to cook. Quick Start, we got you covered.
Tomorrow. At Grinnell Mutual, we are always looking forward to tomorrow, as we have for over 100 years. So you can look forward to it too. Through growth and innovation, we are planning ahead, so you can enjoy life without looking back. Trust in that. Trust in tomorrow. Auto, home, farm, and business insurance. Talk to an agent today or visit GrinnellMutual.com. Trust in Tomorrow is a registered trademark of Grinnell Mutual Reinsurance Company.
You're listening to Hawkeye Football all season long.
The best teams are led by people with experience in the field. Case IH equipment, from combines and tractors to hay and forage tools, is built by farmers who use it every day. Make the right call and go with the team that wins in any field. Visit your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. For commercial use only, customer participation subject to credit qualification and CNH Industrial Capital America LLC approval. Standard terms, conditions, and other restrictions apply. Down payment may be required.
If Big Ten football runs deep in your veins, then SiriusXM Big Ten Radio is where you need to be. We're talking conference and team previews, live games, news and analysis from experts like John Jansen, Anthony Herron, and Ben Hartsock, championship specials, and more. Get inside Big Ten football and do it for free. Listen on your phone, online, and at home with a free SiriusXM trial. Start listening at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten SXM.
Welcome back to Ross-Ade Stadium in West Lafayette, Indiana. Gary Dolphin, as we await the Hawks and the Purdue Boilermakers. Finally, the Big Ten opener is here. We're expecting a high of around 55 degrees. That at about kickoff at 2:30 Iowa time. Winds will be out of the north-northeast around 8 miles an hour, gusting to 12, so really not a factor. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. We focus solely and intensely on corn at Wiffles Hybrids. The result is a level of performance uncommon in the seed business. Come see what we mean. Wiffles Hybrids, quite possibly the best hybrids you can buy. And thanks to Wiffles, they've been with us for so many years, a very faithful supporter of Iowa Hawkeye football. It's time for today's Hawkeye Historical Winning Moment, presented by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Hello to the Keel family and all the wonderful employees at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Stop by the Draft Day Sports Lounge at Riverside Casino and Golf, where you'll find great food, beverages, and the top golf swing suite ready to play. Make sure you have dinner at Ruthie's. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, located just minutes south of Iowa City off of 218. It was 15 years ago, Iowa coming off that great Capital One Bowl victory in January over LSU, still had Drew Tate at quarterback. It was his 21st birthday. He passed for a career-high 357 yards and tossed 3 touchdowns right here in West Lafayette, leading the Hawkeyes to a 34-17 win over Purdue. His favorite target that day, Clinton Solomon, caught 5 passes for 166 yards and 2 scores. Hinkle's wide left. Grigsby and Clinton Solomon to the bottom of the field. Clinton Solomon needs to have a big day today. Here's Tate, good protection. Fires upfield, caught, and off to the races is Solomon. 50, 40, 30, 20. One guy has the angle. 10, and over the pylon. Touchdown, Iowa! Touchdown, Iowa! We just said Clinton Solomon needs to have a big day. Well, there's a pretty good start. Hawks got it done on the ground, too. Albert Young rushed for 165 yards on 36 carries. The victory moved Iowa to 4-2 on the season, 2-1 in the conference. Iowa would finish 7-5 and 5-3. That is our Hawkeye historical winning moment, courtesy of Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, just south of Iowa City in Riverside. Now, let's check up on the Hawkeyes with the University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Report as we head down to the end zone. Rob Brooks is standing by with Dr. Andy Peterson. Rob?
Gary, thank you very much. This is the University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update. We usually discuss football-related injuries and recoveries with Dr. Brian Wolf, but thought it would be timely to talk to Dr. Andy Peterson, which we've done before, about the COVID-19 testing for players, coaches, staff, and really what they go through on a regular basis. Andy, the rapid testing, really a game changer to get back on the field for the Big Ten?
Yeah, it's been a big help. It's really the only way to do it, to be confident that we're not putting people out on the field who are currently sick, currently at risk for spreading the virus around. So it's been a big help for us. Easier, faster results. What's really been the difference between the rapid test versus what we were dealing with back in the summer? Yeah, so back in June, we started bringing our athletes back to campus. We were one of the first schools to start bringing people back, and we were using a weekly testing strategy where we used a PCR test. We were very fortunate to have rapid turnaround on that test, so we struggled a lot less than other schools were. But then when the conference made the decision to move to the rapid antigen testing in August, September, that's when things changed quite a bit for us. So our athletes now get a daily test. That's a rapid antigen test. That's not a diagnostic test. That's a screening test. So if they test positive on that, they still have to have a PCR-based test to confirm the diagnosis. And if there is a positive test, how long are players out versus coaches? Yeah, for the players, there's a bit of a process to getting all the way back to play. So first they get isolated for a period of 10 days, presuming they don't have symptoms. If people get sick, they have to isolate longer. But presuming they don't have symptoms, they're out for 10 days in isolation just to make sure they don't spread this around in the community. After 10 days, they can come out, but they cannot return to activity yet. So we wait till about day 14, and then we do some cardiac testing because there's some concerns that COVID may have some bad heart effects in athletes. And so our athletes around the day 14 mark get a test called a troponin, an ECG, an echocardiogram, and also now a cardiac MRI, which has been kind of a big deal to implement. But they're getting very robust cardiac testing around that day 14 mark. If all of that is normal, then there's a 7-day graduated return to play process where they slowly resume activity, reacclimate, so that they can get back on the field around day 21. For our coaches, it's really just that 10-day isolation period. They don't have that same rest period that's required. It's quite a setup. It's not easy. It takes a lot of people to do that rapid testing every day. Yeah, we've gotten really lucky. So this company called Biodesics is the one that's doing the logistics for us, not just us, but the entire Big Ten. We're using a rapid antigen test from a company called Quidel, which I think would have been challenging for us to administer on our own. It's very resource intensive, requires a lot of personnel to do it. But luckily, we've got a great team from Biodesics that's been able to do our testing for us. I've been joking that we kind of got the A team. I think that some of the struggles that other schools have had, we haven't experienced, mainly because we have such a great group of people working with us. Well, it's nice to be back on the field. Andy, thanks so much for your time. Thank you. Go Hawks. The injury update for Purdue. Big news out of West Lafayette yesterday. Explosive wide receiver and dangerous return man Rondale Moore will not play today. Moore also was injured in the fourth game last season and did not play the rest of the year. As a true freshman back in 2018, he had 1,250 receiving yards. Projected starting running back King Doerue is out today with a hamstring injury. As a true freshman, he had 8 starts and 451 yards rushing. Also, head coach Jeff Brom will not coach today from Ross-Ade Stadium, quarantined from a positive COVID test earlier this week. His brother and offensive coordinator Brian Brom will call the plays. For the Hawkeyes, it's going to be tough at linebacker today. Expected to miss a couple of big ones in the middle. Jack Campbell, a sophomore from Cedar Falls, is out with an illness, not COVID-related, and has played in 11 games in his career. Also, linebacker Seth Benson is out, also listed as Campbell's backup. That should slide Nick Neiman inside. Also expect a lot of 5 defensive backs for the Hawkeyes. Dolph, back upstairs to you.
Thanks, Robbie. Thank you, Dr. Andy Peterson. That's our University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Report. Just around the corner, the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle will connect with Hawkeye head coach Kirk Ferentz, sponsored by UPS. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with the starting quarterback? They both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every quarterback needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of the Hawkeyes.
Primary care providers should be able to look at patients, read between the lines, and know something's not right. Hi, I'm Dr. Denise Martinez at University of Iowa Healthcare. 80% of conditions can be treated by a family medicine doctor, so our comprehensive and caring approach is key. And if it turns out to be serious or out of our scope, we'll connect you to the right specialists right away. With experts all across the region, find one near you at uihc.org.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer, IRC Beer, beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
You're listening to Hawkeye Football.
You're looking to downsize from your family home to begin your retirement years? Our Oak Knoll East campus is for you. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director at Oak Knoll. Our new campus has many unique amenities for your active lifestyle, in addition to providing the same great services that Oak Knoll has offered our residents for over 50 years. We're now open and have a few 2-bedroom apartments still available. Call me at 319-351-1720 or visit oakknoll.com to set up your personal tour. Go Hawks!
Like any winning team, it takes every part of EMC insurance companies working together to successfully ensure that our agents, policyholders, and employees can count on EMC. And they do. They count on our broad range of insurance products and services. They count on our superior level of personalized service, and they trust that we will continue to be a financially stable partner, just like we have been for more than 100 years. All of this makes EMC one of the nation's premier insurance companies, and that's something you can always count on.
Here at Ross 8 Stadium in West Lafayette, we're due for a station identification break. So let's pause 10 seconds, travel around the Hawkeye Radio Network. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield IMG College. We're back at Ross 8 Stadium in West Lafayette, waiting for Iowa and Purdue. Long wait indeed. The start of the Big Ten season is right around the corner. Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton, each offering guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country. Let's visit with head football coach Kirk Ferentz, sponsored by UPS, working together to achieve great things like the Hawkeyes. That's problem solving. Visit ups.com to learn more. UPS, the official logistics company of Iowa Athletics. Kirk Ferentz remains one of the most popular figures in the state of Iowa. Since March 15th, his program, in its 22nd year, has had to deal with a never-before-seen pandemic that began on March 13th, then a reset of his day-to-day operations over accusations of social and racial disparity and injustice. That began in early June. Ferentz feels the changes he's made are working.
Yeah, I think it's been real positive so far, and I wouldn't say anything overly major. Wasn't anything overly radical or anything like that, but we made some adjustments, some that were probably long overdue, some things that were probably a little bit outdated. But the bottom line is, I think we've stuck true to our core principles, the things that 21 plus years ago, we believe to be important. Those things are all still in place, and we've just kind of made a few changes and adjustments, and I think it's been really successful. But the bottom line is, what it's all about is us moving forward and continuing not only to stay on the right path, but continue to look for ways to improve. And it's kind of interesting. We've won 19 games in the last 2 years, so you think everything's just fine, but it's a good illustration or a good example that there are always things that can be improved, and that's why you need to routinely have dialogue and just try to ask some probing questions and see if there aren't things that we can always be doing, whether it's football schemes or things that we're doing, how we live, that might be better suited for the entire team.
Therefore, you're happy to be back in a daily routine on the football field, coaching these guys, everybody back together again. And if you never did another Zoom conference, you'd probably be okay. But
I'd be fine, and I'd still prefer conference calls, because at least that way you can't see the people that are not paying attention or all that kind of stuff. So, but I think just in a nutshell, the lowest point of the past however many months may have been on August 11th when the season got punted to January. That was a real low spot. And then the best moment was when they brought the season back, and then maybe second to that is when we were able to put shoulder pads on I think it was September 30th, and it was the last Wednesday of September. So it's just been good to be back in a football routine. That's what we're supposed to be doing in the fall. And it's good to be back, most importantly, with our team and working together and just, being on a schedule and a routine and all those kinds of things. So that's the fun part of all this. And, the guys, the one thing that's been constant all the way through, the players have been great.
Especially at quarterback, it's good for Spencer Petras to get reps going again with the first team. How's he looking? How much confidence do you have in him in his debut today with Purdue?
I've got a lot of confidence in Spencer, and Alex Padilla has done a nice job too. He's really grown. So again, it's been an atypical preseason, if you will. But I think we really saw Spencer start to make strides last fall in the second half of the year, and especially the months of November and December. So watching him grow, and we obviously thought he's a good player when we recruited him, but you're with a guy for a couple of years, you learn a little bit more. So we're happy about the things that he's doing and has done. He's prepared extremely hard, and he's worked at this. So there's going to be bumps in the road like everybody out there, but he'll do just fine. I feel confident of that. And then Alex, I couldn't have said this last December, but he's really made great strides too. So I think we have a good 1-2 punch at the quarterback position. And during these COVID times, it's probably really important to have some depth, and because you just never know what's going to happen.
On the defensive side, you're most new at the linebacker spot. How do you feel about the linebackers?
I feel good. We have a good group of guys there, and defensively we shifted a little bit last year, as more to a 5 DB type package with Dane Belton playing that cash position. So the linebackers have been minimized a little bit, and in some ways you could I don't know if we're wasting a player, but you think about a guy like Nick Neiman last year who was on the sidelines a lot because we had that 5th DB in. Barrington Wade's a guy who's a senior, and based on what I've seen the last 2 months, he's really coming into his own right now. So having those guys having a chance to play a little bit in those two inside positions, I think is really good. And we have some good young players that we've recruited there that I feel good about as well. So I think we're going to be just fine. We're getting a little thin, hopefully not too thin, but I feel good about the group, and somehow, some way, I think our defense has kind of cohesively come together here the past month, and we got some good players that we have to replace, but I think these guys have the potential to be a good defensive group.
Iowa doesn't take many fifth-year grad transfers. You have a really good player on each side of the ball this year. Coy Cronk transferred in from Indiana. Jack Heflin from Northern Illinois.
Both Coy and Jack have been great additions, and not that we're looking for grad transfers, but, we're starting to lose guys early. It seems like that's become a trend. So it's nice to have guys that can come in. You're never going to replace an AJ or a Tristan, but nice to have guys that come in that have a little bit of experience, that have played college football, and just fills that void a little bit. And both guys have great attitudes, and we really expect them both to compete and play real well for us, in this game, but hopefully all season long.
How about a snapshot of Purdue? Word is that Rondell Moore won't play today. I believe that when I see it, but even without Rondell Moore, they're awful lethal on offense.
They are, and you think right away about Bell, the receiver, the other receiver, and they're both tremendous players. So I think he had 200 yards against us last year. It felt like 400. He's a really good player. They've got two quarterbacks that are experienced. They feel good about their line. I think they've got good backs, good skill guys. So yeah, they're always going to be a handful. And Coach Brom, I know, is not going to be at the game, but he's an offensive coach everywhere he's been. They've had tremendous success offensively, so they put a lot of pressure on you. I'm hoping we don't have to score a lot of points, but odds are we probably will. So we've really got to be at our best on both sides of the football and special teams, and do all we can to help minimize their explosiveness. But yeah, as long as I got Bell on the field, they're pretty explosive.
A victory for Coach Ferentz over Purdue today would give him 163 wins and make him the 5th all-time winningest coach in Big Ten history, surpassing Joe Paterno. Only Woody Hayes, Amos Alonzo Stagg, and Bo Schembechler would head Kirk Ferentz in all-time victories in conference play. Our visit with Coach Ferentz each week is brought to you by UPS, working together to achieve great things like the Hawks. That's problem solving. Visit ups.com and learn more. UPS, the official logistics company of Iowa Athletics. Why are more farmers planting Wiffles than ever before? Well, it's simple. Simple programs, simple options, simple answers, simple billing, simple focus. Wiffles hybrids, simply better. Coming up next, we'll get Ed Podolak's keys to the game, courtesy of Ford, on the Wiffles hybrids Hawkeye Huddle, raised right in the Central Corn Belt. Wiffles. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College.
Staying connected means games can still feel like this, even if they actually sound like this. That's why US Cellular is building a 5G network that works from outside to inside uninterrupted, so you can stay connected even if you aren't at the game. Right now, get unlimited data for just $30 a month. Check out uscellular.com for more info. US Cellular. Upgrade to fair. Data may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Video streams at up to 480p DVD quality. Credit approval and auto-pay paperless billing required. Additional terms apply.
When you fire up a John Deere 1 Series tractor, you can tackle the job without wrestling the attachments. Hook up everything from a front loader to a drive-over mower deck to a backhoe without wasting any time at all. So you can haul gravel, till soil, cut grass, or do any job in between. Because when things just click, work just gets done. Nothing runs like a Deere. Run with us. Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today, or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa football.
It all started with a grilled cheese sandwich. 2 simple pieces of bread, some butter, and a slice of American cheese. But after making it day after day, week after week, I hungered for more. Colby, provolone, Gouda. But Gouda wasn't good enough. I wanted great. I added tomatoes, pickles, jalapenos. If I could birth this gooey work of art in my tiny, modest kitchen, imagine what I could do in a gourmet chef's kitchen. So I called U.S. Bank about loaning me some extra cheddar. Now I had the mad cheese skill and a superior grill. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Hi, I'm Hawkeye football coach Kirk Ferentz, joining my fellow coaches and Iowa Secretary of State's office to let you know there are options available for you to be a voter in the November election. Whether it's at the polls, the county courthouse, or from the comfort of your couch, visit voterready.iowa.gov for more info.
Coach Ferentz and the Iowa Hawkeyes encourage you to be a voter. voterready.iowa.gov.
Here come the Hawkeyes.
Farm Credit Services of America isn't just a lender that knows agriculture. We're a lender that serves agriculture. It's everything we do. So along with attractive rates, you'll find ag-friendly terms, services, and financial tools made just for you. You can also get the power of ownership, a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and a share of our net return. Call us. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Agriculture works here.
Whew. Sometimes being an office printer feels like I'm competing in an Olympic sport. Thankfully, I have Marco's Managed Print Services on my team. Marco's game plan helps me make big plays while saving big bucks. And Marco's lightning fast tech support gets me back in the game fast. I'm up. Find out what your printers could be saying with Marco's Managed Print Services at marconet.com.
Welcome back to Purdue. The Hawkeyes and the Boilermakers ready to start their abbreviated Big Ten season here this afternoon. Gary Dolphin with former Hawkeye great Ed Podolak. In fact, let's dial in Ed and his keys to the game, brought to you by your Iowa, Illinois Ford dealers. College sports traditions run deep. Ford has tradition, too, building tough trucks and boundary-pushing SUVs. Shop for one now at buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com, or visit your Iowa, Illinois Ford dealers. Well, even without Rondell Moore, buddy boy, that Iowa secondary is going to be tested with David Bell running through him and trying to run around him and over the top.
Well, he's going to definitely be on the radar today. But, Gary, I thought this time would never come. We're sitting here in the press box watching the Hawkeyes going through the last part of their warm-up with their starting team, offense and defense on the field. And first thing the defense is going to do is find out where David Bell is. He's number 3, and he's really tall and talented. They say he's 6'2". He plays taller than that. And so our cornerbacks are going to be challenged there. He's going to have a new quarterback. Well, I guess Aiden O'Connell finished last year as the top quarterback. But so he's going to be throwing to him, and you can bet they're going to throw it 40 or 50 times today. They've had an injury at the starting tailback spot, and they're a passing team anyway. So at this time of year, the defense is generally ahead of the offense just because of the way practice goes. And so when you play 7-on-7, which we do a lot of, you don't tackle anyway. That's your 7 offensive skilled position people against the defensive backs and linebackers. Well, that part of our game ought to be in pretty good shape. So Bell, we ought to be able to cover him. The one thing about last year is that Purdue ended up -8 in turnovers. The Hawkeyes +9 in turnovers. So that's the kind of thing you have to do in defense. Get some interceptions. Now on offense, we're loaded. We've got the best group of wide receivers that we've had since Kirk has been here. And you can rotate them, spin them in and out. You really can't tell a lot of difference between them. And I think we'll see a lot of times maybe even 4 wide receivers in the game. We got 3 excellent tailbacks and a group of offensive linemen that are awfully good, and some of them are seasoned. There's some starters in there. And so I expect our offense to really be able to click today. Purdue doesn't have a great defense, so this ought to be a lot of points scored here by the Hawkeyes today. Now, the challenging area, I think, today is special teams, because with this short period of getting ready for the season, you don't get to do special teams full speed. And if you've watched the college games, even the pro games so far this year, there's been more kickoff returns, punt returns, people not being able to cover like they're supposed to when they're going after a punt. And so I think that's where we're going to have to really play well today. Now, we've got no problem at the kicker spot. We got an All-American, Keith Duncan, coming back. We got a new punter, Torrey Taylor, who's in from Australia. Watching him warm up today. He was practicing his drop so he could kick it. You know, in that Australian football, they kick on the run all the time, and now he's got to stand back there and drop it. So this is the first time the bullets are going to be fired at him. So we'll see what happens there. So anyway,
a lot of reloading.
I can't wait to get started.
I can tell you're fired up.
Oh,
huh?
Yeah.
You played the game. You know what it's all about.
Boy.
And without Jack Campbell and Seth Benson, the 2 linebackers both out today with assorted injuries or illnesses. Robbie Brooks down there is telling us that Justin Jacobs, the redshirt freshman, who they love, kid out of Ohio, when he committed to Iowa, Ohio State came in immediately and offered him, and he kept his commitment with the Hawkeyes. He's running with the number 1. So when they go 3 linebackers, it'll be Neiman in the middle, Jacobs and Wade on the wings. So we'll look for that for some early action as well. Hawkeyes trotting to the locker room now, just as Ed wraps up his keys to the game, brought to you by your Iowa, Illinois Ford dealers. We'll come back and talk about the skill position group, courtesy of ABC Builders. That's next here on the Hawkeye Radio Network and the Whipples Hybrids pregame show. This is Iowa football from Learfield IMG College.
Experience the benefit of Blue with a Medicare supplement plan from Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. With our plans, you'll enjoy nationwide access to care, optional dental, vision, and hearing coverage, and more. Call 1-888-616-8927 or go online to wellmark.com/Medicare plans. You may even qualify for a special household discount. This is the benefit of Blue. Wellmark Blue Dental product available to Iowa residents only. Must reside in the service area of the plan. Wellmark Medicare supplement insurance plans are not connected with or endorsed by any government agency.
How do you make it as a team? You build on what you got to build what you don't. It's a mentality Ford has applied to building for 117 years. Building trucks with grit, resilience, purpose. SUVs with boundary-pushing capabilities. Vehicles built just like the people they're built for. It's a work ethic that's made us America's best-selling brand. For low lease rates, great financing, and special offers, visit buyfordnow.com or your local Ford dealer, proud supporter of college athletics. Claim 2019 CY total sales.
This isn't a grilled cheese I'm making. It's a melty masterpiece that deserves a kitchen worthy of greatness.
Looks like my porch is full of packages again. It also looks like my compulsive buying needs to change to compulsive saving.
As I sit here on this couch, I decided to make some changes, starting with this couch.
I'd love to be looking out my window at a beautiful backyard instead of a brick wall. Time for a new house.
Whatever your passion, U.S. Bank can help turn it into your next pursuit. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with the starting quarterback? They both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every quarterback needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of the Hawkeyes.
The Hawkeyes play here.
What does greatness look like? It's one of those things, while not always obvious, everyone understands. It's your fourth grade teacher who always listened to you. The lady at your coffee shop who asks about your Jack Russell every visit. Your neighbor who's right there for you with good advice on just about everything. Greatness is sometimes the smallest act of kindness with the largest impact. At Great Southern Bank, we understand what makes our community great are the people. Great Southern Bank, understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Hawk fans, this is Ed Podolak. Whether I'm relaxing on Flamingo Beach in Costa Rica or fishing north on the Boundary Waters, one Iowa product I'll always bring is my Grizzly Cooler. Grizzly Coolers are made in Decorah and are perfect for your next fishing trip, the big hunt, or tailgate. The Grizzly lineup offers the perfect balance of durability and performance that is expected in a made-in-the-USA premium cooler. And you can even order Hawkeye Grizzly Coolers and drinkware. Order yours now at grizzlycoolers.com.
Hawks and Purdue about 15 minutes away from kick. Gary Dolphin, Ed Podolak back with you at Ross-Ade Stadium. Our normal sideline reporter Robbie Brooks will be hovering near one of the end zones or back and forth today with his sideline reports. Of course, with the COVID, they're limiting the number of people between the 20-yard lines. Time now for the ABC Skilled Position Overview. Those Hawkeye starters at the skilled positions. You can earn your next skilled position in the plumbing, electrical, HVAC, and sheet metal industries by joining the team at Associated Builders and Contractors of Iowa. Welcome back, ABC. Glad to have you as a supporter of Hawkeye football. Earn money while you learn. Work full-time. Attend just one evening class a week, young men and women, and a graduate with sought-after skills and a job. Visit abciowattrust.org, abciowattrust.org, and learn more. Well, certainly we have to start with the Hawkeye wide receivers. That's where a lot of the skill sits on offense. And, of course, back this year, the All-American, certainly a favorite, one of the favorites for Big Ten MVP. Amir Smith-Marset had the great bowl game in San Diego, caught 44 passes last year, a little over 700 yards. That's a 16-yard average, 5 touchdowns, and led the nation in kick return average at just under 30, set the Big Ten record there. So Amir will lead that group. Flanked by Brandon Smith, the senior from Lake Cormorant, Mississippi. Tyrone Tracy, he is thankfully healthy. 5'11", 200-pound sophomore from Canby, Indiana. So it's homecoming for Tyrone Tracy Jr. And Nico Reganey, the lacrosse player from New England, turned wideout. 6 foot, 195-pound sophomore from East Haven, Connecticut. What a bowl game he had in the holiday. That's our Hawkeye skill position overview, courtesy of ABC Builders. Coming back with the rest of the starting lineup in just a minute, courtesy of Mid-American Energy. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle, and this is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Hidden phone trade-ins, hidden plan requirements, hidden catches. You won't find them at US Cellular because we speak fair. Plus, when you switch right now, you can get $500 off the latest phones. That's right, $500 off the latest phones with no hidden requirements, no hidden plan requirements, no hidden phone trade-ins, and no hidden... You get the idea. Upgrade to fair. Upgrade to US Cellular. Requires new postpaid service plan, new line port in, credit approval, qualified smartphone purchase, and comes via monthly bill credit on a 30-month RIC. Taxes, fees, and additional terms apply.
To celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great race, we gave this game day jam surprisingly great lyrics.
I saved a lot this year because I called the pros. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make the phone call. We got that coverage here. Protect your car and home. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make the phone call. You can just call now. There's a little bit of great rates with a little bit of Jake. Look at my quote now.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
It all started with a grilled cheese sandwich. 2 simple pieces of bread, some butter, and a slice of American cheese. But after making it day after day, week after week, I hungered for more. Colby, provolone, Gouda. But Gouda wasn't good enough. I wanted great. I added tomatoes, pickles, jalapenos. If I could birth this gooey work of art in my tiny, modest kitchen, imagine what I could do in a gourmet chef's kitchen. So I called US Bank about loaning me some extra cheddar. Now I had the mad cheese skill and a superior grill. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with the starting quarterback? They both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every quarterback needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of the Hawkeyes.
Hawkeye football lives here.
Woohoo! Business Technology 1, network downtime 0. Being a game-winning IT network takes hard work and an experienced technology coach. That's why our game plan includes Marco. Marco helps our entire business infrastructure perform better and score big day in and day out. With Marco's veteran experience guiding our team, every season is a winning season. Find out what your technology could be saying at marconet.com.
Imagine a virtual club that's free to join, where the fun never stops and where there's always something new and exciting happening. It's the Prize Zone, a special part of the Iowa Lottery VIP Club that'll make your VIP experience even VIP-ier. Members can enter Prize Zone drawings for cash, technology, lottery tickets, concert tickets, and sports ticket prizes all day, every day, all year long. Get rules and complete details at ialottery.com. Join today and see what's waiting for you in the VIP Club Prize Zone.
That was Ed Podolak. I'm Gary Dolphin. Welcome back to Ross.
Excited to be here.
We're just getting fired up. They are going to play the national anthem in a few minutes, and we've just been informed that neither team will be out on the sideline. And that's probably a good thing in my view on behalf of veterans everywhere. So you don't have to worry about players kneeling, standing, or a combination of the two. They will be in the locker rooms, we are told. Now the Mid-American Energy starting lineups. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service. We mentioned the Hawkeye skill position wide receivers. Let's not forget about the running backs. Tyler Goodson, the sophomore from Sewanee, Georgia, 640 yards last year, a 5-yard average, and 5 touchdowns, backed up by Mackay Sargent. Mackay and Tyler get about an equal number of snaps, but the good news there is Ivory Kelly Martin is healthy again, the 5'11", 205-pound junior from Plainfield, Illinois. He is looking to play and play a lot this year. Brandon Smith, Amir Smith-Marset, Nico Reganey, Tyrone Tracy are the wideouts. Sam Laporta, who emerged about midseason a year ago, the 250-pound, 6'4" tight end from Highland, Illinois, will be out there with Sean Byer on the other side. We look for Sean to have a big year. He's healthy. Out of Shellsburg and Cedar Rapids, Kennedy, 6'5" and 245. Of course, Spencer Petrus, first-time starting quarterback. He says he's learned a lot from Nate Stanley the last 3 years, and now we're going to see him on display. The big body with the big arm from San Rafael, California, 6'5", 230. He has thrown 10 passes in his first 2 years at Iowa. He's backed up by Alex Padilla. Up front, All-American candidate at left tackle, Alaric Jackson, 6'6", 315 out of Detroit. Coy Cronk, the grad transfer, fifth year from Indiana, the University of Indiana, and he is from Lafayette, Indiana.
Yep.
So you know his family is here today, or at least a couple of them. 6'5", 305 is Coy. The guards, Kyler Schott and Cole Banware. Good to see Cole back healthy out of Odison up near Algona. 6'4", 300. Schott is 6'2", 290. He broke on the scene a year ago out of North Lennon-Coggin. And our guy, Tyler Lindebaum at center, the sophomore from Solon. He and Petrus should not have any issues. They're roommates.
Yeah, I guess, that's good news.
In the living room, they're snapping to each other at night watching games. Lindebaum, of course, just a sophomore, but boy, he is advanced beyond his years. That's the Hawkeye offense.
We got to have fullbacks in there.
Thank you for pointing that out.
You know what I mean? They blocked for me. I wanted them there.
Turner Palisard is one. Monty Potabom is the other. Monty from that football hotbed of Larchwood, Iowa, West Lyon High School, and Palisard from Lincoln Way East in Frankfort, Illinois. There we go. We got both fullbacks in there. I'll tell you, Palisard made a couple of great catches in pregame today, and the Hawks will throw to the fullbacks.
And that just adds another weapon to the arsenal. They can block and they can catch. That's one of the good things. Our fullbacks have always been good receivers.
And hopefully run right through that Purdue defense that features up front defensive ends George Karloftis and DeMarcus Mitchell. Lorenzo Neal is back healthy. Outstanding defensive tackle from Houston. He and Branson Dean will be the ends. The linebackers are Derek Barnes, Jalen Alexander, and Jalen Graham. Now, Bobby Diaco is the new defensive coordinator, the former Hawkeye star linebacker. They'll play both 3-4 and 4-3. The cornerbacks today are Diedrich Mackey and Corey Trice. Trice, a sophomore from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, and Mackey is out of Miami, a junior. The safeties, Cam Allen, he is the veteran back there. Brennan Thieneman has played a lot, the fifth-year senior from Noblesville, Indiana, had 50 tackles a year ago. Cam Allen is probably their best threat on intercepting passes. But as Eddie mentioned, Purdue was -8 a year ago, and the Hawks were +9. Let's take advantage of that today. Those are today's starting lineups, courtesy of Mid-American Energy. Mid-American, obsessively, relentlessly at your service. We'll be right back with more pregame coverage courtesy of Whipple's Hybrids. This is the Hawkeye Huddle, and this is Hawkeye Football from Learfield IMG College.
Preparation is the key to success on game day. And like your favorite Hawkeyes on the field, you need to be ready right from the opening kickoff. Cenex has your pregame routine covered. We've got your salty snacks, your sweet treats, ice-cold beverages to wash them down, and fresh tanks of propane to fire up the grill. Fuel your fandom at your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally.
Now order your groceries online and get them even faster with Hy-Vee Aisles Online same-day pickup. Just choose the Get It Faster option for only $9.95 and pick up your groceries in as little as 2 hours. Plus, we've added even more pickup times to choose from. You'll find the same great deals as in-store. Free pickup on orders over $30 and no-contact pickup and delivery. Download the Hy-Vee Grocery app today and pick up groceries in as little as 2 hours. Some restrictions apply.
The Hawkeyes play here.
Hawk fans, this is Ed Podolak. Whether I'm relaxing on Flamingo Beach in Costa Rica or fishing north on the Boundary Waters, one Iowa product I'll always bring is my Grizzly Cooler. Grizzly Coolers are made in Decorah and are perfect for your next fishing trip, the big hunt, or tailgate. The Grizzly lineup offers the perfect balance of durability and performance that is expected in a made-in-the-USA premium cooler. And you can even order Hawkeye Grizzly Coolers and drinkware. Order yours now at grizzlycoolers.com.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
Have you been living in pain every day? Chronic pain is an approved condition in Iowa's medical cannabis program. Patients are finding relief using state-certified THC and CBD. All products are made from cannabis plants, grown and formulated in Iowa. Fight pain in a new way. Getting your medical cannabis card here in Iowa is easy. Just talk to your doctor and join thousands of Iowans using medical cannabis today. Google Iowa Medical Cannabis. That's cannabis. CANNABIS. Feel better, live better with Iowa Medical Cannabis.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game and is a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military at Hawkeye Games this season. Thank you to all the men and women, past and present, who have served our country and allow all of us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we enjoy today. American Equity's vision is to become the premier insurance company specializing in retirement savings and income products. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield IMG College, Hawkeye football is on the air.
Up under center, play fake, to pass, wide open, caught, touchdown, Iowa. Up under center, play fake, to pass, wide open, caught, touchdown, Iowa.
Hawkeye football is brought to you by Pioneer, an American seed brand since 1926. Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. By the Iowa Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau, who reminds you to click it or ticket day or night. MedFarm Iowa, medical cannabis experts. And by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the new Draft Day Sports Lounge and Topgolf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City. Kickoff is just moments away. You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Now let's join Gary Dolphin for the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half.
Yeah, the Boilermaker fans, family members that were allowed tickets into Ross-Ade Stadium today are yelling "Boiler up" as Purdue in the all black with the old gold trots across the field out of the old locomotive engine across the way. And the Hawkeyes are now forming down to our right where the visitors come out. We will have the swarm. That's been asked, how the guys going to hold hands and do the swarm in the age of COVID. We'll give them a few seconds to not socially distance and trot on here as soon as Kirk Ferentz gives the green light. Across the way, a couple hundred Iowa fans, Eddie, mostly parents. We had a beverage with the Kallenberger family last night. Not Mark, but with his parents, and had a great visit. And they're fired up and ready to go.
They're such great people. I run into them at the bowl games.
Chicago. He played in 6 games last year, 3 starts for the Boilermakers. 6'2" junior. He threw 164 passes total, and better than 90 of them came against Wisconsin and Indiana. He was 26 of 43 against the Badgers for 290 yards and 2 touchdowns, and threw another 40-plus passes against Indiana. So that was a day. Obviously, Indiana throws the ball all over the place to boot, and so both teams threw it a lot that day. So O'Connell wore that arm out in a couple games, and obviously he's capable.
Well, and One stat I've run into this morning that's very impressive when you're going to play a team that we think is going to throw it 40 or 50 times is the Hawks had 12 interceptions last year. And so they've had 53 interceptions since 2017. That's more than any other team anywhere over the last 3 years. That's pretty impressive. Now,
Matt Hankins and Riley Moss are going to be sitting back there trying to disguise coverage against O'Connell. Dane Belton and Kerner are the safeties. We talked about the linebackers, and up front, some new names, familiar names too, but Kirk told us last night in our visit he loves Zach Van Valkenburg, the transfer from little Hillsdale College in Michigan. Came in a year ago, had 6 tackles, really played well in spots. Chauncey Golston will be the leader of that group up front from the other side.
He's gotten better each year, and now he's bigger and stronger. He was just a skinny kid about 2 years ago and still was a good pass rusher. Now he is muscled up, and he's going to be something to block this year.
Let's check in with our official John O'Neill for the coin toss.
Tails is called. It is a tails. Iowa has won the toss.
We want it.
You'll take the ball?
Yeah.
Which way would you like to kick? Turn your back that way?
I like Chauncey. We want it.
Yeah.
They only allow 2 captains, one from each team, with the COVID out there to do the coin toss. So John O'Neill, the referee, signals Iowa wins it, and the Hawks will take the ball first. Our coin toss, as always, sponsored by our friends at Hy-Vee, a great Iowa company. Save time and shop online with Hy-Vee Isles Online. Hy-Vee Isles Online. Go to HyVeeIslesOnline.com. Thanks to Whiffles for their sponsorship of our pregame coverage. Get more out of your seed corn investment with Whiffles Hybrids. Whiffles offers the highest performing corn genetics, the most advanced seed technology, and people who genuinely care about you and your success. Whiffles Hybrids, where you're more than just a number.
Well, and Chauncey out there, he didn't want to give up the ball. He wanted to play defense. You know what I mean? He didn't want to be kicking the ball and giving it to the offense. When he said, we want it, I think he wanted to play defense.
I think he was just relaying Spencer Petras' quote. Spencer wants to get out there and get after it. Petras, his last full season as a starting quarterback, his senior year in high school, 55 touchdown passes, 2 interceptions. He broke all of Jared Goff's records at Marin Catholic High School in the Bay Area.
And that's one of the best programs in the state of California. And we're lucky. He had committed
Oregon
State, and they changed coaching staff, and Kenny O'Keefe went in there and said, come and be a Hawkeye, and now he's getting ready to fly for the Hawks.
Come visit Iowa City. Yeah, Gary Anderson, the former Wisconsin coach, his staff was let go at Oregon State, and somehow Spencer found his way to Iowa City. You know what he told me? He said, it's a 2-hour time difference in California. He'd get up early on Saturday morning to watch Big Ten football because he said, I loved all those historic stadiums, always full, and the great football they play in the Big Ten. That was a big part of his decision. Well, here we go. J.D. Dellinger will kick off. Amir Smith-Marset is back deep along with Ivory Kelly-Martin. He's the up man. Wouldn't it be nice to run it back to start the year? And it greets Amir Smith at the goal line, starts up the near hash mark, goes to the right side, and he's crunched down across the 15-yard line. Hit hard by a pair of Purdue tacklers.
Yeah, whatever we had planned in the way of a return there.
Not very good blocking. Sanusi Kane, the safety, a backup safety, hit him first. So the Hawks are going to start deep in their own territory. They spotted just across the 15, a 15-yard return.
And, we were talking about special teams. They're behind right now.
You mentioned that in your keys to the game, and old Ed knows what he's talking about. Here's Petras in the gun. He's going to throw on first down, wings it to a wide-open tight end. That's Sean Byer, gets away from one tackler and squirms to the 19. Good job of getting him on the ground in the open field by Cam Allen. Allen, the free safety. Well, they say Byer's knee was down at the 18, so they shortchanged him a yard, a gain of 3. 2nd down, 7 for the Hawks. Looked like it was going to go more than that. Brandon Smith heads out wide right, and in the slot is Amir. Now Petras up under center. He looks confident. Hawks run with a fullback and a tailback, and that's Tyler Goodson, and here comes Tyler. And he's knocked down at the line of scrimmage. All black shirts crashing in there. That was a run blitz, Ed, and Iowa couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, they got inside of the Iowa offensive line. It was really came in underneath.
DeMarcus Mitchell, the junior from Mississippi.
Yeah, Lark Jackson let him into that gap on the inside.
Hawks not looking real crisp here on offense the first couple plays. Now Mekhi Sargent, the power back, is in. Petrus goes to snap the football, and we got a false start on shot
number 64
at left guard.
5-yard penalty, still third down.
This is about an ugliest start as you can get. Smith is tackled at the 15 on the kick return with little or no blocking, and then the Hawks have misfired on the last two plays. False start and a loss of a yard on a run play by Goodson. So it's 3rd and 9, and Petrus with an empty backfield. Pocket closes on him. He gets rid of it as he's hit and bounces the ball off the turf to Brandon Smith. Incomplete. And a Purdue defense not very good at all the last few years. Looked like the 85 Bears here on the first series.
Yeah, they did. That was just a 3-person rush. They had 8 people in coverage. I thought maybe the Hawks might go with a screen or a draw because there was nothing open down the field.
Hawks are punting into what wind there is, and so we'll get our first look at the Aussie, Torrey Taylor, freshman from Melbourne. Here's the snap. He's 2 yards deep in the end zone, and he gets away a beauty. Across midfield, backing the catcher up to the 36-yard line, and that's where Purdue will put it in play. TJ Sheffield. Fair catches at the 38-yard line. That's where Purdue goes 1st and 10.
How about your first punt in American football? You're standing in your own end zone, and they say, here they come, and get it out of here. And it was a terrific kick.
He got rid of it in a hurry, too, Ed. A good punt, though, by the young man. And we'll look for better things out of him. So here are the Boilermakers with Aiden O'Connell. Now, he did start 3 games, played in 6 of the games last year after Plummer got hurt. And he turns and hands the ball off on first down. And across the 40 to the 41 carries Xander Horvath. Big kid out of Mishawaka, 6'3", 230 pounds. Started wide right and then cut it back inside. Purdue goes without the huddle. A gain of 3. Jack Heflin starts a defensive tackle for the Hawkeyes. The grad transfer from Northern Illinois gets his first tackle. 1 running back. And 4 receivers for Aiden O'Connell. Good protection, throws it left side, caught by the running back again, Horvath, who lined up in the slot wide left, and a tackle immediately made. A gain of 5. It's going to be 3rd and about 3 for Purdue.
Interesting, they've got Chauncey Golston playing right defensive end and putting Van Valkenburg on the other side. And I guess that's so they can't double team him or find him, but that's very interesting.
46-yard line of Purdue are the Boilermakers. Hawkeyes trying to get a stop. Play fake, a pitch to the tight end. He's going to be caught behind the line of scrimmage and spun down. Outstanding defense by the linebacker, Barrington Wade.
Yeah, he's really played well according to Coach over this last fall. You know, he had, 11 or 12 starts last year.
No gain, and it's going to be 4th down and 3. And with Brian Brom, Jeff's brother, Coach Jeff Brom's brother, calling the plays, if Jeff told him to go for it, I think he just shut his headset off because they're going to punt the ball away. A 3 and out. Great job by the Iowa defense after a fine punt by Torrey Taylor that traveled a little more than 50 yards.
Charlie Jones back to receive the punt.
Now he's a transfer. He's got a couple years eligibility left. He's a transfer from Buffalo out of the MAC. Now we have a flag and a delay of game called on Purdue.
Offense.
Both offenses. Ed, this has got to be, in large part, a byproduct to the season starting today, and very little work gotten in other than game day by these teams.
Yeah, you know, they haven't had the pads on but 5 or 6 days this entire fall.
Now we're set after the 5-yard walk-off. It's 4th down and almost 8. And the punt is offered by Brooks Cormier, and he's a good one. Fair caught by Charlie Jones, about where the Hawks started their opening drive at the 14-yard line. Timeout on the field. You'll be right back at Podolac.
All right, I can't wait.
The Hawks, Boilermakers, 0-0 after one possession each. Iowa football. Let's hope for better things offensively when we come back. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College.
To celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great race, we gave this game day jam surprisingly great lyrics.
I want a race that's great. Who is this? 3 a.m. tonight. Hey, it's Jake. I want a way to save. Got the coverage on my brand new ride. State Farm race. Yeah, they're great. State Farm, State Farm, State Farm race.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hawkeye football lives here.
Hi, I'm Iowa Hawkeye football coach Kirk Ferentz, joining my fellow coaches in the Iowa Secretary of State office and encouraging you to register to vote. It's easy. You can go online anytime and register at voterready.iowa.gov. If you've moved since the last election, it's also important to keep your voter registration up to date.
Coach Ferentz and the Iowa Hawkeyes encourage you to be a voter. voterready.iowa.gov.
Life's full of little challenges. What's a good APY? What is an APY? HELOC, HSA, NOW account? These are words? How exactly do you... This is when you need your go-to. The person who knows how to explain it, do it, make it happen. At Great Southern Bank, we understand the importance of having a go-to. Someone who can share advice and point you in the right direction. Great Southern Bank, your go-to for how to. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hawkeye football brought to you today by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. When the first half just started, played 3.5 minutes with Gary Dolphin at Podolac. Rob Brooks will check in shortly with us. Each team has had the ball once and could do nothing against the opposing defense. The Hawks get the ball back 1st and 10 at their own 14 when play resumes. It's not unusual that the defense is ahead of the offense.
You know, I think that happens even when you have a full training camp and you go into that first game where you've really been able to hit. It's just the defense is just ahead of the offense because it's just more instinct than it is teaching techniques and things.
Well, the Hawks will come out with Spencer Petras at quarterback. He's 1 for his first 2, a completion to tight end Byer that went for 3 yards. Brandon Smith and Amir Smith-Marset split to the right. Hawkeyes go 2 tights. Byer on that overload side. Here comes Amir Smith in motion to the short side of the field. A deep drop by Petras. Steps up in the pocket. He's going to go for the home run and just overshoots Brandon Smith running down the middle of the field. He was well covered, but did have a step on the defender.
Yeah, the safety was not in the middle. They had man-to-man on both of the wide receivers on the right side. That's exactly where Pitt just wanted to go with the ball, just maybe a half a step overthrown.
Simeon Smiley running in coverage with Brandon Smith, who can move, and he just couldn't quite catch up. But we got an indication of the strength of Petras' arm there into the wind, into what breeze there is, about 12 miles an hour. Now double tights, they wing a tight end left. Petras, empty backfield, fires on a crossing pattern, dropped by Amir Smith-Marset. Might have thrown that one a little too hard. Otherwise, Amir Smith might have been peeking into the sun.
Yeah, I think it's both. If you look at it, you can see the shadow. Amir Smith just waved his hand like it came right out of the sun, and it was thrown a little too hard.
He looks like he picked it up just right at the last, and it had some mustard on it, and he couldn't put it away. Let's see what Petras can do on 3rd down here. Brian Ferentz is letting him throw. Tyler Goodson is the tailback. Receiver goes in motion. Petras rolls out that way, wide right. Wants to throw, lobs it down the sideline. It is incomplete. Caught by Brandon Smith, but he was out of bounds. He juggled it and then grabbed it. Heck of a catch by Brandon Smith. And the Hawkeyes go 3 and out, and they'll have to punt it away again.
Yeah, it's interesting, a rollout that time on 3rd and 10. And Petras got outside, but he's not a danger to run. And so the defense just kept falling back. Nobody left their receiver to come up to get him.
He's more of a threat to run than Nate Stanley was, but to your point, he's not out there to be a running quarterback. Now, he can move the pocket. He's got a history of getting outside, but not Drew Tate-like. Here comes the punt by Taylor, and he gets another beauty up into that breeze. Fair catch at the 35-yard line. So thank you very much, Torrey Taylor.
Yeah.
Two for two.
There's nothing pretty about it. You're not going to talk about a perfect spiral that turns over and comes down. That's just leg strength there.
Timeout on the field. Purdue will have it right back, and the Iowa defense will be sniffing and snorting a turnover here when play resumes. No score. We played 4 minutes, 11 minutes to play first quarter, and Iowa and Purdue are scoreless at Ross-Ade Stadium in West Lafayette. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College.
Get your ice cold Bud Light seltzer hip. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now, hip. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer. IRC Beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
MidAmerican Energy and you, together partnering to change the energy landscape by pioneering money-saving, energy efficiency programs and building a new industry in Iowa, wind energy, all while keeping your rates low. So what's next? We'll keep delivering cost-effective energy efficiency programs while putting money back in your pocket. That's right. You decide how best to spend your savings. That's a partnership good for you, good for the environment, and good for Iowa. Another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
What do you call someone who studies the weather? A climatologist. Someone who evaluates investments? A financial analyst. A person who studies DNA? A geneticist. Who researches markets? An economist. Who handles employees? An HR manager. And someone who does all these things? A farmer. At Pioneer, we're proud to work with generations of American farmers in the most complex and rewarding industry on earth. So from your friends at Pioneer, thank you, farmers.
Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield welcomes you back to first quarter coverage of Hawkeye football at Purdue. Hawks in their road gold with the white jerseys. Purdue in the all black with the gold numerals today. Iowa's had the ball twice and has a total of 2 net yards. Purdue had 8 yards on its first possession. So the defenses have ruled. See if the Hawks can get the ball right back from the Purdue 35. Handoff off left tackle for a couple. Running right at Chauncey Golston was their workhorse running back Xander Horvath. Their lighter, faster tailback King Daru is out today with an injury. Gain of almost 4 for Horvath. They gave him a favorable spot, shy of the 39.
Jacobs just came in at linebacker.
Offset eye. Here is O'Connell back to throw for the Boilermakers. Over the middle, wide open. Camping out in the middle of that zone was Purdue's Milton Wright, sophomore from Louisville, and that's a first down. So for the first time today, the chains move. Jack Kerner with the stop for the Hawkeyes. Ball at the Iowa 46. Gain of about 10. And the Hawkeyes rushing 4. 2 linebackers and the cashback. Here's the pitch to the outside right, wide side of the field. Horvath tries to spin away from
Hankins.
Dane
Terrific.
Belton came up and turned him inside, and Hankins made the stop.
Yeah, good defense there.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to go for more. Got 2, did Horvath, to the Iowa 44. It's 2nd down and 8. That's what the Hawks want to do, get him in 2nd and long. Neiman is in the middle of the field now at linebacker. Justin Jacobs and Barrington Wade have played as well. Out of the gun, back to pass, the quarterback O'Donnell. He's got a man on the near sideline. First down to the Iowa 30. Good job of squirming away from not 1 but 2 tackles. Kerner finally tripped him up. That was David Bell. They're a great outside receiver. Their outside threat. First time he's touched the ball.
Yeah, it's interesting that the Hawks are using Hankins as the cash defensive player right at this point.
Gain of 13 for Bell. Purdue's on the move. Couple first downs. Here they run the reverse, and that's going nowhere. Caught and trapped, perhaps for a loss. Good job by Iowa's defense. That was Milton Wright on the carry. Came from the wide side. They flipped it to him, but it wasn't disguised very well. And Davion Nixon slid down the line of scrimmage.
And Zach Van Valkenburg turned it in. He set the edge, which is so important.
Loss of 2, second down 12. Ball at the Iowa 33. Hawks trying to stiffen here and hold the Boilermakers. O'Connell at quarterback. He's got Horvath in the backfield. He's more like a fullback at 230 pounds. They list him at tailback. Second down and long. Second and 12. Back to pass. O'Connell hits a crossing route and connects with Milton Wright again, and he may have another first down inside the Iowa 20. Jack Kerner on the stop. It is a first down. What's Wright doing to be that wide open?
Well, he came across underneath, and the Hawks were in a zone. And like I said, it's very interesting that we're using Hankins as the cash player now, and they've settled on Belton as the other safety. And at that time, Hankins didn't come across with him.
Second and 12, they got 13. First down, just shy of the Iowa 20. Play fake, back to pass is O'Connell. Pressure coming. He dumps it to the off man. Gets a block. It's Milton Wright again. He's got 3 catches in this series, and he gets inside the 15 to the 14. So they made something out of nothing there.
Yeah, that was just an outlet pass to the receiver, who was really his outlet guy. He'd come across in motion.
Julius Brents got there first with help from Nixon. But a gain of 5, second down 5 for Purdue inside the Hawkeye 13. They run straight ahead. Now trying to get outside is Horvath. He must think he's Walter Payton. But Davion Nixon ran him down from behind. So Horvath, he had a bit of a hole inside, decided to bounce it outside, and got a yard, but could have got more. But thank you for making that kind of decision. And Nixon gets the tackle.
Oh, he's so quick. Nixon's 300 pounds, and he just...
12 players on the field. 5-yard penalty. That yardage results in a first down.
No wonder we made a tackle for a loss. We had 12 players.
Hawkeyes got caught with 12 on the field. Kirk Ferentz, he's asking the field judge if he can count or what, but he is not happy. I don't know. Apparently somebody got off the field a step late.
Yeah.
Now that hurts. First down now. First and goal for Purdue at the Hawkeye 10. 7.5 to go in the first quarter. On a play fake, O'Connell throws into the end zone and over the head of David Bell. He was all covered up. Smothered by Jack Kerner and Matt Hankins.
I think they knew where he wanted to go. David Bell, one inside, one outside.
That was a straight slant to the goalpost, and Kerner had him from the inside, Hankin outside, and the ball never got near the intended target. Good coverage. Let's see if they can do it again. Second down and goal. O'Connell looks to the wide side, fires, and caught for a touchdown by David Bell. Again, late coverage getting there by Dane Belton, Eddie. And David Bell gets the touchdown, the front pylon across the field. That's a heck of a throw by O'Connell.
Well, it was, and it was thrown in front of the safety and behind the cornerback. Very good pattern by Purdue. They held the cornerback and then brought Bell in behind, and it was a terrific throw, good pattern.
Very, very nice drive by the Boilermakers on their second possession of the day. A 9-yard touchdown pass officially. O'Connell across the field, right to left, found David Bell, who ran all the way through the end zone. Now they try for point after to make it a 7-0 game. Here's the snap. The kick is up, and it is good. Booted through by J.D. Dellinger out of the hold of Brooks Cormier. Purdue strikes first in this Big Ten season. Leads the Hawks 7-0 with 7:07 to go first quarter. The Iowa offense needs to get it going in turn. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
University of Iowa Healthcare urges you to follow the 3 W's to stop the spread of COVID-19. Wear a mask, watch your distance, and wash your hands often. More tips at uihc.org. University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you. For flu-like symptoms, call our 24-hour COVID-19 hotline at 319-384-9010 before seeing a provider.
You may not be able to cheer on your Hawkeyes at Kinnick this year, but that doesn't mean we can't bring game day to you. Enter the A&F Homegate giveaway for a chance to bring the tradition of tailgating to your home. You can win the ultimate homegating experience, which includes an A&F Hawkeye pop-up tent, mammoth cooler, fan apparel, autographed Coach Ferentz football, and a $250 meat package. Plus, just for playing, you'll be entered into a weekly drawing for other great prizes. Don't miss out. To enter, visit AmericaNeedsFarmers.org.
Experience the benefit of blue with a Medicare supplement plan from Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. With our plans, you'll enjoy nationwide access to care, optional dental, vision, and hearing coverage, and more. Call 1-888-616-8927 or go online to wellmark.com/Medicare plans. You may even qualify for a special household discount. This is the benefit of blue. Wellmark Blue Dental product available to Iowa residents only. Must reside in the service area of the plan. Wellmark Medicare supplement insurance plans are not connected with or endorsed by any government agency.
Welcome back to West Lafayette. The Hawkeyes trail Purdue 7-0 midway through the first period. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second ID break along the Hawkeye Radio Network. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College. Thanks for listening in on the Hawkeye Radio Network or on XM Satellite. Iowa has 2 yards in 2 series, Ed, and have been victimized by poor field position. Purdue with a nice drive there of 65 yards for first touchdown of the season. Hawks need to make a statement here.
Yeah, it's there's been no first down yardage. It's been 2nd and 10, 2nd and 10, 2nd and 12, offensive motion penalty. I mean, I'm going to expect that we're going to see 2 tight ends and 2 running backs and not see many passes on this series, right?
At least for a while. We will check in with Rob Brooks. His first report today, courtesy of U.S. Cellular, after Dellinger, the veteran, kicks off, 5th-year senior, ironically from Charlotte, North Carolina, where Keith Duncan is from. They grow good kickers in Charlotte. Back deep is Ivory Kelly Martin and, of course, Amir Smith-Marset. And this one is going to back Amir up about 5 yards in the end zone. It'll be a touchback. Let's check in with Rob. Rob?
Yeah, Eddie, it'll be interesting to see what the Hawks do on offense because it's been 5 pass plays and just 1 run play. As far as the atmosphere down here, I'm about 5 rows up in the end zone, which has been a pretty good vantage point. But the piped-in music is pretty loud, but obviously has to stop before the Hawks or the Boilermakers break the huddle. And as far as the crowd noise being piped in, I'm about 20 feet from the scoreboard, and I can hear it a little bit. I guarantee it makes no difference down on the field. Cardboard cutouts not making much noise, and I tell you, the guests and parents, it's just kind of a light applause. A very strange atmosphere here to start the game.
To Ed's point, 2 tight ends, 1 running back, and it's Mekhi Sargent. Good job on a cutback, left to right. Nice block by Coy Cronk, Alaric Jackson off the left side that got Mekhi another 3 or 4 yards. Iowa comes up 2nd and 2 after an 8-yard run.
Yeah, I would imagine there was a little bit of chewing going on by the offensive line coach down there.
Corey Trice, the corner, came up to prevent Mekhi from getting the first down. Let's see if he gets it here. Purdue gets a good push this time, but a bounce off a tackle by Mekhi Sargent, and he lunges forward to move the chains at the 36-yard line, a gain of 3, and that's a first down.
That was really good running because they had him stopped a yard behind the line of scrimmage. But he does a really good job of cutting back, and his legs are so strong, he made that first down on his own.
Outside linebacker Jalen Graham on the stop for Purdue. We'll get to that Iowa offensive line after this snap. But the Hawks get their first down. Here's a counter draw handoff to Sargent. He plows forward. They push the pile to the 40, maybe the 41. Good job from behind by Cole Banward. He just got on Mekhi's belt line and shoved him forward. And let's tell you, up front it's Alaric Jackson at left tackle. Cole Banward, the guard from Algona. Tyler Linderbaum at center. Kyler Schott at right guard. And Coy Cronk, the Indiana transfer, at right tackle. Lorenzo Neal and Brennan Thieneman combine on the stop for Purdue, but a gain of 5. Petrus fakes a pass short, goes long, and then over the head. up the far sideline in front of the Iowa bench by Amir Smith-Marset. There's obviously some miscommunication going on.
And he had no chance right there. See, look at the shadows. That came right out of the sun. He lost it. Well, I'm not sure he ever saw it, Gary. And that's something you have to really think about when your caller plays.
In October, especially. That something more over the middle, perhaps, or to the shade side of the field. Dedrick Mackey was in coverage, third down, and a long 5 for the Hawks. If this drive is to continue, they need at least 6. Here's a lob to the sideline. Caught and running is Tyler Goodson. 40, 35, 30, 25, 20-yard line of Purdue. The Hawks are in the red zone.
The Hawkeyes had 3 receivers in a V formation on the wide side of the field, and they just brought Goodson out of the backfield. Linebacker had to cover him. Now, that was a lot of touch on that pass. You don't have to worry about throwing that one too hard. He had a lot of touch on it.
Hawks are in the Case IH red zone. Take the field with a winning lineup from Case IH. Learn more about exclusive offers on top performing tractors and combines at caseih.com/Hawkeyes. 1st and 10 at the 19. Here's the jet sweep handoff to Smith. Can he get the corner turn? He does, and gets maybe 4 or 5. Good job pursuing laterally by Purdue after a 40-yard pickup on a swing pass short side of the field. Petrus to Tyler Goodson. We talked about Goodson's ability to catch the football from that tailback spot, and he really was huge there.
Yeah, and he's so fast, too, that he ran away from any of the underneath coverage.
Mackey, the corner, prevented Smith from gaining any more than 4 yards. Mackey did a great job of playing off a block. Hawks are at the 16-yard line. Big hole up the middle. Goodson trying to get that first down. Fumbles the football, and it's picked up by Purdue. Turnover, Iowa, and it appears that Purdue has it. Oh, my.
He's just fighting for that extra yard, which would have been the first down. He just kept fighting and kept fighting until the ball was stripped out of him.
He got hit from the blind side by one of his teammates trying to push him upfield for that first down, and obviously Tyler wasn't expecting that offside contact. The ball popped out at the 10, and Purdue picked it up. Brennan Thieneman, the veteran safety from Noblesville, Indiana. Noble there, and he brought it back up to the 16-yard line for a first down. That's where Purdue will have it when we come back. 7-0 Boilermakers. 4.5 to go first quarter. At least the Hawks showed something on offense.
Yeah, and you know what the difference was? Good first down plays. They ended up 2nd and 5 or 2nd and short, as opposed to the two series before that where it was always 3rd and 10 or 3rd and 12, 3rd and 9. That was the difference.
At least some life from the offense. Now the defense needs to hold, get the ball right back for Petrus. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Preparation is the key to success on game day. And like your favorite Hawkeyes on the field, you need to be ready right from the opening kickoff. Cenex has your pregame routine covered. We've got your salty snacks, your sweet treats, ice-cold beverages to wash them down, and fresh tanks of propane to fire up the grill. Fuel your fandom at your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally.
Iowa football lives here.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
It's been a long day. Your schedule's tight. Can we just take care of dinner for you? Quickstar has take-home meals, not cheap flash frozen stuff. Made from scratch, fresh, never frozen. Great quality because we make it ourselves. Grab a meal now to heat and eat later. Great kitchen cravings meals like fettuccine alfredo with grilled chicken, meatloaf with mashed potatoes and gravy, roast turkey with dressing and mashed potatoes. I feel a meal, a great family meal coming on that you didn't even have to cook. Quickstar, we got you covered.
Hawkeyes on defense. Purdue gets the ball on the turnover, and they're throwing to David Bell to start this series. And he gets up to about the 20-yard line. 1st and 10 from the 16, a gain of 4. Just a quick out to David Bell. Ed, we got some new defensive linemen up front for the Hawks.
Joe Evans is coming in at one of the defensive lineman positions. John Wagner, or Jack Wagner as we call him on the other, and Shannon.
Here's a pass over the middle, caught for a first down at the 35. Boy, that middle has been wide open for Purdue, and that time tight end Payne Durham. Nobody near him. Jack Kerner got him on the ground, but not before a first down gain to the 16. That's 16 yards.
Yeah, getting in behind the linebackers, that's all it is
taking advantage of that inexperience in the middle for the Hawkeyes. Here's a counter draw handoff to Horvath, and he goes nowhere. Falls forward for a yard. Davion Nixon has looked good in the early going.
Yeah, he really has. And with Noah Shannon at right end now, and like we said, Joe Evans at the left end spot.
Now Noah Shannon and John Wagner have come in on the right side for the Hawkeyes. Second down and long, 2nd and 8. Purdue with a 7-0 lead and the ball. Here's a pass intended for David Bell, well over his head. He takes a shot in the back from Julius Brent. Good job, Julius, just to let him know he's there.
Yeah, and Brinson played it perfectly, too. If that ball would have been catchable, he could have intercepted it, I think.
3rd and 8, big play here. Purdue with a hurry-up, have been since the get-go, leading 7-0, closing minutes of the first period. Now Purdue backs off, checks the sideline. 3:15 to play, first quarter. 7-0 Boilermakers. They're at their own 37-yard line. Here's a crossing route to Bell, and he is going to be dropped after a short gain, maybe of a couple. That time, outstanding open field tackling by Justin Jacobs, the young linebacker who ran with him and got him on the ground. He was one-on-one with one of the best receivers. No, that wasn't. That was Riley Moss, not Justin Jacobs. Great open field tackle either way.
Well, and they had their tight end, Durham, doing a scrape. He was pushing the linebacker back, and they caught it underneath. So that's great defense by the Hawks to fight through it.
Gain of 3, but 4th down 4. Purdue will have to punt the ball away from their own 42. They got a good one in J.D. Dellinger. He gets away, a missile backing Charlie Jones up at the 5. He lets it go, and it's going to roll dead at the 3. What a punt.
Unbelievable, and that's what you've got to do as a return guy. You put your heels on the 10-yard line, and if the ball is going over your head, you let it go. And that ball hit inside the 5, went straight up in the air, and died.
Yeah, it was a great punt from both ends. The foot knocked it inside the 10, and then it just went straight up in the air, as you say, landed like a butterfly with sore feet.
There you go, 60-degree sandwich.
I can't hit my 60-degree like that. All right, the Hawks have the football back, though, after a good stop by the defense, but it's at the Iowa 3, so Petrus under pressure. Has to be careful here. Now Petrus isn't out there.
No.
They got Tyler Goodson at quarterback out of the gun, and he calls for the snap and runs across the 5 to the 6. Something we haven't seen.
The Wildcat out of the end zone. Now, I don't think you have a lot of time to work on that one either. But that's very interesting.
Something they installed, obviously. Spencer Petrus comes back in as the Purdue tackle. Was made by Lawrence Johnson. George Karloftis was there. Boy, what a year he had last year. Freshman All-American, left side defensive end. 2nd down 7. The conventional handoff to Goodson, and he plows forward for the first down. You don't think he wants to make amends after that fumble?
Yeah, boy, that was good blocking, too. We really got off the ball, pushed people back, and he just went in there like a bullet.
And leading the way was Tyler Lindebaum and Alaric Jackson. Also in there, plowing forward for the Hawkeyes. Number, I don't see a
Sean
name.
Byer was.
Sean Byer at tight end. Cody Ince, youngster from Wisconsin, at a guard spot. First down to the 14. That's a gain of 9. They're going to run good. So they get huge hole off the right side. First down across the 20 to the 23. Might be an inch or two short. Let's see where they spot him down. 23-yard line. That's a gain of 9 on first down, 2nd and short. Hawks trying to plow out from the shadow of their own goalpost.
Yep, and if you go play action and you throw the ball, you want to throw it toward us, the left side of the field. because of that sun, you're not going to be able to see the ball coming out to the right side of the field.
Corey Trice, the defensive back, made the stop. Might be the last play of the first quarter. Purdue leading 7-0. Here comes Goodson again. Left side run, cut back, heads for the far side of the field. He's got an angle. He's got some room. First down across the 35, up near the Purdue 40. The Hawks running with abandon.
And that was an unbelievable job by the offensive line and a good job of reading by Goodson and seeing the cutback. And that's one thing he can do. A lot of people can't see that cutback, but he can.
Cam Allen prevented Tyler from turning the corner and running down the far sideline as he came left and back across the field, got 16 yards. First down at the Hawkeye 39. They've moved from their own 3 to the 39. 10 seconds to go, first quarter. Here's a draw handoff to Sargent. That was a play a little slow in developing, and Purdue had a chance to adjust and shut it down, led by defensive end Robert McWilliams, and that'll be the end of the first period. Purdue 7, Iowa nothing. Hawkeye football is brought to you by U.S. Cellular, proud to be the official wireless sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, connecting Hawkeye Nation. 7-0 Purdue after 1. The Hawks are on the move again. See if they can finish this drive off. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer. IRC Beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
Sorry, Coach, you're 3 players short for today's game. Looks like you forfeit.
You're never going to win a game without a full roster, just like you're never going to build America with a shortage of craft professionals. By 2021, 1.5 million electrical, plumbing, HVAC, and sheet metal professionals will be needed to fill jobs in the construction industry. By joining the team at Associated Builders and Contractors of Iowa, you can earn money while you learn, work full-time during the day, attend classes 1 evening a week, and graduate with a highly sought-after skill and a job. Visit abciowatrust.org today.
Hey, Hawkeye fans, the pigskin is flying, pads are popping, and Shields wants to know, are you geared up? Got a jersey that needs retiring? Need a brand new hat with some fresh luck? For everything you want to wear, wave, sit on, toss around, drink from, grill on, and stick to your car. If it says Hawkeyes, Shields has it. Shields, proud supporter of Hawkeyes football and football fans everywhere. In Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls.
Hawkeye football brought to you by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. First half, we go to the second quarter. Purdue 7, Iowa nothing, but Iowa is on the move again. The Hawks were driving inside the red zone last possession, turned it over. Purdue couldn't do anything with it, punted away, and the Hawks have moved from their 3 to the Purdue 39 over ground, and they're playing a lot of new people in both the offensive and defensive lines, and they're starting to find a rhythm. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Mid-American Energy. If you need to recycle old working refrigerators and deep freezers, we invite you to visit midamericanenergy.com for details, plus energy-saving tips. And we're brought to you by Authentic Brand, proudly providing our Hawkeye apparel for today's game. Great Iowa company is Authentic, with a huge selection of quality licensed Hawkeye gear. Available at many local retailers, or order online now at authentic-brand.com. Authentic Brand. Look authentic, feel authentic, be authentic. Cody Ince has thrown a couple nice blocks. The young man from Balsam Lake, Wisconsin. Kyler Schott has settled into a nice flow. Alaric Jackson is playing out of his mind right now.
Yeah, and you're going to see Nico Regini for the first time today.
Makai Sargent's giving Goodson a break at tailback as we start the second quarter. And Petrus on a play fake, roll out left. Throws on the run and incomplete. Through the arms of the intended receiver, tight end Sean Byer, who was trailing him across the field. Tough throw, and he had some zip on it.
Yeah, it's a high throw. He got outside. He's got all the time in the world, and the ball just got away from him as he threw it.
Now, Byer normally makes that catch, but it was too high even for him. And Sean's not a little guy, 6'5", 245. Maybe they'll come back to that play.
Boy, he was wide open.
Tyrone Tracy splits wide right. Reganey out there in the slot with him. Goodson or Mekhi Sargent still in a tailback. Now here's Petrus running with the football. Takes a heck of a shot as he crosses the Iowa 45 to the 46 or 7-yard line.
He went for the first down. He didn't slide. Just
he was
short.
Sandwiched by a couple of Boilermakers, DeMarcus Mitchell and Corey Trice, the defensive end and the cornerback. And now we've got Petrus headed to the sideline.
That's fourth down.
Oh, that was a third down running play. I beg your pardon. I was a down behind.
I was too.
I was going to say the Hawks are 3rd and 3, but it's 4th and 3. Well, it's our first game in, almost a year. Over a year.
Didn't Brady have that problem?
We're a little rusty. Yeah, Brady, and he's making a lot more money than I am. So here comes the punt. Looked like an illegal block in the back, but no flag. And
that's good. A guy fair catched it on the 6.
Torrey Taylor has done a great job with his 3 punts. T.J. Sheffield wasn't sure where he was at, and that's good for the Hawkeyes. 1st and 10 Purdue when we come back at the 7-yard line. Maybe the Hawks can get a turnover and an equalizing score. Hawkeye football from West Lafayette will continue in a minute with Purdue leading 7-0. Good time to grab a cold Bud Light. Today's game is brought to you by Bud Light. Whenever there's a Hawkeye game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Hawkeye football is right around the corner.
Community First Credit Union, we're more than you know. Not only can you bank with us, you can own us. We're the whole package, with everything from egg loans to free ATMs. Our rates are surprisingly attractive. Our fees are surprisingly few and far between. And you'll always get amazing service because our employees are happy. Come on, try us. Join us. Because at See First, together is better. Community First Credit Union is a proud sponsor of Iowa Hawkeye football. See First is federally insured by the NCUA.
As a farmer, nothing gives you more satisfaction than a perfectly clean soybean field. This is Joe Mershman from Mershman Seeds. There's a lot of uncertainty for next year. The registration for dicamba has been vacated, so what are you going to do to control those weeds? If you've been using the dicamba system, contact your local Mershman Seeds dealer today. We can show you the best proven, high-yielding, neighbor-friendly weed control solutions. Let's grow together at Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
More Hawkeye football from Purdue. Iowa trails the Boilermakers 7-0 early in the second quarter. Gary Dolphin, Ed Podolak. We played 1 minute of the second period, and Purdue, after an Iowa punt, takes over 1st and 10 at its own 7. Horvath gets free from one Hawkeye and then gang tackled at the 10 for a gain of 3. The tailback burrows his way for a couple. Jack Kerner was in there. Davion Nixon. And big Jack Heflin from Northern Illinois transfer, led the MAC in sacks a year ago. He is a mean dude from Prophetstown, Illinois.
He's a big one.
He is, just across the border. Gain of 3, 2nd down and 7. Here's Aiden O'Connell, the quarterback from Chicago. Avoids a tackler, steps up in the pocket. Oh, and David Bell wide open. Either dropped the ball or was a little bit out of his reach. But they're terrible miscommunication by the safety in the corner. Bell would have run for a touchdown.
Yeah, there was, they definitely missed the coverage call because it was crazy. There was nobody that dropped back there at all. And when you think that one safety over there was Riley Moss, he wasn't even near him.
Justin Jacobs, the young linebacker from Ohio, got good pressure on O'Connell. 3rd down and 7. Big play for the Hawkeye defense. And down goes the quarterback at the 2-yard line. A sack by, I believe, the aforementioned Justin Jacobs. Check that, Barrington Wade, the linebacker on the other side. kept his feet and hips churning and got through the would-be blocker and got to O'Connell from the blind side and dropped him for a 5-yard loss. That's our first Mershman Seeds quarterback sack of the year and a $150 donation to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital, courtesy of Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
And that also shortens up the distance for the punter. He can't get back a full 15 yards. His feet are right on the end line.
Dellinger, the fifth-year senior, will have to get rid of it in a hurry. Steps forward and hits a beauty across midfield, taken by Jacobs at the 40. He's got a chance to turn the corner and run for daylight. He does turn the corner. 40, 35-yard line, out of bounds at the Purdue 35-yard line. The Hawkeyes will have great field position as Charlie Jones returns it from his own 40 to the 35 of the Boilermakers. He's got some quicks.
Oh, he's a good-looking player. He's comfortable back there, but can you believe that punter just hit a 60-yard punt with his foot on the back of the end zone?
Took one step
It was unbelievable.
Oh, that's why Dellinger's has been all Big Ten, either first, second, third, or honorable mention his entire career. But a great return by Jones of 25 yards. So net punt was about 35 yards. See if the Hawks can take advantage of it. Big hole again up the middle. They are gouging the middle of that Purdue front, and Goodson runs for 8 on first down. Second down at the Purdue 28.
And they're running games with their defensive lineman, and Tyler Linderbaum made a block that you wouldn't believe. He snapped the ball, and then he turned to his left so fast and ran the player out of the area.
If there is some susceptibility on that Purdue defense, it's in the front. Lorenzo Neal hasn't played in almost 2 years because of a serious knee injury. He's back in there this year. Play fake on second and short. Petrus fires a bullet, caught at the 10, and out of bounds goes Sam Laporta, the tight end. He's been the money man, the go-to guy for the Hawks in critical situations. His first year and 1 game plus.
That was a real good pattern on his part. Ball was high, and he went up and got it. That was a terrific catch.
Ball, they spot at the 8. It'll be first and goal. That's a 20-yard gain on second down for Iowa. Now first and goal. Brandon Smith splits wide left. Hawks trying to tie the game up. Iowa for the second time in the Case IH red zone. 11:25 to play first half. 7-0 Purdue. Petrus with the call. Straight back. Flips it to the back. Goodson at the 5. He turns the corner and is hustled out of bounds inside the 5 at the 4. It'll be second down goal. Good call on first down.
Yeah, and a good throw, and he had to admit, he obviously audibled into that because he had Goodson change sides just before the ball was snapped. Goodson was lining up on the right side of the quarterback, shifted him over to the left because he saw he wouldn't be covered.
Corey Trice, the cornerback, sophomore from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, had the coverage. Goodson's in at the tail. Second and goal inside the 5 at the 4. Iowa wanting to finish this drive off. They snap it to Goodson. Goodson turns the corner, gets to the 2, lowers his shoulder, and gets near the goal line. Let's see where they spot him out of bounds. So they snuck Petrus out of there and put Goodson in.
Petrus comes out, and he lines up as a wide receiver.
So they split him out. Okay.
Yeah.
Goodson rushes for 3. Third and goal. Hawks look to be going with a quick snap. Petrus straight ahead. Quarterback sneak. Do they push him into the end zone? They do. That's a touchdown, Iowa. Good to say that for the first time this year. Touchdown, Spencer Petrus, and the Hawks are a point away from tying the game.
Linderbaum and his 2 sidekicks on the 2 guard spots just burrowed everybody into the end zone. Good job by Goodson of finding by Petrus of finding the soft spot.
One of those guards was Cody Ince. They're all congratulating him. Now, Ferentz has really been excited about 2 youngsters, Ince and Justin Jacobs, the freshman linebacker, and Cody Ince. Balsam Lake, Wisconsin. That's quite a ways north. Here comes the try for point after Keith Duncan's first kick of the year, and it's right through out of the hold of backup punter Ryan Gersonde, and the Hawkeyes have tied the game at 7. Well, it was the sack that forced a Purdue punt from the 2 by Barrington Wade. Another $150 for the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital, courtesy of Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. Our farmers are in the field getting that crop in for the year. And then the Hawkeyes,
with Jones on that return, really set it up. What was a 20-yard return by Jones? The guy got a tremendous punt away, but he outkicked his coverage, and Jones took off. He looks very comfortable.
So the Hawkeyes go 35 yards on a handful of plays, and Petrus' quarterback sneak finishes the job. Point after try is good by Keith Duncan, and we're tied at 7 with
10:21.
Okay, we got this new scoreboard.
Yeah,
here.
they got it way down at the bottom like it's not important.
They moved it. They moved it on me.
Yeah. Normally you got the time up on top because it's kind of important.
Hawks 5 plays, 35 yards. They used only 2 minutes of time, and we still have 10:21 to go in the first half. Tie game at 7. Head down to Rob Brooks for a U.S. Cellular sideline report. Robbie, what'd you see?
Well, and Eddie mentioned it too, how big that sack was, because there was only 11 yards in which the Purdue punter had a chance to get that football away into a win, kind of a low-line drive, and Charlie Jones did a terrific job of that. Since that fumble, the Hawkeyes' ground game has really opened things up. 8 rushing plays versus just 4 pass plays against a defense that is coordinated by former Iowa linebacker Bobby Diaco. He is now the DC for the Boilermakers. Also stops at Louisiana Tech, of course, Nebraska and Notre Dame, and also the head coach at UConn. So after his playing days, been around the block as far as coaching across the country.
Robbie's reports again this year, brought to you by U.S. Cellular, the official wireless sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Petrus' 1-yard rush officially caps the Hawkeyes scoring drive. And all of our scoring drives again this year courtesy of Shields. Hawk fans, for all your Hawkeye gear, Shields is right there with you in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. The Hawks, if you remember, Ed, had 2 net yards after the first 2 possessions. The Hawkeyes now have 140 yards, 67 passing, 73 on the ground, and 46 of the 73 belong to Tyler Goodson. He really has turned this game in Iowa's favor.
We're going to have to call it the Goodson formation. What do they call it, Wildcat or something? He's playing as a tailback. They snap it directly to him. They split Petrus out as a wide receiver. I wonder if they have a pass off of that.
They may. I don't know if we'll see it today, but I have to ask Kirk about the Wildcat formation. That's very un-Iowa-like. Caleb Shudak out of Council Bluffs, Lewis Central. Strong leg, boots it out into the middle of the end zone. It crawls near the end line, and it'll be a touchback. Purdue will have it 1st and 10 at the 25. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield, by Bud Light, and by Mediacom. Hawk fans feel extreme with extreme internet speeds up to 1 gig. Experience streaming so real you can feel it. Get it now at Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Now they've put Chauncey Golston back at left end.
Davion Nixon next to him at left tackle. O'Connell pump fakes, pulls it back down, now throws it into the ground. Iowa had everybody covered, and they were closing fast.
And that was a coverage sack because he had time to find a receiver, but the Iowa defensive secondary had everybody covered up.
Aiden O'Connell starting for, we thought would be Jack Plummer. A little skittish right now. Matt Hankins was ready to lower the boom on the would-be receiver. Here's a pass over the middle caught. David Bell, they're looking for him. They're staring him down. He's tackled immediately by Nick Neiman. Now there's Nick Neiman running after maybe the best receiver in the Big Ten, certainly one of the top 5, and running with him in coverage.
Yeah, well, he's like his brother. He can run like a wide receiver.
3rd down and 5. They got 5 on the crossing pattern. See if the Hawks can get another 3 and out. 0 for 3 is Purdue on 3rd down. Here's O'Connell. He's rushed. He runs and throws a pass that's complete and then knocked loose. They're going to call it incomplete. A vicious hit by either Matt Hankins or Dane Belton on Milton Wright. And that Purdue receiver is still down. Milton Wright still face down on the ground.
That's right. It's Belton. I just saw the replay. It was Belton, and he hit him with his helmet right on the ball.
So an incomplete pass, 9:41 to go.
It was a clean hit.
It was a clean hit.
Yeah.
And, he had the ball and was turning upfield.
Yeah,
and that's when Belton really lowered the boom on him. Now, was he the cash back there, or did he come from the safety?
No, he came from safety.
Phil Parker thinks he's better positioned at the safety.
Yeah, because Hankins is still playing the cash back position.
After that play, I would agree with him. So would Milton Wright. That is our first Spahn and Rose hammer hit of the season. Builders, contractors, and serious do-it-yourselfers know that Spahn and Rose is the one-stop shop for high-quality building materials. Like Anderson Windows, every sash, every piece of hardware, and every accessory easily comes together to allow you to create the home style you're after. Anderson Windows, more than just a window, they're peace of mind. With several locations and job site delivery, Spahn and Rose is always close to your next job. Buy easier, build better with Spahn and Rose.
Purdue has been throwing a lot of those underneath patterns this first quarter and half of the second. So the Hawkeyes have suffered a little bit from that. But I think that's the safeties have now said we might want to slow that action down a little bit because we're going to break on the ball.
They've been unable to throw the ball deep. And, O'Connell's played only 6 games in his career. Today would be number 7. So, again, with the inactivity in practice and out-of-season conditioning, he's probably a little hesitant to go too far downfield.
Well, he had a shot, too, at Bell. If you remember earlier, he overthrew it. Bell was so wide open that it looked like he came off the sideline or something. But he's been throwing a lot of the balls underneath. Now, this young man is up. He's sitting up. He's getting up. He's going to jog off. That's really good. He's waving
that he's okay. I'm guessing he got the wind knocked out of him. I was concerned it might be a rib injury, and that's never good.
Sometimes that's the same deal. A broken rib will knock the wind out of you.
Well, that was a great hit by Belton because he buried his shoulder pad right in his midsection just as Wright was turning upfield trying to secure the football.
Well, he's waved to his family. I'm sure they're in the stands.
Good.
It's going to be okay.
And he has hurt the Hawkeyes today. Milton Wright, 6'3" sophomore from Louisville, but it's 4th and 4. He's got 3 catches for 35 yards, but here comes, no doubt, another big long punt from Dellinger. Charlie Jones with a 25-yard return last time. They got Brooks Cormier in there to punt now, and a great catch by Jones in heavy traffic. Cormier, he's more of the loft hang time punter.
Yeah.
And they try to jump into Charlie Jones' vision.
Well, and I think because maybe he outkicked his coverage, his punter.
Last time.
Yeah, they said, we don't want it kicked that far. And he's forced to make a fair catch there.
Charlie Jones, a leading candidate for player of the game here, the way did you see all that traffic?
Oh, yeah.
He went to his knees, caught the ball, put it right in his midsection, and belly flopped to the 27. That's where the Hawkeyes have it. Good field position to start the next drive. In the end, it's a 42-yard punt by Cormier with no return. Iowa 7, Purdue 7. The Hawks go for the lead with 9:33 to play in the first half when we come back. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College.
Primary care providers should be able to look at patients, read between the lines, and know something's not right. Hi, I'm Dr. Denise Martinez at University of Iowa Healthcare. 80% of conditions can be treated by a family medicine doctor, so our comprehensive and caring approach is key. And if it turns out to be serious or out of our scope, we'll connect you to the right specialists right away. With experts all across the region, find one near you at uihc.org.
MidAmerican Energy and you, together partnering to change the energy landscape by pioneering money-saving, energy efficiency programs and building a new industry in Iowa, wind energy, all while keeping your rates low. So what's next? We'll keep delivering cost-effective energy efficiency programs while putting money back in your pocket. That's right. You decide how best to spend your savings. That's a partnership good for you, good for the environment, and good for Iowa. Another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
The simple life of a farmer. All you need is land, family, sunshine, and rain. And a drone for digital imaging. And software to run geospatial analysis. And an understanding of genetics, biology, climatology, economics, global trading, and estate planning. So you can pass this so-called simple life onto your kids. At Pioneer, we're proud to work with generations of American farmers in the most complex and rewarding industry on earth. So from your friends at Pioneer, thank you, farmers.
Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield welcomes you back to West Lafayette. Hawkeyes will start this series tied with Purdue at 7-7. Early on second period, Ivory Kelly Martin is the tailback now. Iowa has gone back to its starting offensive line. Big hole, running for a first down and then some is Ivory Kelly Martin. He angled to the near sideline. Iowa historically so good at that short side run. And what a kick out block by Coy Cronk, the fifth-year grad transfer from Indiana.
Yeah, and Potterbaum also leading out on the cornerback. That was really slick, the way that play set up.
Lindebaum, who pulls better than any center in the Big Ten, got a lick in there as well. 13 yards and a first down. Good to see Ivory Kelly running with authority. Here he comes again off the left side. Big hole. Tremendous kick-out block by the Hawkeyes, and a nice gain on first down up across the 45 to the 46. That's a gain of almost 6, and a tremendous block by Cole Banward. Is it good to have him back on the field?
It sure
or what?
is. Boy, you know, he just suffered so much last year. See him walk around in that boot, and he couldn't play.
Jalen Alexander, the linebacker. Lawrence Johnson, the tackle. Sandwich Kelly down, but he's got 18 yards and 2 carries. Petrus to throw. Man open. Caught. Brandon Smith. 40-yard line of Purdue. Wrestles away. Ball loose. It's on the ground. It was ripped away from Brandon Smith as he went to the ground. And let's see who's got the football. It's a massive pile up at the 38-yard line of Purdue. Spencer Petrus is saying the Hawks have it. And now we've got a late flag. Pushing and shoving and grabbing, and the Hawks do have the football. But now let's check out the dead ball foul. Alaric Jackson was in on that.
It looked to me like one of the Purdue players tried to drag an Iowa player off of that pile. And when he did, the official threw the flag.
Reset the game clock to 8 minutes, 20 seconds.
They're shuffling the clock back to 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Now the flag occurred away from the pileup in that scrum for the loose ball. Here comes the call from John O'Neill.
After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct. Iowa number 6, pulling a player off the pile. 15 yards from the end of the run. The yardage results in a first down.
Well, I thought it was Purdue trying to pull us off the pile, but it was...
Correction, it'll be second down.
The opposite.
First down.
First down.
First down, second down. That's kind of like the season. Off again, on again.
Yeah.
Now it is a first down because Brandon Smith got the first down to the Purdue 38. However, the 15-yard walk-off on Amir Smith-Marset brings the ball back across midfield to the 47 of Iowa, where it's 1st and 10. So the good news is they keep the football and get a first down. From midfield, Petrus throws on a crossing pattern. Laporta, who couldn't quite get the ball secured before he turned upfield. Now he got a nice gain, 6 or 7 on first down, but he would have went for a whole lot more had he. Was it thrown on his hip? Maybe a little behind him or not?
He juggled it a little bit. Again, the ball was thrown awfully hard at that short distance. At some point, you got to take a little off of it.
And the tackle made by
Frank Anuski. That's the first tackle he's made today, too.
Thank goodness. Second down and 4. Straight ahead running. First down for Ivory Kelly Martin. Boy, that offensive line has really asserted itself. Now, let's be fair to the linebacker, Samisi Fa'asieki. That's Samoan, I think. It's not Irish.
I missed the Faiki part.
Yeah, you did. You know what? You were pretty close. I'm pretty impressed. First down for Ivory Kelly. Boy, fresh legs. He's no third-string tailback, nope. Edward, I'll tell you that. He brings it to the 38 of the Boilermakers. He got himself 10. Good protection. Petrus back to pass. Comes to the underneath man. And wide open is Tyrone Tracy. The Indiana native gets another first down. Inside the 35 to the 33 of the Boilermakers. Another big gain for the Hawkeyes and a first down.
And it was Ivory Kelly Martin that made that play. And he's such a good receiver. He came out of the backfield on that wheel route, and the defense had to go with him. And so Jerome came in underneath.
Let me correct myself. 23, not the 33 of Purdue. A gain of 17 for Tyrone Tracy. Brennan Thieneman, the safety, saved more damage for the moment. Petrus back to pass. Looks right, comes back left, sets up the screen that disintegrated in a hurry. And little or no gain for Ivory Kelly Martin. Purdue did a good job of jamming up. They smelled screen right away.
Yeah, and this is a play that they haven't practiced, and you can tell because the offensive linemen weren't set right to make the blocks they needed to make.
A little rustiness, inactivity of the last 6-8 months. Call it second down 10, no gain for Ivory Kelly. The Hawks go back to that running attack. Here's Mekhi Sargent. No, they run the flip. The reverse to Amir Smith. He's sniffing that end zone, gets inside the 10, and just shy of the 5-yard line where the Hawkeyes will have a 1st and goal. Mekhi Sargent in there came running to the wide side and then flipped the ball up in the air right at the chest plate of Amir Smith-Marset, who ran back the other way toward the Iowa sideline and then turned upfield for a 1st down.
Boy, that was well executed, and I'm going to tell you that is a difficult play because they haven't had much time to practice it.
Hawks again in the Case IH red zone after a 16-yard gain by Amir Smith. The Hawks have 118 yards rushing now. Purdue has 4. And remember those first 2 series.
We were -2, wasn't it, after the first 2 series?
So they have 118 yards since about the midway point through the first quarter.
Be a full media
I think that's about when we said, too, I think we're going to run the ball more now. Because we were 5 passes and 1 run, and I think then Papa Bear took over as calling the plays, you think?
You should have produced for the Twilight Zone. You're such a sage at looking into the future, being able to determine. I think that comes from winning a Super Bowl and playing quarterback and running back at the University of Iowa at Podolak. Hawks have called a timeout, so we'll take a break, too. So we step out with, we're going to keep it here, okay? We have 5 minutes and 25 seconds to go till halftime, and we're feeling a whole lot better about our beloved Hawkeyes since the first 5 minutes of this game when Iowa really struggled offensively, showing the effects of that long layoff with the Purdue defense owning the early moments of the game. But even though Goodson turned it over inside the 20 on Iowa's 3rd possession, they drove the ball 70, 75 yards in and gave them some real confidence in that. That offensive line has really taken over.
They were challenged, no question about it. And I think we had some confusion here that the officials wanted a 30-second timeout, but I think they went to the full timeout because the guy in the red shirt is still out on the field. And
and that is Iowa's first timeout. Purdue has yet to use one, but the Hawks are looking to take the lead when play resumes. 1st and goal at the 7. Hawkeye football is brought to you by our friends at Pioneer. Proud to work with generations of American farmers in the most complex and rewarding industry on earth. From your friends at Pioneer, thank you, farmers. Let's go to John Swisher for a U.S. Bank scoreboard update.
Dolph, thank you. A couple finals in the Big Ten Conference so far. Rutgers over Michigan State, 38-27. East Lansing earlier today. Rutgers with the 21-game losing streak snapped against the Spartans. Ohio State over Nebraska, 52-17. Elsewhere right now, it's Penn State, the 8th-ranked Nittany Lions, getting beat at Indiana by the Hoosiers by the score of 10-7. 8 minutes to go in the second quarter in that one. Iowa State losing to Oklahoma State mid-second quarter, 14-7 Cowboys.
U.S. Bank brings you our scoreboard updates. Months of downtime and soul searching have inspired a lot of things. From renovating a kitchen to a new mortgage, U.S. Bank can help you do it all because we're dedicated to turning your new inspiration into your next pursuit. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. That is U.S. Bank. How about Greg Schiano coming back to Rutgers and making that statement at Michigan State today?
Yeah, that really surprises me. Here we go.
21-game losing streak ended by the Scarlet Knights in the Big Ten. All right, the Hawks trying to punch it in for the lead out of a tight eye. Here's Petrus, fakes the handoff to the tailback, throws and incomplete. Got rid of it, dumped it as he was being closed on by the defensive back for Purdue.
Well, they were trying to get Potterbaum out into the flat, and he got tackled coming out of the backfield. So he was there was no place to go with the ball.
I was looking for a D-back. It was the linebacker, Jalen Graham, who got to Petrus, and he just threw it at the feet of Potterbaum. Good decision by Spencer. 2nd and goal. Straight back to pass, looks left, into the end zone, or at the goal line, caught, and then spun down there, shy of the touchdown.
Tyrone Tracy winner coming underneath.
No, it was Nico Reganey.
Oh, Nico Reganey. I know it was a wide receiver.
Sorry for the hesitation. I was looking. I thought they were going to spot him at the 4 when he caught it at the 1 and give his motion back to the 4, but they did put it down at the 1. 3rd and goal. Short pass play of 6 yards. Reganey goes in motion. They're going to run the other way with Sargent. Cut back, touchdown! Touchdown, Iowa. Mekhi Sargent. How good has he gotten over his 2 years here at recognizing when to cut back?
Yeah, and he's so strong, and that was so great. He strung it out. That was that right side lead play with the fullback leading him, and he just set up that block and cut right back into the end zone.
Fullback might have been leading it, but Coy Cronk, who is from Lafayette, went out there and blistered the linebacker. Those big mitts got him out there right in his shoulder pads and created the gap for Mekhi Sargent. Here's the point after. Good by Duncan. 14-7. The Hawks have answered with a pair of touchdowns. They're getting it done on both sides of the line of scrimmage. And the touchdown for Mekhi Sargent, his first of the year. And let's see, for Sargent, his 5th touchdown as a Hawkeye. Yeah, you don't think Coy Cronk's a little extra motivated? He played at Indiana, the old Oak and Bucket series, and now has come to Iowa from Hoosierland, and he's a native of Lafayette. And I said to the outstanding play-by-play man, Tim Newton at Purdue, I said, how did he not come to Purdue? He said, Purdue didn't offer him.
Well, then that was certainly not very smart on their part. And you know why I read that he wanted to come to Iowa and not finish up at Purdue, even though he was a preseason All-American possible? Because Iowa knows how to coach offensive linemen.
Into the NFL.
Well, and they just coached him to knock that guy into the end zone.
Well, the scouts think his future is at guard in the NFL. He looks pretty good at right tackle to me, but he's not Tristan Wirfs yet. But man, oh man, has Cronk played a heck of a game, as has Alaric Jackson, that entire offensive line. Here's a long boot again by Shudeck into the end zone. Purdue will have a touchback, 1st and 10 at the 25. That Iowa Shields scoring drive, courtesy of our friends at Shields. For all your Hawkeye gear, Shields is right there with you in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. 11 plays, 73 yards, a 5-minute drive. The Hawkeyes finish it off with a 1-yard touchdown run by Mekhi Sargent to take the lead, 14-7. We're down to 4:40 to play in the first half. O'Connell rolls out right. He wants to throw on the run. Plenty of time, goes to the underneath man, and it's a good thing he threw it into the ground because it would have been about a 2 or 3 yard loss. Julius Brents, who really flashed as a freshman a couple years ago, and looking awfully good here today as a sophomore.
Yeah, well, he had injuries problems last year, and again, that was terrific coverage by the Iowa secondary.
Well, Brents is from Indianapolis. He's being asked to guard David Bell, who is from Indianapolis. So there's a little extra battle going on there today. Here's a snap from center, a throw to the tailback, Horvath, who burrows out of the backfield. Horvath ran straight right behind the tight end. O'Connell flipped it out to him, and he did a lot of work on his own. Nick Neiman finally got him on the ground, but remember, Horvath is 230 pounds, and he plows his way to the 30. Purdue faces 3rd and 5.
And that was really good team tackling there, because you'd say he's a big, strong guy.
The Hawks have dominated this second quarter, both offensively and defensively. They need a stop here on 3rd down. Good protection for O'Connell, and the pass caught by David Bell. He got behind the linebacker and in front of safety Jack Kerner, and a big gain out to the 47-yard line on 3rd and 5. But O'Connell had good protection there.
And O'Connell made a real good read, got rid of the ball. The Hawks changed the coverage just before the ball was snapped and went to double safety position, and he threw it in front of him.
This is where A.J. Epinesa would have had something to say about that. Big pickup. O'Connell on a play fake, throws to the sideline, caught by David Bell at the 45 of Iowa. And he's close to another first down. Oh, he just wrestled the ball away from
Kerner, wasn't it?
Hankins and Neiman.
Okay.
I think Hankins was there first and got 9 of the 10 needed. 44-yard line of Iowa. So Purdue's picked up a little momentum here in the passing game. O'Connell to Bell. Enough of that. See if the Hawks can shut the door. Tight end goes in motion. Here's O'Connell. Hands off to Horvath. He runs through a big hole. Still going. First down, Iowa 30. And tackled there by Kerner. Missed tackle back upfield by Brents. But Purdue. Xander Horvath. He is a load out of Mishawaka, Indiana.
Yeah.
Purdue has another first down at the 29. That was a pickup of a little better than 12. Iowa needs to throw him back right here. Purdue going with a double tight end set. Here comes the reverse. Now a flip back to the quarterback. A flea flicker, and throws it over the head of the intended receiver, David Bell. Looks to me like Bell thought they were going to run that reverse.
Because he kind of gave up, didn't he?
He broke the pattern. And the reverse man with the football, I didn't catch who it was, flipped it back to the quarterback, and O'Connell released it into the end zone. But Bell, to your point, had stopped at about the 5-yard line. Second down 10. Ball at the Iowa 29. O'Connell at quarterback. He's gone all the way to this point. We've not seen Jack Plummer. Got injured in midway through the season last year. Ankle. And didn't return. Horvath, the lone back. And O'Connell to throw all the way, and a quick slant is caught inside the 25 of the 24 by Ahmad Anderson Jr., his first catch for the day. Serviceable third down and 5. They need to get to the Hawkeye 19 with 2:25 to go in the first half. Second period late, Iowa 14, Purdue 7. O'Connell's ready to go. The Lions are down. Hawks are rushing 4. O'Connell straight back to pass. Looking all kinds of time. Hits Bell for the first down on a deep square in at the 12. And that's where Purdue will have 1st and 10 at the Hawkeye 12.
The Hawks are going to have to figure out some way to get more pressure on the quarterback. He's standing back there. He could eat a lunch. And you're not going to be able to cover Bell.
You can't put that kind of pressure on that secondary. Dane Belton with the stop on Bell, but he gets 12 to the first down for the first down at the Iowa 12. Play fake. He's going to throw again outside to Bell. He's got the touchdown. Walks in for the score, and Purdue answers the Iowa touchdown with one of its own. Yeah, you're right. They're going to have to change it up defensively to get after this quarterback.
And I'm going to tell you that there was offensive pass interference on that play by Jared Sparks, number 12.
Okay.
He was blocking our cornerback when the ball was thrown to keep him from coming up to make a tackle.
But no flag, and I'm sure the Hawkeye coaches caught that, especially Phil Parker. So here comes the try for the point after by J.D. Dellinger to tie the game. And he boots it right through. We got two of the best kickers in the country here today, and Duncan and Dellinger. Both last names start with D. They're both from Charlotte, North Carolina. Minute 40 to go in the first half, and Purdue ties the game back up at 14. Hawkeye football is brought to you by U.S. Cellular. And with that, we go down to Robbie Brooks in the Hawkeye end zone. Robbie.
Well, pretty impressive drive by Purdue. The best rhythm that they have had here in the and did it without wide receiver Milton Wright. Remember, he took that big hit and has not returned. He went into the injury tent, came out back on the bench with his helmet, but was not available in that series.
All right, Robbie. His reports are updates, I should say, are courtesy of U.S. Cellular.
I just saw the replay on that again.
Really obvious?
Oh, Jared Sparks. It's just so obvious. Before the ball was in the air, he was blocking. and I'm sure Phil Parker's had a chat.
Iowa football is coming your way from Purdue, courtesy of EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. And by Mid-American Energy. You need to recycle old working refrigerators and deep freezers? Visit MidAmericanEnergy.com for details plus energy-saving tips. 9 plays, 75 yards, and more than a few third down conversions for Aiden O'Connell and Purdue. 9 plays, 75 yards, 3-minute drive, ends in a 12-yard touchdown pass. O'Connell to David Bell. And here's the kickoff. Amir Smith is going to run this one out. Stop and go move, angles toward the sideline, crosses the 20, and then is thrown down and thrown back and then down from the 21-yard line. See where they give him his forward motion. 22-yard return. And the Hawkeyes from there will have a minute 32 to either work the field into field goal position for Keith Duncan, or we would prefer a touchdown.
And 2 timeouts.
Petrus has really settled down. He's 9 of 16 for 111 yards. His quarterback rating back up to 114.5. Goodson has 46 yards on 8 carries. That's a 6-yard average. And both are needed in this drive. Here's Petrus. Rushed. Down he goes. Sacked at the 12. And a breakdown in pass coverage there. And not surprising because George Karloftis, the freshman All-American,
30-second charge, timeout, Purdue. They're first.
7.5 sacks last year, blew by the would-be block attempt of Coy Cronk that time, and drops Petrus for a 10-yard loss.
Yeah, now Purdue is thinking they might get the ball back, because when you lose that much yardage on first down, the chances of making a first down are not very good. So Hawkeyes are just going to try to run some time off the clock here, I would expect.
It'll be 2nd down and 20. That's the first sack of Petrus. After that last scoring drive by the Boilermakers, Aiden O'Connell now 16 for 23, 146 yards and 2 touchdowns. His quarterback rating is 151. Well, the Hawkeyes have had a lot of success running the football in this second quarter. See if they can go to the ground here. Purdue will probably use more timeouts. Looking to see what they have.
Please reset the game clock to 1 minute, 24 seconds.
Yeah, the clock is running. Leave it run. It's at 15 seconds. They still haven't. Apparently, they've got to let it run down to 0 before they can reset. Well, it's a brand new $20 million Jumbotron in the south end zone. And it is.
Please reset the play clock to 25 seconds. Thank you.
The game clock has reset to 124. The play clock now is at 25, and they wind them both. So here we go. Petrus 2nd down 20. He's in the gun. He's looking to throw. Goes to the underneath man Goodson. He gets upfield for about 6 or 7, but then goes out of bounds.
That, I'm not sure how smart that is. You probably want to run some more time off the clock, because this brings up 3rd and long.
I just forgot where he was and the clock situation. He gets about 5. Actually got 3. 3rd down 17. You would think they would keep it on the ground, force Purdue to use another timeout. The Boilermakers are rushing 3, dropping everybody else into coverage. So Petrus has plenty of time. Nobody's open downfield. Here's Goodson. Stays inbounds this time. Crosses the 20 to the 22, and Purdue will call timeout with 1:08 to go in the first half.
30-second charge, timeout, Purdue. They're second of the half.
One more left for Purdue, but they'll get the ball here, and good job of getting a little more punting room for Torrey Taylor, who's had a good first half.
Yeah, that that clock management was not very good, in my opinion. Fortunately, Goodson was able to get down just before he went out of bounds.
So here's Taylor to punt, or will be shortly. Hawkeyes with 230 first half yards and 14 points. Purdue 170 yards and 14 points. Purdue took the early lead at 7-0. Hawks then answered with back-to-back touchdowns to take the lead 14-7, but off that tie-breaking drive, Purdue came right back downfield. 9 plays, 75 yards. David Bell has caught 9 passes for 85 yards.
It's only half the game.
Yeah, and both touchdowns.
Yeah.
So he is definitely going to surpass his 13 catch total of last year in Iowa City. Here comes Taylor's punt. And he hits a high one, but a very short punt. Hits at the Purdue 40. Excuse me. Yeah, the Purdue 40, rolls back downfield for 3 yards. And so the Boilermakers are going to have really good field position. And Taylor just flat missed that one because he's got a 12-mile-an-hour breeze at his back.
Yeah, but I think that's wrong. Purdue used a timeout there. I think the scoreboard's wrong. I think they only have one timeout left.
Yeah, they only have one left. That's for sure.
Well, that's $6 million scoreboard.
Well, I think it's more our scoreboard operator than the scoreboard itself. So let's hope the Hawkeye defense can hold him here. O'Connell back to pass. He's being pressured, run down, and then throws it away.
That's the first time we blitzed.
Coming off the edge was Matt Hankins, the cornerback, and he got to O'Connell, was about to sack him, and then Aiden did the wise thing and threw it into the cheap seats. A lot of empty seats. Ball at the 43, second down 10 for Purdue. A 14-14 game late in the first half. Here's a quick out to the slot receiver, caught by Ahmad Anderson, kid from Staten Island. He gets up to the 47-yard line. And Purdue back up at the line of scrimmage. 3rd down and 6. Pass over the middle and intercepted. Picked off at the 35-yard line by Matt Hankins as he stepped right in front of Ahmad Anderson again, but also the tight end was in the neighborhood. Payne Durham, they lost Bryson Hopkins last year. He's in the NFL. They haven't been getting any production out of their tight end today.
That was big by Hankins.
Well, it looked like 2 guys in the same area. Yeah. That was just a wrong pattern, but Matt Hankins almost got a sack on 1st down, gets a pick on 3rd down, and the Hawks see how aggressive they get. Iowa has 2 timeouts left, 31 seconds at the 36-yard line. So the turnovers are even. And let's see what Brian Ferentz, I'm guessing he's going to throw it down the field. Well, they throw it sideways to Goodson. Petrus took a peek downfield. Of course, Purdue is dropping 8
in
they're
coverage.
Way back. Yep, and Goodson gathers it in and gets 6 to the 42-yard line of the Hawkeyes.
Only took 5 seconds, too.
After stations, we owe you an ID break. We'll do that after this play. Wide left is Brandon Smith. Reganey and Amir Smith split to the wide side of the field. Back to pass Spencer. Petrus throws it down the seam. Caught by Reganey at the 28-yard line. A great throw and an even better catch by Reganey.
You have to have some real courage to go up and get that pass, Gary. That was right in front of the safety. You have
30-second charge, timeout, Iowa.
You have to have a lot of courage to go up and get that.
And Reganey had to dive for the ball right at the last, and then had to wrestle it away from Dedrick Mackey, the cornerback. Iowa uses one of its 2 remaining timeouts after a 28-yard gain. The ball will be down at the 30-yard line of Purdue, so they're almost in Keith Duncan range. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Hawkeye Football. See if Iowa can dial up a happy birthday present for Lenore Hansen in Des Moines.
And Stu just had one, didn't he?
Stu had a birthday a couple weeks ago, and our famed automobile dealership in Des Moines. Happy birthday to Stu and Lenore in the Hansen Performance Center. That football beauty that bears their name. Here's Petrus to throw, caught inside the 10, and he's feeding the ball to Laporta this time. Reganey and Laporta, 2 big catches. The ball at the 10. Clock continues to run, or will, once they set the chains. And Spencer will probably just nosedive the football. No, he's going to hand the ball off And that's going nowhere, and the Hawks are going to have to burn their last timeout.
Whoa.
I'm trying to understand what that was all about. They went with a quick
charge timeout. Iowa.
Yeah, only 4 seconds left now, so it's...
You got to kick the field goal now. Tyler Goodson took the handoff.
Well, he'd had to score. If he'd have made 5 more yards, the clock would have run out.
I'm glad he got knocked down at the line of scrimmage, to be honest with you, because Purdue was flowing to that side, and they wrestle him down. So either a missed call by Petrus, or he just didn't know how much time was on the clock. 4 seconds. Fortunately, Iowa had a timeout left, and that will allow Keith Duncan to try a field goal from the 18-yard line at the 10 of the end zone. It's a 28-yard kick.
30-second charge timeout. Purdue.
Purdue will burn its final timeout. Ryan Gersonde will hold. Iowa's long snapper this year. I think it's Austin Spiewak.
Yeah, it's Austin Spiewak. I'm pretty sure. Let me check the number for you.
Let's see if Lindebaum stays in there. No, it is Spiewak. Austin. So we got a lot of new bodies out there. As every 4 years you turn that roster over. Here's the snap. It's perfect. Ball is down. Duncan's kick is right through. And the Hawks will go to the locker room with a 17-14 halftime lead.
That's the end of the first
here
half.
at Purdue.
I want to tell you, those were 2 terrific throws that were made there in that last drive to get us 3 points. That he's really settled down, in my opinion, for his first start. That Spencer is feeling much better about everything.
After the first 2 series that were really ugly, and Coach Kirk Ferentz would agree with us, but you expect that rustiness to get chipped off eventually after that long layoff for Hawkeye football, and the rust is gone. And our quarterback, Spencer Petrus, brand new as he is, looked like a wily veteran that second quarter in particular. 14 for 21 and 174 yards. But on the other side, Aiden O'Connell, the new starter for Purdue, at least for this season, 17 of 26 for 150 yards and 2 touchdowns. So which defense will prevail in the second half will determine the outcome. But for now, we play 30 minutes, and the Hawks looking good on both sides of the ball. Remember, it was Matt Hankins' interception that led to Duncan's field goal that has given Iowa a 17-14 lead. We'll recap more on the Budweiser halftime show in just a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Fans, this is Ed Podolak. Whether I'm relaxing on Flamingo Beach in Costa Rica or fishing north on the Boundary Waters, one Iowa product I'll always bring is my Grizzly Cooler. Grizzly Coolers are made in Decorah and are perfect for your next fishing trip, the big hunt, or tailgate. The Grizzly lineup offers the perfect balance of durability and performance that is expected in a made-in-the-USA premium cooler. And you can even order Hawkeye Grizzly Coolers and drinkware. Order yours now at grizzlycoolers.com.
What's the mark of a true fan? Someone who shows up, game after game, supporting their team no matter what. Celebrating the wins. Hanging in there through the tough times. Passionate and vocal. Loyal and consistent. At Great Southern Bank, that's how we feel about our communities. Proud to be a part of the team, showing up day after day, ready to help however we can. Great Southern Bank. We're fans too. Member FDIC.
Hello, my name is Lance Lillibridge. I am an Iowa corn farmer. During this harvest season, you will find me sitting in the combine and also sitting in the stands cheering on the local sports teams. Supporting my community is important to me, and you can do the same to support Iowa farmers by choosing E15 or unleaded 88 when fueling up at the pump, purchasing corn-fed meat at the grocery store, and filling up your water bottle with safe drinking water from the tap. I believe Iowans are truly stronger together. Go to iowacorn.org to learn more about how you can support Iowa farmers.
What do you call someone who studies the weather? A climatologist. Someone who evaluates investments? A financial analyst. A person who studies DNA? A geneticist. Who researches markets? An economist. Who handles employees? An HR manager. And someone who does all these things? A farmer. At Pioneer, We're proud to work with generations of American farmers in the most complex and rewarding industry on earth. So from your friends at Pioneer, thank you, farmers.
Hi, I'm Hawkeye football coach Kirk Ferentz, joining my fellow coaches and Iowa Secretary of State's office to let you know there are options available for you to be a voter in the November election. Whether it's at the polls, the county courthouse, or from the comfort of your couch, visit voterready.iowa.gov for more info.
Coach Ferentz and the Iowa Hawkeyes encourage you to be a voter. voterready.iowa.gov.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
You may not be able to cheer on your Hawkeyes at Kinnick this year, but that doesn't mean we can't bring game day to you. Enter the A&F Homegate giveaway for a chance to bring the tradition of tailgating to your home. You could win the ultimate homegating experience, which includes an A&F Hawkeye pop-up tent, mammoth cooler, fan apparel, autographed Coach Ferentz football, and a $250 meat package. Plus, just for playing, you'll be entered into a weekly drawing for other great prizes. Don't miss out. To enter, visit AmericaNeedsFarmers.org.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield IMG College, this has been the well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half on the Hawkeye Football Radio Network. Hawkeye Football is brought to you by Bud Light. Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Hy-Vee. Save time and shop online with Hy-Vee Aisles Online. Go to HyVeeAislesOnline.com. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. Shields, right there with you. And by Iowa Pork, Iowa's pig farmers whose work creates economic opportunities in rural Iowa. Learn more at iowapork.org. Now live, this is the Budweiser Halftime Report.
Welcome back to West Lafayette Ross-Age Stadium, where the Hawkeyes have a 17-14 lead on Purdue at the break. Gary Dolphin with former Hawkeye great Ed Podolak. The Hawkeye offense was socially distancing itself from the game plan the first two series, Ed. And I'm joking there, but, it was equal parts fault of the offensive line. Spencer Petras, obviously brand new. He was a little shaky. They couldn't run the football. They were throwing everything sideways or short. But gradually they settled down. The Hawks had a great drive of 70-plus yards into the red zone and then fumbled it away, but didn't let it bother him. Came back with back-to-back touchdowns to wipe out an early 7-0 Purdue lead. Purdue came back to tie it on a nice drive engineered by their quarterback, Aiden O'Connell. And then the Hawkeyes win an interception by Matt Hankins and two big pass plays by Spencer Petras, one to Reganey, the other to Sam Laporta, got into field goal range for our All-American kicker, Keith Duncan. And it's 17-14 Hawks at the end of the first half. Your thoughts?
Well, I think if you look at time of possession, we ended up with 16 minutes, 19 seconds. Purdue 13 minutes. So that flipped all the way around from, as you described, the first half of the first quarter, where we didn't have the ball hardly at all. So we really established something, and you know that Coach Ferentz challenged that offensive line to go out and run the ball. That's what we do. And once we started doing it, and that wears a team down to you. And that's always been his theory. You have to keep running the ball because the last half of the fourth quarter is when you wear a team out.
Well, look at the Hawkeyes' numbers. 174 passing yards, 108 on the ground. Purdue has 25 yards rushing, 150 through the air. So the Hawkeyes imposed their will on Purdue, especially in that second period, and they have the lead at 17-14. More recap, courtesy of Budweiser, is coming up on the Budweiser Halftime Show. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's Bud Light. Purdue.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer. IRC Beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
Now order your groceries online and get them even faster with Hy-Vee Aisles Online same-day pickup. Just choose the Get It Faster option for only $9.95 and pick up your groceries in as little as 2 hours. Plus, we've added even more pickup times to choose from. You'll find the same great deals as in-store. Free pickup on orders over $30 and no-contact pickup and delivery. Download the Hy-Vee Grocery app today and pick up groceries in as little as 2 hours. Some restrictions apply.
You're listening to Iowa Football.
It's been proven that treated soybean seed improves stands and yields. But this year, we just raised the bar. This is Joe Mershman from Mershman Seeds. We've added a biostimulant called Turpidity ST, providing faster, more uniform stand, improving emergence, and that means more pods per plant, more yield per acre, and more profit for you. Contact your local Mershman Seeds dealer today or go to mershmanseeds.com and let's grow together at Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
Hi, I'm Iowa Hawkeye football coach Kirk Ferentz, joining my fellow coaches in the Iowa Secretary of State office and encouraging you to register to vote. It's easy. You can go online anytime and register at voterready.iowa.gov. If you've moved since the last election, it's also important to keep your voter registration up to date.
Coach Ferentz and the Iowa Hawkeyes encourage you to be a voter. voterready.iowa.gov.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield IMG College under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield IMG College. Announcers are provided by Learfield IMG College and approved by the university.
Mekhi Sargent has a rushing touchdown. Spencer Petras has a quarterback sneak for a touchdown. And Keith Duncan, a 28-yard field goal for the Hawkeyes in the first half as Iowa leads Purdue 17-14. For the Boilermakers, David Bell, 9 catches, 85 yards, and both touchdown catches from quarterback Aiden O'Connell. Spencer Petras, 14 of 21 for 174 in his Hawkeye debut. For the Hawkeyes, the story has been the ground game, and especially in the second period. Tyler Goodson has 9 carries, 46 yards, a 5-yard average. How about Ivory Kelly-Martin, 3 carries, 28 yards. Smith Marset has a jet sweep for 18 yards. 2 carries, actually, for 18 yards. Sargent, 5 carries, 16 yards. He's been a workhorse inside and a touchdown. Goodson has 5 catches for Iowa and 9 rushing attempts. He's been the story along with Petras in that first half. Sam Laporta has 3 catches for the Hawks. Purdue's leading ground gainer, Xander Horvath, 7 carries, 36 yards. O'Connell's been spectacular, 17 for 26, 150 yards in those 2 touchdown throws to David Bell. Iowa, though, leads at the break, 17-14. This is the Budweiser Halftime Show, and you're listening to Hawkeye Football from Learfield. IMG College's scoreboard next.
Hawkeye fans, it's time to bring down the house with Extreme. Powered by Mediacom, with internet speeds up to an amazing 1 gig and supersonic whole home Wi-Fi, you'll turn your house into the hottest hotspot on the block. Play with no limits. Stream with no worries. Speed into a new dimension of power and reliability. And get ready to feel extreme. Powered by Mediacom.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
Iowa football lives here.
Farm Credit Services of America isn't just a lender that knows agriculture. We're a lender that serves agriculture. It's everything we do. So rates, you'll find ag-friendly terms, services, and financial tools made just for you. You can also get the power of ownership, a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and a share of our net return. Call us. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Agriculture works here.
Hawk fans, this is Ed Podolak. Whether I'm relaxing on Flamingo Beach in Costa Rica or fishing north on the Boundary Waters, one Iowa product I'll always bring is my Grizzly Cooler. Grizzly Coolers are made in Decorah and are perfect for your next fishing trip, the big hunt, or tailgate. The Grizzly lineup offers the perfect balance of durability and performance that is expected in a made-in-the-USA premium cooler. And you can even order Hawkeye Grizzly Coolers and drinkware. Order yours now at grizzlycoolers.com.
Live from the Learfield IMG College Network studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
17-14 at the half. This scoreboard update brought to you by U.S. Bank. Put your trust in a bank that's been focused on serving the people and businesses in Iowa and all across the country since 1863. That's U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Elsewhere in the Big Ten, last night Wisconsin beat Illinois 45-7. Today, Nebraska at the Horseshoe facing Ohio State. Buckeyes too much, 52-17 over Nebraska. Rutgers took care of Michigan State 38-27, and right now Indiana leading Penn State 17-7. Later, Michigan State visits number 21 Minnesota, and Maryland is at Northwestern. In the top 25, some finals today. Number 1, Clemson beat Syracuse 47-21. North Carolina over North Carolina State 48-21. It was Coastal Carolina staying unbeaten 28-14 over Georgia Southern, and K-State big over Kansas 55-14. That's your scoreboard update brought to you by U.S. Bank on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer, IRC Beer, beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
Every 53 seconds, a new Ford pickup rolls off the assembly line. To put that in perspective, it's a little over the length of this commercial. We're proud to assemble more vehicles in America than any other automaker. And we're proud to assemble another truck for America in 3, 2, 1. Build Ford proud.
Based on IHS Market CYE 2019 U.S. light vehicle production data.
This is the Iowa Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Now order your groceries online and get them even faster with Hy-Vee Aisles Online same-day pickup. Just choose the Get It Faster option for only $9.95 and pick up your groceries in as little as 2 hours. Plus, we've added even more pickup times to choose from. You'll find the same great deals as in-store. Free pickup on orders over $30 and no-contact pickup and delivery. Download the Hy-Vee Grocery app today and pick up groceries in as little as 2 hours. Some restrictions apply.
As a farmer, nothing gives you more satisfaction than a perfectly clean soybean field. This is Joe Mershman from Mershman Seeds. There's a lot of uncertainty for next year. The registration for dicamba has been vacated, so what are you going to do to control those weeds? If you've been using the dicamba system, contact your local Mershman Seeds dealer today. We can show you the best proven, high-yielding, neighbor-friendly weed control solutions. Let's grow together at Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
This has been the Budweiser Halftime Report. Hawkeye Football is brought to you by the Iowa Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau, who reminds you to click it or ticket day or night. Quick Star's Cheese Mountain Pizza, the official pizza of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Linux and your local Linux home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. Today's game is powered by Extreme Internet. Feel the speed, feel the power, feel Extreme, and by U.S. Cellular. U.S. Cellular is proud to be the official wireless sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, connecting Hawkeye Nation. Welcome back to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Here's Gary Dolphin with the well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield second half.
Ready to go to the second half. 17-14, the Hawkeyes with a 3-point lead on Purdue. Keith Duncan's 28-yard field goal, the difference maker at the end of the half as the half ended. Prior to that, David Bell with a 9-yard touchdown grab from Aiden O'Connell put Purdue up 7-0 midway through the first quarter. The Hawks then responded with a nice drive that used up the first 4 or 5 minutes of the second half. Spencer Petras capped that drive with a 1-yard quarterback sneak. It was 7-7 after Duncan's kick. Hawkeyes got a stop and then went off on another drive, 11 plays, 73 yards, using up nearly 5 minutes. Really got the running game going midway through the second quarter, and it's sustained itself since then. Mekhi Sargent, a 1-yard run on a cutback for a touchdown. The Hawks led at 14-7. Give Purdue credit. They responded with a tying score, a 75-yard, 9-play drive. David Bell with an 11-yard touchdown grab from O'Connell. They converted a number of third downs in that drive, and it was 14-all. And the Hawks had to give the football right back to Purdue, but Matt Hankins picked off O'Connell at his own 30, and in 2 long passes. Petras, one to Reganey for 28 yards. Another similar to Sam Laporta. The Hawks got into field goal range and kicked the tie-breaking field goal before heading to the locker room. 17-14 Iowa as we get set to go to the second half. If you're on Twitter, let us know where you're listening in from. Anywhere in America, around the world, we'd love to give you a plug. Peggy's in Esterville. Connor's in Texas, hoping for a Hawkeye victory on his 9th birthday. We hope so too, Connor. You can reach me at Gary Dolphin or Facebook.com/Voice of the Hawks. We've even got the voice of the Illini, Brian Barnhart, listening in. Ed, on his way back to Champaign, driving home from that game in Madison last night. Ooh. We've been on the end of scores like that, and never easy. 45-7, the Badgers of Wisconsin defeating Illinois. An early turnover in the game by Illinois. Wisconsin turned it into 7, and the Badgers were off and running with new quarterback Graham Mertz. Man, how good did he look? 20 of 21?
He was so impressive.
Right?
17 in a row, which tied the record at Wisconsin. And it's his first game. And, boy, he could throw every pass, had touch on the ball everywhere he threw it.
He was widely heralded coming out of Overland Park, Kansas. Everybody wanted him. He went to Wisconsin, and he got his chance when Jack Cohn had surgery on a foot. So Coach Christ has got a dilemma there, a nice one to have with 2 outstanding quarterbacks. I know one game doesn't make a career, but the redshirt freshman looked awfully good.
Well, I think he's a pure freshman, isn't he? He wasn't a redshirt. I think he was a.
Well,
I think
doesn't matter. He's a freshman.
That's why he hadn't played then.
Yeah, I guess I don't study the Wisconsin roster that close. Here comes Duncan's kickoff, or excuse me, Shudek's kickoff to start the second half. Purdue will have the ball. They lateral it. 2 guys standing right next to each other. I'm not sure that wasn't in the game plan, but one lateral to the other, and he still is knocked down shy of the 20-yard line at the 17. TJ Sheffield caught the ball and then handed it off to a teammate. Terry Roberts downfield to make the stop for Iowa. They're high on that kid for the future. But a dangerous lateral or pitch, and the Hawkeyes were about on top of him when that happened. But Purdue keeps the ball at their own 16 now, and here's O'Connell to throw on first down, looking for Bell on the sideline, and he is nose to nose.
Oh, now they're going to throw a late
flag on Julius Brents. As Brents was coming back for the football.
Yeah, they were fighting each other, and that was a late call. There's
15 yards from the previous spot, automatic first down.
One official right underneath it watching it, and the field judge from way back behind came and threw the flag.
Yeah, the front official had no intention of calling interference, but the field judge saw it differently. So on the first play, they're going to go after Julius Brents. He had man coverage, and we thought really good coverage. But it's a 15-yard penalty and a first down, 36-yard line. for Purdue, at 31-yard line, for Purdue, and they run off the right side for about 4. Xander Horvath, he is a load, big guy, and he brings it off the right side for 4. Justin Jacobs, that young redshirt freshman linebacker from Englewood, Ohio, gets the stop. 2nd down, 6, 17-14. Hawkeyes with the lead as we start the second half. O'Connell's in the gun, fakes the draw handoff to Horvath. Good protection. Throw downfield, almost intercepted by Riley Moss. He was a step or two in front of Wright. That was really good coverage by the Hawkeyes. And Riley, he belly flopped to the ground. We couldn't quite come up with a football. And he's still laying there. Now he's up on his knee. And the junior from Ankeny, what a great kid, Centennial High School. And he's really played well on the other side today, he and Brent's.
Let's just hope this the wind knocked out of him because of the way, like you said, he belly flopped.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, he was completely stretched out, so hopefully it's not his shoulder that he landed on. They're going to tend to him and give him all the time he needs to get up off the ground as both teams check to the bench. It's going to be 3rd down and a full 6 for Purdue at the next snap. We'll take a break. Timeout on the field as they tend to Riley Moss. 17-14 Iowa. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College.
To celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great race, we gave this game day jam surprisingly great lyrics.
I saved a lot this year because I called the pros. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make a phone call. We got that coverage here. Protect your car at home. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make a phone call. You can just call now. There's a little bit of great race with a little bit of great J. Look at my quote now.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
You're listening to Hawkeye football all season long.
At Community First Credit Union, there's a lot to see. We build customized financial solutions so you can enjoy the life you want. We make it comfortable to have a conversation about what's important to you, like helping you stay on course to reach your savings goal, and what's important to us all, like helping to support causes that count. See for yourself what See First can do for you. Come on, try us, join us, because at See First, together is better. Community First is a proud sponsor of Iowa Hawkeye football, federally insured by the NCUA.
We understand that sometimes the daydreamer is the visionary, sometimes the rambler is actually the mentor, and sometimes the eccentric is really the change maker. We understand that greatness is often misunderstood, even underappreciated, but it is greatness that defines us and drives us forward. At Great Southern Bank, we are proud to support all the many individuals who make our community truly great. Great Southern Bank, understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Well, good news. We think Riley Moss walked off unaided. And so our suspicion of the wind knocked out of him, I think, held true there as he stretched for the interception on that long post pattern run by David Bell, who was surrounded by 3 Hawkeye white shirts. And Riley Moss got his hands on the ball but couldn't quite come up with it. Landed face first. Belly flop on the field. And it looks like he had the wind knocked out of him. He's going to be okay. Right now it's Hankins and Brents at the corner. The Hawks have gone back to that base 4-3, Eddie.
Yeah, they have, and they at least through the first part of this, they're coming back.
They got Nixon, Golston, Wagoner, and Joe Evans.
And they got number 22, the first time that we've seen him today, which is Terry Roberts, that young cornerback that they really like.
He's part of the future of that secondary when Hankins leaves. Purdue has 3rd down and almost 7. Hawks need one more stop here to get the ball back, leading 17-14 as we've just started the second half. O'Connell to throw. Throws it out, caught by Bell. Another first down. He has been their lone offensive threat today, and he is some kind of threat.
That is amazing, too, because they threw that out of a sack. The Hawks came with a double blitz, and they grabbed the quarterback. He just threw it up into a spot. Just threw it to a spot.
1st and 10 at the Iowa 45 as O'Connell's having time to throw. Here's a short route. the left flat, grabbed by the tailback Horvath. After a 3rd and 7 completion for close to 25 yards. First down, gains nothing. Second down, 10. Nick Neiman spun Horvath right into the ground as they went empty. Now they put Horvath back behind the quarterback, Aiden O'Connell, who is 18 for 28 and 172 yards, 2 touchdowns. They send a wide out motion. Here's the handoff, and to the outside is Horvath, and he's loose. Hurdles an Iowa defender and gets all the way down to the 13-yard line. Handoff, he ran straight to the outside, far side, toward the Iowa bench, turned it upfield, and almost turned it into a touchdown. He high-hurdled one defender who was trying to submarine him, and Nick Neiman finally caught him from behind, but not before Horvath scrambled for 31 yards. 1st and 10 at the Iowa 11. Purdue on the move. Tight end goes in motion. Here's O'Connell. Throws to the slot receiver. Caught but dropped immediately on a heck of a tackle.
And again, that's offensive pass interference. Both of those outside receivers are blocking before the ball's thrown.
Jared Sparks caught the straight sideways throw. Bell was trying to throw a block for him. And a Hawkeye defender poured through, and good job, got to stop. Dane Belt, he's made some big plays. No gain, 2nd down. They can get a 1st down just inside the 2. Here's O'Connell to throw. Plenty of time. Crossing route is intercepted. In and out of the hands of the tight end and intercepted by the Hawkeyes. And it looks like Justin Jacobs, that young linebacker, or is it Barrington Wade? Yes. I beg your pardon, it is Barrington Wade. Barrington Wade comes up with a pick as it was thrown a little bit behind Payne Durham, the tight end, as he ran right to left across the field at about the 5. Connell took a look into the end zone, went to the short man, the underneath man, and threw it behind him, and it was in and out of his hands, and Barrington Wade was standing in the right spot at the 2, returned it to the 19. It's Iowa football.
And the quarterback had plenty of time. That was a coverage that stopped that play.
Tight eye for the Hawks. They dodge a bullet. Thank you, defense. That's an interception to end the first half, an interception to start the second half. Hankins and Jacobs, and the Hawks turn to the running game as Petrus rolls out to his right and hands off on the draw to Tyler Goodson. And he runs right up the backside of Tyler Lindebaum. He's got 2 Purdue linemen, including 330-pound Lorenzo Neal, laying on him. And so politely, Linderbaum waits for the big fella to get off him. Corey Trice on the tackle. A gain of 5 on 1st down for Goodson.
As an All-American wrestler, he does not like to be pinned to the ground.
That was an escape by Lindebaum. Almost. Now we have late flags. The ball was snapped. I think they're going to catch Kronk for a false start. Yep, they are. I was hoping they'd have missed it.
Yeah,
but
well, if you saw it in your glasses, they're a lot closer than you are.
When you're 6'5", 305, it's hard to hide. So Kronk gives the 5 back. Let's see, they must have credited Goodson with a 4-yard carry because it's 2nd and 11. The Iowa penalty. Hawks go 2 tight ends, Laporta and Byer, 1 tailback, 1 running back. Petrus to throw. To the underneath man, the tight end Laporta gets the 5 back that Kronk penalty cost and gets 2 or 3 more. Across the 25 to the 27. Boy, I like that call on 2nd and 11.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to get 5 maybe, and then let Laporta do what he can.
And he got another 2. They got 8 yards.
3rd and 3. Petrus out of the game. Tyler Goodson will line up as that Wildcat, and he's looked pretty good. On 3rd and 3. Interesting down and distance. Goodson's going to run the ball, and as soon as they snap it.
Oh, we got another false start.
False start. Offense number 77. 5-yard penalty. Still 3rd down.
That's both offensive tackles in this series.
Well, it can't be the crowd noise.
No.
Oh, those hurt. Back-to-back penalties.
And we had the 1st down.
Yeah,
too.
First a false start. First on Kronk. And then on Jackson. That's 5 penalties for 45 yards on the Hawkeyes. It's now 3rd and 8. See if Petrus can pull a rabbit out of his hat. Empty backfield, 2 tight ends. They're coming with extra defenders. He gets rid of it in a hurry to Brandon Smith, and he's close to the first down.
Yeah, he says first down. The line judge right there motioned it. Yes, yes, yes.
Purdue was saying no, no, no. It's right into the Purdue bench, but good job, Petrus. And how about Brandon Smith knowing right where that first down marker was?
Strong running.
So after 2 false start penalties, the Hawks still get the first down. Even balance line, couple tights. Goodson's going to run into the left side. And that time Purdue came crashing through and stopped him for little or no gain. Might have gotten a yard. Jalen Alexander, the middle linebacker, came up and stuck his nose in there. 230-pound junior from Hoffman Estates. Now, Purdue always gets a lot of Chicago kids. They're just 2 hours up the interstate. A gain of 1. The clock is wound down at 9:40, third period. Iowa's first possession of the second half, leading 17-14 over the Boilermakers. Here's Goodson over right guard. He's got room. First down out near midfield to the 47-yard line of the Hawkeyes. Great block off the right side. You know, Lindebaum was involved, but so was Cole Banward.
And that spin move at about 7 yards down the field got him another 5 yards. There's only a handful of backs I've ever seen that can make that move and still keep moving.
Somebody else who got a good shot in there, Kyler shot. Kyler with a shot, 16 yards for Goodson, and he picks up the first down. The Hawks turn back to the running game at the 46-yard line. Play fake. Petrus wants the deep route, throws it to the fullback. First down, 40-yard line of Purdue. That's Monty.
That's going to be block in the back.
Monty Potabom got the first down, but it might be coming back.
Yeah, it's going to be a first down. Oh, look at it. We got flags still flying.
Now a late flag. That's got to be, I think, a sideline warning on Purdue at the very least, because they might have been calling the penalty before the officials did.
I think Tyrone Tracy's going to get hit with a block in the back. There was no reason.
Personal foul, illegal blindside block. Offense number 3, 15 yards from the spot of the foul. Repeat, first down.
Oh, it is a first down. Well, apparently the entire officiating crew saw the illegal block, because all their flags were right in the same spot. Oh, the Hawkeyes just, I don't want to say killing themselves because the drive isn't over, but they'd be close to the Purdue 30, 25-yard line versus back across the other side of the midfield stripe if it weren't been for had it not been for 2 false starts, and now an illegal block in the back on Tracy. But the Hawks will keep plowing away. Here's Goodson on a cutback. Drives it inside left to right. And hopscotches across the 45 to the 47. That'll be a gain of 2 or 3 on first down. Cam Allen pinned him down there. Clock running with 8.5 to go third quarter. Hawkeyes 17, Purdue 14. Although the scoring has come in the first half. Brandon Smith has been quiet for the most part today. He sneaks out wide right. 2 receivers bunched tightly off the line of scrimmage to the left. Here's Petrus, steps up in the pocket, throws it down the hash to Amir Smith-Marset. He tried to go after it, but was held up by the safety, and no flag.
Well, the safety stayed between him and the ball. That's what happened.
A lot of contact. Simeon Smiley was running with Amir, and the Hawks are going to face third down and 8 from near midfield. The penalties have really hurt on this drive. 7 penalties, 70 yards against Iowa. Purdue's been flagged once for 5. So Petrus converted on 3rd and long a moment ago. See if he can do it again. Purdue rushing 4. Here's the snap. Empty backfield. Spencer looks to get rid of it. Does so, but threw it behind the intended receiver. Incomplete. Intended for Sean Beyer. He would have had the first down had the pass been on target, but the Hawks will have to punt it away from midfield after the interception by Barrington Wade. They move it out across the midfield stripe, but that illegal block in the back really hurt.
Yeah, and it was unnecessary, but they flipped the field. It's good to see Sean Beyer healthy again. He's a heck of a football player, and it's going to make us better this year.
Corey Taylor will punt for the Hawkeyes. Angles it toward the sideline. It hits at the 5 and downed at the 2. Great job of the Hawkeye special teams of getting downfield. Then Terry Roberts again.
Yep. I was watching kickoffs, and even though they let it go through and land in the end zone, he races down the field and picks the ball up in the end zone.
He was a foot or two in the end zone. I thought he was going to I thought he lost track of where he was, but it rolled to the 2, and he jumped on it there. And the Hawkeye defense will have Purdue in some precarious real estate. Oh, look at that. It's inside the 1. Better than I thought. Better than we could have hoped for. Purdue has 99 yards to go when we come back. Iowa leads 17-14 from West Lafayette. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Mid-American Energy and you, together partnering to change the energy landscape by pioneering money-saving, energy efficiency programs and building a new industry in Iowa, wind energy, all while keeping your rates low. So what's next? We'll keep delivering cost-effective energy efficiency programs while putting money back in your pocket. That's right. You decide how best to spend your savings. That's a partnership good for you, good for the environment, and good for Iowa. Another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
The violent liberal mob is tearing America apart. Their radical agenda is to defund our police, and they want to elect Teresa Greenfield to the Senate for a reason. She's with them, not us. Now, Iowans who are concerned about law and order are speaking out against Teresa Greenfield. Here's Whitney Smith McIntosh from Altoona, Iowa.
It's hard not to feel like things are spinning out of control. Looting of small businesses, rioting in the streets, cities burning. The angry mob is out of control, and Teresa Greenfield is their candidate. Her campaign is being bankrolled by the radical left. They want to defund the police and put us all at risk. Teresa Greenfield is too liberal. Greenfield won't protect our families and our neighborhoods.
If Teresa Greenfield wins, the mob wins. Stop them now. NRSC is responsible for the content of this advertising. Paid for by NRSC. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. NRSC.org.
Well, Mark, Blue Cross Blue Shield welcomes you back to Hawkeye football. Iowa leads 17-14. Purdue has forced a punt, but now must start with the entire backfield in the end zone. Their own end zone. 1st and 10 at the Purdue half-yard line as the Hawkeyes are thinking safety or turnover here, leading 17-14. With 7:50 to go, third period. O'Connell hands off to Horvath. Oh, look out. He breaks through that first or second line of defense and gets a first down out across the 10. Last thing you wanted to happen there.
Yeah, the Hawks really trying to penetrate to get a tackle in the end zone, and they trapped the penetration, and it just opened wide open.
1st and 10 at the 13-yard line. Dane Belton on the stop. And now O'Connell, with some room to work, shifts to the shotgun. Purdue trying to rally after an interception by Barrington Wade. Trailing 17-14. Here's a toss to the sideline, caught by Bell, and a pass interference call coming up either on Bell or on the Hawkeyes.
I think it's going to be offensive. I think he pushed off of our... Yep, there it is.
Good job, Julius Brents. And Brents made the call for the official. Bell's been getting away with a lot of contact.
Half the distance to the goal. Repeat first down.
Initiated by him. Yeah. So they'll bring that back. It would have been a 25-yard gain. And it is now a half the distance to the goal penalty the other way. Hawks have been flagged 7 times. That's Purdue's second penalty. Hawk fans take the field with a winning lineup from Case IH. Learn more about exclusive offers on top performing tractors and combines at caseih.com/Hawkeyes. O'Connell hands off to Horvath. This time he's wrapped up and spun forward for a yard. Ben Neiman finished him off, but Nick Neiman. Well, I call him Ben about maybe a handful of times every year.
Ben's got a Super Bowl ring.
They play a lot alike. And Nick with the tackle. Big Jack Heflin, the transfer from Northern Illinois, turned him inside. Good job by Heflin. He's played a good game in his debut as a Hawkeye. O'Connell to throw over the middle. This one's caught by the tight end. He's across the 15 to the 20, or just shy of the 20. And that's Payne Durham, the sophomore from Tyler Goodson's hometown, Sewanee, Georgia. They went to different high schools. Purdue's going to be about 4 yards shy of a first down.
You know, they're putting Brents man on Bell on every play. That's how much they think of this young quarterback.
Brents and Kerner on the stop. That was 2nd and 16, so a good gain on a crossing route to the tight end. They need 4 for a first down. Here's O'Connell, all the time in the world, throws and incomplete. Over the head of David Bell and out of bounds. Boy, they're crying for interference every time they throw it Bell's way, aren't they?
And again, they got Julius Brents out here on an island with him. He had safety help over the top, but I mean, that's how much they think of this young man.
Got an injured Purdue lineman down there. That's Cam Craig, the left guard. This offensive line has been very good in pass protection, but suspect in running the football the last couple of years. Craig is a redshirt freshman from Dublin, Ohio, and he's still down on the ground. Like he got rolled up on. Those poor guards in center. They're really open to a lot of leg injuries, aren't they?
Yeah, when you get pushed back and somebody rolls up on you from behind, I mean, that's how they get hurt.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Iowa leading Purdue 17-14. 6:06 to play third quarter. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Football. After that last O'Connell incomplete pass, Aiden is 21 of 33, 185 yards and 2 touchdowns. He's been intercepted twice. Now Purdue must punt on 4th down and 4. Charlie Jones, who's had a really good day, fair catching some difficult high spirals and a great return of 16.
Short kick.
Yeah, they're kicking it away from him. He catches it on the run at the 40-yard line and squirms up to the 48 of the Hawkeyes. Charlie Jones.
He looks so comfortable back there because that ball was short and to the left of him, and he ran right up and made a really good return.
Hawks have just a half a football field to work with, leading 17-14 when we come back to West Lafayette. In business, Mid-American Energy can help save you energy and add to the bottom line. Visit midamericanenergy.com and learn more. 17-14 Hawkeyes midway through the third quarter. This is Iowa football from Learfield IMG College.
Experience the benefit of blue with a Medicare supplement plan from Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. With our plans, you'll enjoy nationwide access to care, optional dental, vision, and hearing coverage, and more. Call 1-888-616-8927 or go online to wellmark.com/Medicare plans. You may even qualify for a special household discount. This is the benefit of blue. Wellmark Blue Dental product available to Iowa residents only. Must reside in the service area of the plan. Wellmark Medicare supplement insurance plans are not connected with or endorsed by any government agency.
You're listening to Hawkeye Football.
You're looking to downsize from your family home to begin your retirement years? Our Oak Knoll East campus is for you. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director at Oak Knoll. Our new campus has many unique amenities for your active lifestyle, in addition to providing the same great services that Oak Knoll has offered our residents for over 50 years. We're now open and have a few 2-bedroom apartments still available. Call me at 319-351-1720 or visit oakknoll.com to set up your personal tour. Go Hawks!
Like any winning team, it takes every part of EMC insurance companies working together to successfully ensure that our agents, policyholders, and employees can count on EMC. And they do. They count on our broad range of insurance products and services. They count on our superior level of personalized service, and they trust that we will continue to be a financially stable partner, just like we have been for more than 100 years. All of this makes EMC one of the nation's premier insurance companies, and that's something you can always count on.
I want to thank Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield for sponsoring Hawkeye football coverage again this season. Gary Dolphin, Ed Podolak, and Rob Brooks down on the U.S. Cellular. I keep wanting to say Hawkeye sideline. He's actually let's call it the U.S. Cellular end zone.
Go
ahead,
there you
Robbie.
go, about 5 rows up. Good news, Riley Moss back in on that last series. Dolph, I've been watching the Iowa sideline, and Amir Smith-Marset has had the headset up to the press box on several times. Of course, wide receivers coach Kelton Copeland coaches from the box, so I think they've been talking a lot. And then during the last time the Iowa defense was on the field, Brian Ferentz was over with the wide receivers, and in particular, Amir Smith-Marset. I just kind of get the feeling that they're trying to get him going and to see if he can make a big play.
Yeah, he's not an unknown commodity anymore. He's going to be targeted by defenses all season long. Hawks are going to run the ball. Another big hole off the right side, and running for big yardage is Tyler Goodson. I'm telling you, Ed, every time I put the glasses on that offensive line, Cody Ince comes into view. And he got that big gap created or helped start that wide hole there off the right side. And Goodson ran 5 yards before he got touched. He went down immediately. Second down 5. Sam Laporta back in the game. Hawkeyes go 2 tights. One running back, and
gosh, that's the third false start we had this half.
Number 6, 5-yard penalty, still second down.
They get Smith-Marset this time from the slot. Wanted to take off a little soon,
and he's going to go back to the sideline. He was not in until that play.
Yeah,
he came in on that play. I think there's
8 penalties on Iowa. Second down 12, 17-14 Hawkeyes. This next snap will wind under 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Hawks by 3. Tracy goes in motion. Even balance line. Goodson off the right side, slowed down by a blitzing linebacker, and he'll gain only a couple. It'll be third down and 10. DeMarcus Mitchell, the weak side linebacker, came charging through. I mean, Iowa had everybody blocked at the line of scrimmage, but they didn't have enough numbers to account for Mitchell.
Yeah, he was following the quarterback, opened up to that side, and he just did a run blitz.
Iowa 4 of 9 on third down. They need a big play here after getting great field position to start this drive. Near midfield, Petrus scrambling right, nowhere to go, and throws it out of bounds, and the Hawks are going to have to punt it away again. Too bad. Iowa had 1st and 10 at the 48-yard line of Iowa. Got 5 yards on first down, and then the false start penalty on Amir Smith put him back behind the chains. So it's becoming a punting game here the last 7 or 8 minutes. Torrey Taylor's had a nice debut, the freshman from Melbourne, Australia. 47-yard average on 5 punts this afternoon. Here's the snap right on. Torrey steps into it. This is a low line drive, end over end kick that sidewinds dead at the 23. That isn't what he wanted there.
Yeah, I think, he's what I've seen of him so far is he just wants to boom it as hard as he can, and he was trying to place that down inside the 10 and instead just hit it bad.
Just a 30-yard punt. Purdue catches a big break, gets a stop, and now the football back at its own 24 when we come back with 4 minutes and 7 seconds to go, third period. Iowa 17, Purdue 14. You're listening to Hawkeye Football from Learfield, IMG College.
The simple life of a farmer. All you need is land, family, sunshine, and rain. And a drone for digital imaging. And software to run geospatial analysis. And an understanding of genetics, biology, climatology, economics, global trading, and estate planning. So you can pass this so-called simple life on to your kids. At Pioneer, we're proud to work with generations of American farmers in the most complex and rewarding industry on earth. So from your friends at Pioneer, thank you, farmers.
Hi, I'm Hawkeye football coach Kirk Ferentz, joining my fellow coaches and Iowa Secretary of State's office to let you know there are options available for you to be a voter in the November election. Whether it's at the polls, the county courthouse, or from the comfort of your couch, visit voterready.iowa.gov for more info.
Coach Ferentz and the Iowa Hawkeyes encourage you to be a voter. VoterReady.iowa.gov.
You may not be able to cheer on your Hawkeyes at Kinnick this year, but that doesn't mean we can't bring game day to you. Enter the A&F Homegate giveaway for a chance to bring the tradition of tailgating to your home. You can win the ultimate homegating experience, which includes an A&F Hawkeye pop-up tent, mammoth cooler, fan apparel, autographed Coach Ferentz football, and a $250 meat package. Plus, just for playing, you'll be entered into a weekly drawing for other great prizes. Don't miss out. To enter, visit AmericaNeedsFarmers.org.
John Wagner and Noah Shannon are in the front line along with Davion Nixon. Iowa's been rotating 8 linemen in all day long. This first game after the COVID, back in action. Purdue with the ball. Iowa leads 17-14 as we have hit the 4-minute mark remaining in the third quarter. Iowa had a golden opportunity with the ball at midfield. 1st and 10, but another penalty put them back behind the chains. They end up with a poor punt of just 30 yards. Here's the draw handoff to Horvath. He's running behind a couple blockers, and we have a flag. They might have a hold on Purdue.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a right tackle.
Well, certainly the timing, Eddie, you would expect some penalties in the first game back of a shortened season after such a long layoff, but the false start penalties, Iowa's.
Offense number 87. 10 yards from the previous spot. Repeat first down.
It's Payne Durham. It'll be 1st and 20. The false start penalties are a mystery because there's no crowd noise.
Yeah, that's lack of concentration, which is one of the challenges when you haven't practiced.
See if the defense can work another turnover here and get an easy score. Pick 6 would look nice because they're going to throw it now on 1st and 20. O'Connell chased, dropped. Nope, he runs away and then throws the ball away. John Wagner had him around the belt line and just spun him, gave him a quick spin thinking he was going to go down. Credit O'Connell. That was at the 2-yard line. He spun him into the end zone, and he just flipped the ball into the seats. I'm not sure what the official was talking about.
He said he got it back to the line of scrimmage because so it wasn't a grounding ball.
Intentional grounding. Okay. Yeah. 2nd down and 20. Purdue dodges a bullet there. See if Wagner can get him this time. O'Connell, all kinds of time to throw, and finds the intended target at the 25. And that is Malik Carr, another big target, 6'5", 230. Evans and Wade on the stop. Boy, they get 15 on that play. Now it's 3rd down and just a bit more than 5 yards to go for the first down. The ball at the 28-yard line of Purdue. Call it 3rd and 6. See if the Hawks get a stop. They had him 1st and 20. Horvath goes in motion. Backfield is empty. And O'Connell to throw again. Rolls out right, looking downfield. Nowhere to go. Now he's hemmed in and slammed to the ground back at the 15. Outstanding coverage downfield by the Hawkeye secondary.
Definitely a coverage sack. Noah Shannon got there first, I think, but that's definitely a coverage sack because he had all the time.
Davion Nixon and Noah Shannon met at the intersection.
That's 600 pounds.
And no wonder O'Connell's slow to get up. That's a Mershman Seeds quarterback sack all the way back to the 18-yard line. That's a loss of a little more than 10. Well, here comes another punt by J.D. Dellinger with 2:25 to go third quarter. And he hits a low line drive that rolls and is picked up by Charlie Jones at the 35. There's a little dance, sidesteps a couple of black shirts, brings it across the 40 to the 43. This kid's impressive.
That's 20 yards difference of field position. If he'd have let that punt go, it had gone another 10 yards down the field and died. Instead, he fielded it in front of those players and made 10 yards.
Very Andy Brodell-like.
Yes.
Andy you can tell he was a shortstop at one time, and so was Charlie. Mershman Seeds donates $150 to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital after each and every Hawkeye sack. The Hawks are off to a good start with several here today. Your friend in the field, Mershman Seeds. All right, Hawks, let's march down. No penalties. 2:13 to go third quarter. Iowa by 3. They're going to run Mekhi Sargent back in the game on a cutback. He just will not go down. He backpedals to the 50 after he got hit twice. The linebacker had his hands on the ball trying to rip it away, and Mekhi Sargent wouldn't give it up. How's that for strong mitts?
Well, and I was worried about him. He was down on the bike while the defense was in there. Normally that means you've got a muscle problem. He was just trying to keep warm.
Simeon Smiley and the former Hawkeye D.J. Johnson were trying to rip the ball out of there. He got 7. Second down, a long 3. Good job, Mekhi. Ball near midfield. Baker's going to give it to him again off the right edge. Gets the corner turn. Great blocking. First down. Purdue 40-yard line and out of bounds there. As the Hawkeyes move the chains on the ground, they continue to gobble up yardage with the running back.
Yeah, nobody set the edge on the right side of the offense there. And when you get a guy like that, a chance to get outside, Sargent's going to make something out of it.
12-yard pickup. I'm telling you, Sean Byer mauled not 1, not 2, but 3 defenders there. Just kept running with his back. Kronk got a big block off the right edge. First and 10 at the Purdue 39. Hawks are on the move on the ground. They keep running off that right side. This time caught from behind is Goodson as he gets a couple to the 37. But to your point at halftime, Ed, this running game, you have to believe, wearing down that Purdue D. 1 minute to go, third quarter. Nobody has scored in the third period. It's still 17-14 Hawkeyes.
Yeah, I expect that they're just going to keep running this ball too. I don't know why they wouldn't.
Twin receivers to the left, Tyrone Tracy and Brandon Smith. Single running back is Mekhi Sargent. Out of the pistol, it's Petrus. Straight back, throws as he's hit, and through to a spot where there was no receiver. Laporta was the closest. He was running a straight line to the end zone about, 10, 12 yards from the boundary line, and that's where Petrus threw it.
Yeah, he threw it as expected. I guess a square out, and there was a miscommunication. And again, I just think we ought to be running the ball 2nd and 7 or 8, the way that offensive line is charging off.
Now it's 3rd and 7. Iowa's approaching 400 yards of offense, but just 17 points. Hawks are 4 of 10 on 3rd down. Petrus steps up in the pocket, throws to the sideline, caught by Tracy, but well short of the first down. At the 33 of Purdue, they need to get to the 29.
And I think they'll go for it. I think this is 4-down territory.
Well, they're going to let the quarter run out. They'll have some extra time to think about it. And well, the Iowa Corn Cyhawk series is on hold for this season with Iowa State. Iowa's corn farmers continue to stand behind this unique series and everything it stands for, because here in Iowa, we grow corn. But the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Iowa corn. And it is harvest time. And Hawkeye football is brought to you by U.S. Cellular, proud to be the official wireless sponsor of the Hawks. U.S. Cellular, connecting Hawkeye Nation. We'll come back to West Lafayette for the fourth quarter in a minute. Iowa 17, Purdue 14. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer. IRC Beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
Here come the Hawkeyes.
This holiday, how we celebrate may change, but our traditions remain the same. Like playing the Iowa Lottery's Winter Wonderland promotion. 13 new games and the biggest Play It Again prize pool ever. More than $600,000. And one lucky VIP club member will win a cool $250,000. So join us in the Winter Wonderland, because winning is one tradition that never changes. Visit ialottery.com for rules and complete details. Woohoo!
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Welcome back to Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Iowa Hawkeye football. It's tight, 17-14 Iowa as we go to the fourth quarter. The Hawkeyes pondering what to do on fourth down, Ed. 4th and 4 from the Purdue 33-yard line.
Well, we got the offense on the field, so, I don't think a field goal here, it's 50 yards, which is a tough one anyway. It does you any good because it only puts you up by 6. And I don't think that's enough right now.
The Iowa defense has played so well. Take out the first 5-7 minutes of the game when Purdue scored early, took a 7-0 lead, but they've given up one long drive since then. David Bell has both Purdue touchdowns on tosses from Aiden O'Connell. Spencer Petras is 18 for 29 for 212 yards. No touchdowns, no picks in his debut. He needs a big completion here on 4th and 4, and the Hawks are going to go for it. Amir Smith-Marset goes in motion. Here's the snapback. Spencer throws to a wide open man at the 25, first down, and Reganey carries 2 defenders with him to the 15-yard line, and there wasn't a defender within 10 yards of him, Ed. What a snooker play that was.
Broken coverage of some kind. Both of the defensive backs went with the up pattern, and Reganey just slipped into the flat. I mean, boy, he's had a big game.
Cam Allen and Dedrick Mackey made the stop, but a gain of about 17, 18 yards. Here's running straight ahead by Goodson. Now the Hawks can afford to run the football.
That was Kelly Martin, I think.
Ivory Kelly Martin.
Yeah, they
run similarly, don't they?
Yeah, they sneak them in. I mean, we've got 3 really good running backs.
Maybe a gain of a yard. Ball right at the 15-yard line. Reganey's caught 3 passes for 51 yards. He didn't play much in the first half, but boy, has he been prominent in the second half. Single receivers either way for the Hawks. Amir Smith and Brandon Smith. You got to believe Spencer Petras is looking one of their ways. Here he lobs to the end zone and over the head of Brandon Smith. A late flag at the line of scrimmage. Let's check that out.
That's in the area of holding.
My goodness, it is holding on Iowa.
We're going to have 100 yards and penalties here pretty soon.
Well, 8 for 75 to this point. Ooh.
That's another 10.
Holding. Offense, number 65. 10 yards from the previous spot. Repeat, second down.
That's Tyler Lindebaum, his first infraction of the day. And the ball is moved back to the 25. Iowa 17, Purdue 14. Just under 14 minutes to go in the game. Opening day of this abbreviated Big Ten season in what has been a head-scratching 2020 led by the pandemic. Let's see if the Hawks can rally with 2 tight ends. Petras in the gun, steps back, throws down the middle of the field, and well over the intended target, Sam Laporta.
Yeah, he didn't get the coverage he expected there. They had Laporta double covered.
So he threw it away, threw it out the back of the end zone. And third down and 20. Iowa needs to get to the 8-yard line for a first down.
Pardon me, Gary, but Amir Smith-Marset has not been part of this football game. So I don't know whether they're putting a special coverage on him or what, but I think there's whether he's frustrated or offense is frustrated.
Plenty of time to make a big play or two, though. He comes wide right. They need to get to the 6, not the 8. From the 25. And whistles, timeout asked for by Kirk Ferentz with 13 minutes 47 seconds to play in the game. Kirk saw something he didn't like, and they'll talk about it. The Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau reminds you, Hawk fans, that law enforcement is cracking down on wearing seatbelts. Hawkeye fans, a reminder of the Iowa Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau and your local law enforcement. Remind you to click it or ticket day or night. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College.
It's been a long day. Your schedule's tight. Can we just take care of dinner for you? Quick Start has take-home meals, not cheap flash frozen stuff. Made from scratch, fresh, never frozen. Great quality because we make it ourselves. Grab a meal now to heat and eat later. Great kitchen cravings meals like fettuccine Alfredo with grilled chicken, meatloaf with mashed potatoes and gravy, roast turkey with dressing and mashed potatoes. I feel a meal, a great family meal coming on that you didn't even have to cook. Quick Start, we got you covered.
MidAmerican Energy and you, together partnering to change the energy landscape by pioneering money-saving, energy efficiency programs and building a new industry in Iowa, wind energy, all while keeping your rates low. So what's next? We'll keep delivering cost-effective energy efficiency programs while putting money back in your pocket. That's right. You decide how best to spend your savings. That's a partnership good for you, good for the environment, and good for Iowa. Another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Preparation is the key to success on game day. And like your favorite Hawkeyes on the field, you need to be ready right from the opening kickoff. Cenex has your pregame routine covered. We've got your salty snacks, your sweet treats, ice-cold beverages to wash them down, and fresh tanks of propane to fire up the grill. Fuel your fandom at your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally.
17-14, Iowa hanging on to a 3-point lead over Purdue. We're inside 14 minutes to go in the football game, 13:47 to be exact. And the Hawks have a third down and nearly 20 yards to go from its own 25, thanks to a holding penalty. They're certainly in Keith Duncan range, but they'd like to get a touchdown here, up 3. Kirk Ferentz called timeout and chewed the fat with the offensive line. Let's see, with 3 wideouts and a tailback, what the Hawks have dialed up. Reganey, Brandon Smith, and Amir Smith-Marset. Tyler Goodson is the tailback. He's an excellent pass catcher as well. As well-marked Blue Cross Blue Shield. And the Hawkeyes welcome you back to coverage. Man in motion, Reganey. Here's the snap. Petrus throws to the sideline. It's caught by Reganey as he did a square out. Gets to the 15-yard line. And from there, they'll try and tack on 3 more to the lead. It's 17-14 Iowa. Duncan will come out. Corey Trice, the cornerback, did a nice job of playing through a block to get Reganey on the ground. Amir Smith
was the blocker.
He was the blocker. And he threw a nice block, but couldn't hold it forever. And Reganey tried to run through it. Kick will come from the 23, so it's a 33-yard field goal attempt for Keith. He's 1 for 1 on the day. Set a Big Ten record with 29 of them last year. Here's the kick. It's right through. Automatic Duncan. Iowa 20, Purdue 14. We'll keep it right here. We know it's chilly back in Iowa. It's 50 degrees here today with a 12-mile-an-hour breeze. Feels like about 40. Good time.
How about 30?
For you and I, it feels like 30. Good time to remind you that your Lennox dealers will heat up your homes again this fall and winter. And we appreciate Lennox support. A great Iowa company out of Marshalltown originally. Lennox. Call your Lennox dealer. In Atlantic, the home of Ed Podolak, it's Schultz Plumbing and Heating. Kelly Heating Service right there in Iowa City. And Brookwood Incorporated in Oskaloosa. I'm sure Kirk's thinking, you know, the defense is playing so well, we'd like to have more points up there for him. But let's take the 3, prevent the big play, and let the D do its thing again.
Yeah. Well, 3rd and 20, you know, you don't have a lot of quivers in your, or arrows in your quiver, I guess the way it is. So put it back on the defense. They've done a great job over the years.
Done a great job today, and they've done a great job in crunch time. TJ Sheffield is back deep for Purdue. Here comes the kick by Shudeck, and he's going to run it out from 2 yards deep in the end zone. Up the near hash, he's grabbed onto right away at the 17. The Hawks had interference in bodies down at the 15 by then, and he's knocked down as he crossed the 15. Shadrick Bird, the young running back, was downfield to get a lick in there along with linebacker Nick Anderson. Good job by the Iowa special teams. A 33-yard field goal by Keith Duncan. Capped a 4-minute drive, 10 plays, 42 yards for the Hawkeyes. And Iowa extends the lead to 20-14, so it's far from over, but a 6-point lead for Iowa. Here's O'Connell, a bullet of a pass right through the arms of David Bell. When he drops one, you know that throw is a little overheated.
It wasn't anywhere close. You know it had to be. And again, they got Brents out there with him, nose on nose.
2nd down and 10 from the 17 of the Boilermakers. O'Connell checks to the sideline with Brian Brom, the brother of the head coach, calling plays today. Jeff Brom out for another few days yet with the COVID. O'Connell going to throw again. Hawks rushing 4, and the pass is caught, and a first down across the 30 to the 32. And this time it's Milton Wright. Wright's been active with Rondell Moore out of the lineup. They've been looking for Wright, Ahmad Anderson, Malik Carr. Dane Belton was right there for the coverage, but the Hawks playing that base zone and gave up the middle of the field. And the ball now at the 32. That's a gain of 15 and a first down. O'Connell on a rollout right. Hawks trying to get the coverage they want. They have everybody covered up, but again, with no pressure on O'Connell, he completes the pass, this time to the tight end, the short man, and he gets a first down to the 45. Purdue on the move.
And again, Matt Hankins was in that cash position, and he did not get set the edge and let the quarterback outside, which gave him an easy passing lane.
Those receivers kept running around till they found a sliver of daylight, and O'Connell hit the tight end, Payne Durham, and he dragged a couple white shirts with him for 13. First down as Purdue approaches midfield. O'Connell on a play fake back to pass.
Holding.
Steps up in the pocket as a man. First down again in Iowa territory. Milton Wright on the receiving end.
Oh, that right tackle held like you couldn't believe. And it was right in front of the referee, too.
Riley Moss with the tackle, but a gain to the 36-yard line of Iowa. Here's a quick slant and a catch at the 32 on 1st and 10. So that play covers nearly 20 yards.
Yeah, they've gone away. They haven't gone back to Bell for a while, so I'd be expecting something headed that direction.
Gain of 4, 2nd down 6. At the Iowa 32-yard line. Back to pass on an empty backfield. O'Connell. And a bubble screen, or a naked screen pass thrown to the slot man, David Bell, and he had no chance.
No. But it was his turn.
It was his turn. He just keeps spreading it around. Davion Nixon, he almost ran right at Davion Nixon. And Davion, the big tackle, flopped on him. And they actually lost a yard. Ball back to the 33. Here we are again. 3rd and long for Purdue. Purdue just 3 of 10 on 3rd down. They haven't been in 3rd and long often. O'Connell throws a slant pass, and it looked like it hit the ground. But it looks like they're going to give the completion. This one to Jared Sparks. Riley Moss was right there with him. Well, he apparently took it off the tops of the grass blades at the 27-yard line. They're a yard shy of the first down. On the replay, it's hard to tell if the ball touched the ground, but they're going to let it stand. They got 7, and here's Horvath, the big running back, gets the first down at the Iowa 25. So Purdue using clock, gobbling up ground, and they're approaching field goal range at the very least with 10:25 to go. Nick Neiman latched on to the tailback Horvath. 20-14 Iowa with the lead. Purdue moving deep in Iowa territory now at the 25. O'Connell, a rare move. He goes up under center. They run Horvath straight ahead. Good push by the Purdue offensive line, and a good gain of 5 by Horvath.
Boy, he's
230, 235 pounds. He
5'10".
Carried Matt Hankins with him there.
And he hurdled one of our defensive backs earlier.
Matt Hankins was on his had really good position and jumped on his back, and he still got 5. 2nd down 5 at the Iowa 20. 9:38 to go in the game. One running back is Horvath. Here's O'Connell. Gives it to Horvath again. Big hole off the left side. Gets the first down. Battering ram inside the 15 to the 13. That's a gain of 7. Another Purdue first down, and they're making it look easy now, Ed.
Yeah, that offensive line has really taken over this football game. They've been really good pass blockers the entire game, but they've actually opened up the running game now.
Nick Neiman and Van Valkenburg, the defensive end, combined to make the stop. Horvath is up to 90 yards on 13 carries. Purdue's never had a problem offensively. They've got it going on both sides now, throwing and running. This time the Hawks gang up on Horvath and stop him for little or nothing. He gets a couple on first down. It'll be second down and 8 for the first down. 12 yards away from a touchdown. That would give Purdue the lead pending the point after. Nick Neiman and Jack Kerner double teamed him there. Purdue is a no-huddle offense, and that might be taking a toll on the Iowa defense. Here's O'Connell straight back to pass, steps up in the pocket, runs away from a sack, throws to the end zone. It is caught but out of bounds. O'Connell, I tell you, he does a good job of buying time, doesn't he?
He's strong from the waist down because he's run out of a couple of sacks tonight.
Davian Nixon was closing in on him. Matt Hankins and Brents were in coverage in the far corner of the end zone, and Malik Carr caught the ball, but he was well out of bounds. So what a big play here. Third down and 8 for Purdue at the Iowa 12. You'd have to think the Boilermakers would kick the field goal if they don't get it here. But the Hawks need a stop to at least bring a decision time. Here's O'Connell. Steps back to throw. Lets it go. It was short. I don't know if it slipped coming out of his hand or what. David Bell also slipped and went down at the 3, so I don't know if he'd have made the catch had the ball gotten to him.
Yeah, it looks like that both the receiver and the defensive back slipped. It's probably the field is getting cold.
A little moisture on it.
Yeah.
And Purdue is going to go for the field goal on 4th down and 8. Of course, that's the right decision with 8:23 to play in the game. And make it a 3-point game again. Dellinger will boot it from the 20-yard line. So it's a 30-yard field goal try. Here's the snap, the spot, and the kick. Plenty of length, and it's good. 20-17. The Hawkeye lead chopped back to 3 with 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go in the game. Eddie and I are decked out in our authentic brand apparel today, proudly provided by that great Iowa company. Yeah, show it off to the webcam there, buddy boy.
Love this. This sweatshirt is so cool.
Clark Fessler and the great Iowa company that is authentic brand out in Perry, Iowa. They'd like to take care of you and outfit you as well. Great Iowa company, a huge selection of quality licensed Hawkeye gear. Available at many local retailers or order online now at authentic-brand.com. Authentic Brand. Look authentic, feel authentic, be authentic. Hawkeye offense needs to be penalty free and go down and score a touchdown when they get the ball next. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College.
This isn't the start. Before I got here, I started training. And before that, I did something to my back. But my first move was Athletico Physical Therapy. That's where I'd eventually end up. So why not start there? I mean, my therapist immediately found the source of my pain. These are the same physical therapists who work with elite marathon runners. So soon, I was back to running, but without pain. You got this.
It all starts at Athletico. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com.
Hawkeye football is right around the corner.
This is Ed Podolak. Whether I'm relaxing on Flamingo Beach in Costa Rica or fishing north on the Boundary Waters, one Iowa product I'll always bring is my Grizzly Cooler. Grizzly Coolers are made in Decorah and are perfect for your next fishing trip, the big hunt, or tailgate. The Grizzly lineup offers the perfect balance of durability and performance that is expected in a made-in-the-USA premium cooler. And you can even order Hawkeye Grizzly Coolers and drinkware. Order yours now at grizzlycoolers.com.
At Community First Credit Union, we're more than you know. Not only can you bank with us, you can own us. We're the whole package, with everything from egg loans to free ATMs. Our rates are surprisingly attractive. Our fees are surprisingly few and far between. And you'll always get amazing service because our employees are happy. Come on, try us. Join us. Because at See First, together is better. Community First Credit Union is a proud sponsor of Iowa Hawkeye football. See First is federally insured by the NCUA.
20-17, Iowa leads Purdue late in the fourth period, midway through the fourth quarter. 8:20 to go in the game. Gary Dolphin, Ed Podolak back with you at Ross-Ade Stadium in West Lafayette. Purdue kicked a late field goal to win 28-26 down here 2 years ago. Hawks have won 4 of the last 5, trying to make it 5 out of 6, and they'll get the kickoff here after the Purdue field goal. Let's check in with Rob Brooks on the Hawkeye sideline.
Well, Dolph, you talk about the wind. The Hawks have it here in the fourth quarter. It is starting to pick up a little bit. I'd say right around 15 miles per hour. So if a late Keith Duncan field goal is needed, that'll come in handy. But you also look at Aiden McConnell, who you mentioned started the last 3 games for the Boilers last year, did engineer 2 game-winning drives against Northwestern and Nebraska.
Dellinger with a line drive kickoff, and Amir Smith will grab it in the end zone and take a knee after Purdue goes 14 plays, 71 yards, but had to settle for a field goal, and that's the good news.
That's real good news. I really thought we'd have a chance for a return there. The ball as cold as it is, and with that little wind coming, but that kicker is, like you say, All-American level, and he kicked it too deep for us to get a return.
He muscled that one downfield. Well, let's see if the Hawks can put together a 75-yard drive for a score. Robbie Brooks' end zone reports, by the way, are brought to you courtesy of U.S. Cellular, proud to be the official wireless sponsor of the Hawkeyes. Byer, the tight end, shifts from one side to the other. Spencer Petras is up under center. Tyler Lindebaum, it's a tight eye, and the Hawks run on first down, and there's nothing there.
Boy, that's that play where they send the fullback one way and hope that the linebackers read him and go after him, and then they let the tailback go the other way with nobody in front of him, and they fooled nobody.
Mekhi Sargent ran right into the weak side linebacker blitzing DeMarcus Mitchell. They're starting to turn him loose. No gain, second down 10, 7:50 to play in the game. Iowa needs a time-consuming drive here. Purdue has the momentum back. In the gun now is Spencer, straight back to pass. Rifles it for a first down to Brandon Smith. That's what I'm talking about. Right into the Iowa bench, across the 35 to the 37. Smith was well covered. The ball just beat it there.
Well, that's a back shoulder throw. That's one thing they can work on. They did all summer, I'm sure, because he lets this ball go before Smith even turns around.
Those big hands and strong forearms of Brandon Smith. That ball wasn't going to get away from him. 12 yards and a first down. Hawkeyes move the chains, and the clock continues to run. Here's Mekhi Sargent on a play fake to him, and a pass incomplete.
Smith Marquette, yeah. That's the first time they've thrown the ball, I think.
In a while, yeah, to the sideline as Petras rolled out right and let it go. Couldn't quite hook up with Amir Smith. That stops the clock with 7:17 to play. A good play fake to Sargent, who ran the other way, trying to keep that Purdue defense off balance, but they weren't having it. Second down and 10. The ball just across the 35. Petras backs away from center. Now they're going to run Sargent to the short side. Hops through a hole. 45 still going. First down, midfield. 45-yard line of Purdue. 3 or 4 great moves in the travel path of Mekhi Sargent.
That was beautiful to watch right in front of us, and you could just see his vision was so good. He made 3 different cuts, as you said, in this thing, followed his fullback, and then just split it downfield.
Good blocking again on the Hawkeye pull. DJ Johnson and Brennan Thieneman, the cornerback and safety, make the stop, but not before Sargent tacks 21 yards onto his total. He's got 55 yards, 9 carries on the day, and gets the call again straight off right guard. He's tripped up at the line of scrimmage, but fell forward for 3. This is what you love. The Iowa running game, first downs, running the clock, driving toward the Purdue goal line. It'll be second down. Oh, they gave him almost 4. Second down at the Purdue 41.
And wearing out the defense, wearing down the defense.
First a pass, then a run, then a run, then a pass. Petrus mixing it up. See what happens here out of a tight eye. Sargent heads to the far side of the field. Huge block by Lindebaum. He's got the first down.
Oh, ball's out.
Inside the 30. There's a pile up for the football, and let's see if Sargent gave it up. Oh, the Hawks have fumbled after 2 long drives. Purdue says they have the football, and they do. Purdue jarred it loose from Sargent after he gained the first down, ran for 12, and as he was going to the ground, the ball pops out. Turnovers are even. Iowa 2 fumbles. Purdue's been intercepted twice. And boy, is that Boilermaker sideline dancing now.
Yeah, that cornerback.
Cam Allen comes out with the football.
Yeah, the quarterback just came in, as you look at the replay, stuck his arm out and knocked it out of him as Sargent was going by. Didn't even hit him, just went for the ball.
Yeah, that's just a failure to secure the football. Dedrick Mackey reached in and pried it loose. And Cam Allen on the recovery. Purdue empty backfield. They're going to be throwing now. Here's an incomplete pass. The ball was there, but juggled briefly and then knocked loose by Brents and Kerner from Malik Carr. McCarr, they had a double slot on that far side, and McCarr turned it out. That was designed to gain 5 or 6, but knocked away. Good job of the defense. Second down. Here's a counter draw handoff to Horvath. He spins away from the tackle attempt of Jack Kerner and then is knocked down by Van Valkenburg, and Justin Jacobs was there. Nice gain by Horvath, though. He got 5. It's 3rd down and 5. Eddie at the 32.
One man can't tackle him. He's unbelievable. He's got all the moves of a small back and weighs 230.
Not bad for a 235-pounder. O'Connell to throw on 3rd and 5. Hits the underneath man. First down for David Bell. He's their money man, their go-to guy, and he's down at the 43-yard line. But a first down pickup. What a luxury to the deep guys are covered. Bring it to the underneath man. You can move Bell either side of the field, all over the field. Oh, he has been something again today. That is his 12th catch for 115 yards. He has both Purdue touchdowns. He got 10 there. Here's Horvath again, a big hole off the left edge. Almost got away for a longer gain, but spun down by Jack Kerner. Another first down, or close to it. He got across midfield to the Iowa 49. He's a yard shy of the first down, got 9. Purdue on the march again, clock running, 4:50 to go. Iowa 20, Purdue 17. Turnovers and penalties by the Hawks today have really hurt. Here's Horvath trying to drag the play out, straggle it out sideline to sideline. He was running right, and the Hawks collectively said, "You're not that fast."
Tackled for a loss. Can you imagine that?
He lost a yard.
Yeah. That was a heck of a play out there by Joe Evans.
He kept looking for something that wasn't there, did Horvath. Oh, he's a solid back. 112 yards on 17 carries. A workhorse. 3rd down and 2. Evans with a big play defensively. Now whistles blow, and Kirk Ferentz has asked for another timeout. Something he didn't like the way the defense was set. 3rd down and 2. Clock stop, 4:08 to go. Timeout on the field. Iowa 20, Purdue 17. It's another nail biter between these two. And we'll be back to West Lafayette in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer, IRC Beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
The best teams are led by people with experience in the field. Case IH equipment, from combines and tractors to hay and forage tools, is built by farmers who use it every day. Make the right call and go with the team that wins in any field. Visit your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. For commercial use only. Customer participation subject to credit qualification and CNH Industrial Capital America LLC approval. Standard terms, conditions, and other restrictions apply. Down payment may be required.
To 17, Iowa leads Purdue. We're brought to you today by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Gary Dolphin and Ed Podolak. Hawkeyes protecting a 20-17 lead, but Purdue, after the Hawkeye fumble by Sargent, the giveaway deep in Purdue territory, the Boilermakers have moved from about their own 20 out to the Iowa 49, facing 3rd down and 2. The support you've shown for local farmers throughout this very tough year, Hawk fans, has not gone unnoticed. Gestures that may seem small to you, like choosing to fuel up with E15 or unleaded 88, which are made with corn right here in Iowa, make a huge difference to our state and our farmers. And it shows that we are stronger. Together in Iowa, we grow corn. But the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Go to iowacorn.org for more ways you can support Iowa's corn farmers. The defense needs a little support right now, Ed, from each other. 3rd down and 2. Purdue at midfield, needing 2 for the first down. Iowa leads by 3. Tight end goes in motion. They're going to run straight ahead with Horvath, and I don't know if he got it. Maybe the last effort by the big fella got him the first down. Let's see where they spot the ball. He needed 2. He got stood up after a yard gain by Heflin, but his second effort.
Timeout for a measurement.
Davion Nixon was in there. They'll bring out the chains and measure with 4:01 to go in the game. Let's give you a U.S. Bank scoreboard update. Indiana leading at home against Penn State, 20-14, 6 minutes to go in that game. Earlier today, it was Rutgers upsetting Michigan State 38-27 in East Lansing. Ohio State, with a big second half, rolled Nebraska 52-17. And they stretched the chains out. He got it by half the football. Iowa State trails at Oklahoma State 24-14. 6 minutes to go in that game. Texas leads Baylor 27-16. Kansas and Kansas State, that was all Kansas State today, 55-14. It's a U.S. Bank scoreboard look. Well, Horvath, Eddie, he's a plow horse, and he can run in open field. He's got 19 carries for 113 yards.
Yeah, I think that timeout by Coach Ferentz was just to get some energy into our defense. He was just wearing us out.
O'Connell to throw on first down again. Has his man in the near sideline inside the 40. They just keep throwing those quick outs.
Yeah, this Milton Wright has really shown up here in the second half. And
another first down on a gain of right at 10. Yeah, he's got 6 catches, 75 yards. Now here's the quarterback, spun down and thrown down, and a flag to boot. A sack would cost him 3 yards if that's a holding penalty. The Hawks have a decision to make on 1st and 10. It would be 2nd and 13. The ball is at the 39-yard line of Iowa.
They're called face mask against Iowa.
You got to be kidding.
That's what I just saw.
Oh, boy. Well, forget the Merceman Seed sack, apparently.
Personal foul, face mask, defense number 96, 15 yards from the previous spot, automatic first down.
Jack Heflin, the 5th-year grad transfer. And that will be the 10th penalty on Iowa for 100 yards.
Can't win many games with 100 yards.
Not when you add in 2 turnovers.
And I don't know, I think it must have been during the rush that he put his hands to the face of a lineman, because I didn't see it on the tackle.
It came late. The flag from the umpire came late. Now Purdue's cooking again. Here's O'Connell running away from pressure. To his left, throws down the field and threw it away. Right near the goal line. Pass was intended for the tight end Garrett Miller, redshirt freshman from Texas. Well, the Hawkeye defense needs a couple big plays here in succession. Second down 10. The ball after the face mask penalty is at the Iowa 23. 3 minutes, 18 seconds to go. And Iowa's down to one timeout. At the very worst, they can't give up more than a field goal. Or at least a field goal attempt. Man in motion, the slot receiver, the handoff to Horvath. He cuts back. He's got first down yardage inside the 10. That's just a tired Iowa defense.
Yeah.
There's no way to look at it.
And I think that's why Kirk called timeout a little bit ago, was to let them get their breath. But, I don't know. I see a lot of holding in that Purdue offensive line, but I'm not officiating the game.
Now, the penalties are definitely lopsided in favor of the home team. Horvath straight ahead, gets 5 yards after gaining 11 for a first down. And he's knocked down at the 7, maybe the 6. It will be the 6. 6-yard gain, second down 4. Purdue driving for a go-ahead score, and they are using up a lot of clock. 2:40 to go, and Iowa is down to one timeout. Iowa now has got to get a stop and force a field goal attempt. Second down 4. Slot receiver in motion. O'Connell to throw. Rolling out to his right. Comes back to his left. Throws it away. Nobody open. Great coverage in the secondary again by the Hawkeyes. He was looking for David Bell, who was strolling that back end line, but again, he was buttoned up pretty tight by the Iowa safeties.
Yeah, because that was the coverage that made him throw it away, because he had time again and he had a pocket. He stands right in that pocket, nobody in his face.
Must stop here. Third down and almost 5 for a first down. 6 for the touchdown. And force Purdue into a game-tying field goal attempt. Empty backfield. And O'Connell straight back to pass. Rifles it to a wide open receiver. Touchdown, Purdue. And the Boilermakers have the lead. And guess who?
Yeah.
David Bell. Well, Justin Jacobs, a linebacker, was out there trying to cover him, and that's tough to do. Bell has his 13th catch of the day, which ties his career high last year in Iowa City. Iowa won that game, and now Purdue has the lead 23-20 with 2 minutes 15 seconds to go. Well, the good news is there's 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go.
It's almost good that they scored quickly there.
On third down and 5.
Yeah.
Try for point after from Dellinger, which would make it necessary for Iowa to score a touchdown, and he's automatic. Purdue 24, Iowa 20 with 2:15 to go and one timeout. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
This isn't the start. Before I got here, I started training. And before that, I did something to my back. But my first move was Athletico Physical Therapy. That's where I'd eventually end up. So why not start there? I mean, my therapist immediately found the source of my pain. These are the same physical therapists who work with elite marathon runners. So soon, I was back to running, but without pain. You got this.
It all starts at Athletico. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com.
A little over 2 minutes to go here at West Lafayette. Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield welcomes you back to Hawkeye football. Purdue has just completed a 12-play, 72-yard drive and ate up 3 minutes 45 seconds. A 6-yard touchdown pass to David Bell. He has all 3 touchdowns for Purdue today off the arm of Aiden O'Connell. Quite a debut for this young guy from Chicago. Spencer Petras has been very good. 21 of 34. But 2 Iowa fumbles, 2 giveaways by different tailbacks, Tyler Goodson and Mekhi Sargent, deep in Purdue territory where the Hawks would have gotten at least field goals. Add in 10 penalties for 100 yards, but the turnovers have really come at critical junctures, Ed, and allowed Purdue to stay close. And now they have a 24-20 lead with 2:15 to play in the game. Iowa has 1 timeout remaining. And it's put up or shut up, buddy boy.
Yeah, I mean, Iowa has 450 yards of total offense. So this is not impossible to go down and score a touchdown here. It's the turnovers and 100 yards of penalties, or 95, I think we're at now. Are we over 100? Well, that's just the mistakes of the first game of the season without enough practice time.
And interestingly, Purdue has 3 penalties for 21 yards. So apparently they're much more in tune for their first game of the year, huh?
Yeah, that's
interesting.
I thought I've seen a lot of holding up here because it's impossible to keep our pass rush off a quarterback that way. But you know, I am for the Hawkeyes.
No, we're crying in our beer. That's
yeah,
okay.
I mean, I am for the Hawkeyes.
Well, the Hawks need to go down and score a touchdown. Simple as that. Quickstar now has take-home meals. Try the fettuccine Alfredo with grilled chicken, meatloaf with mashed potatoes, roast turkey, and more. Freshly made and absolutely delicious. Quickstar, we've got dinner covered. Let's hope we're enjoying dinner tonight. Maybe Amir Smith can run one back, like against Southern Cal. He did it last December. He wants the ball at the goal line. Here he comes off the kick by Dellinger. Blockers in front of him. Hops through a hole at the 25 and then is grabbed from behind and knocked down at the 29. 4 yards beyond what would be a normal touchback. The Hawkeyes gained some additional valuable real estate thanks to Amir. He's right at his average 29-yard return. And now with 2:08 to go in the game and only 1 timeout, the Hawks need a touchdown. As simple as that. Reganey and Brandon Smith split wide to the right. Amir is wide left. Petrus in the gun. And Goodson the tailback for blocking. Petrus throws. It is caught by Sam Laporta, the tight end, across the field. Ran right to left. We're worried about the wide receivers making the catch, and Laporta sneaks right to left and gains the first down mark at the 44-yard line. That's a gain of 15.
Oh, what a great throw, too. Smith-Marset was the influence bringing the cornerback across the field. Laporta went right in behind him.
Clock running, so the Hawks need to go in a hurry, even though Laporta went out of bounds. Long snap caught with 1:40 to go. Petrus throws to the sideline and behind Amir Smith-Marset. They were double covering him. There was no chance to complete that, but it stops the clock with 1:39 to go.
You know why the clock kept running? Because there was 2 minutes and 3 seconds when he got out of bounds.
Now it'll stop.
If it had been 1:59,
yeah,
it would have stopped.
When you run out of bounds.
Yeah.
That's a rule they put in a few years ago. 1:39 to go, 24-20 Purdue. Iowa led 17-14 at halftime. Second down 10. Here's Petrus from the Iowa 44. Straight back to pass. Throws well beyond the reach of Tyrone Tracy. I don't know what Spencer did there. He must have rushed it because Tracy was open at the Purdue 40. Now it's 3rd down and 10.
Well, this tight or the defensive end, number 5 was
Karlaftis.
Yeah, was right. Well, he had to get rid of it because he was going to sack him.
He's a heck of a player. George Karlaftis. Dad from Greece. Grew up here in West Lafayette. Mother is from here. His dad was a heck of a football player at Miami. And George just a sophomore. Hawks need a first down. 3rd down and 10. Petrus sets up the screen, incomplete. Just lobbed it over the top of Tyler Goodson, his outstretched arms. And the Hawkeyes will have 4th down and 10. Spencer tried to put a touch pass to Goodson. Purdue had it sniffed out pretty good, and the Hawks are down to 1 down here with 1:29 to go. See if Petrus can pull a rabbit out of his hat. 3 wideouts and a tight end. Be a good place to look for Laporta. Goodson also can catch the ball. And here we go, 4th and 10. Spencer throws downfield and incomplete. That'll do it.
They blitzed him. He had no chance. They brought everybody on the inside.
And Reganey was amongst 3 defenders down the near hash. Amir Smith is claiming he was
he was wide open. Smith came to the sideline, but he didn't have time to figure it out because they ran both inside linebackers on the blitz. Well, it comes down to 2 fumbles and 100 yards of
10 penalties.
Yeah.
Yep. Purdue will force Iowa to burn its final timeout if Kirk Ferentz so chooses, and will get the win with 1:23 to go. But it's a what if for Iowa. And Aiden O'Connell will get a victory in his debut. Hawks do burn the timeout. Getting a medical cannabis card in Iowa is as easy as... What are you smiling about? Talking to your doctor. I was thinking about applying for that card right now.
Well, if it's supposed to make you feel better, it's what I've heard.
Exactly. Join thousands of Iowans using medical cannabis. Search.
Can we rub it on our head? My brain hurts.
Call our friends at MedFarm Iowa, medfarmiowa.com, and learn more. MedFarm, proud supporter of Hawkeye football.
Yeah, I wish there was something funny here, but
no, there's
punchy.
not. I was just thinking of be a good time for this commercial. MedFarm, medfarmiowa.com for your medical cannabis. 1:10 to go in the game. Purdue takes a knee again. The clock will continue to roll. The Hawks can't stop it. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second ID break here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Football. Purdue takes another knee, and that'll be it. 24-20, the Boilermakers will win the game. Kirk Ferentz will come across the field looking for Brian Brom, Jeff's brother, who called the plays while brother was home recovering from the COVID. And the Hawkeyes are 0-1 to start this abbreviated Big Ten season. Too bad Iowa had its opportunities and its moments, putting up nearly 500 yards of offense. But 2 fumbles deep in Purdue territory and 100 yards, thanks to 10 penalties, did them in. And a great effort by Purdue, don't get me wrong. 24-20 as the Boilermakers rally in the second half to beat Iowa. And it's home now for the next 2 weeks for Northwestern and then Michigan State. Stay with us for the postgame show next here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. This is Iowa Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College.
Hi, I'm Iowa Hawkeye football coach Kirk Ferentz, joining my fellow coaches in the Iowa Secretary of State office and encouraging you to register to vote. It's easy. You can go online anytime and register at voterready.iowa.gov. If you've moved since the last election, it's also important to keep your voter registration up to date.
Coach Ferentz and the Iowa Hawkeyes encourage you to be a voter. voterready.iowa.gov.
It's been a long day. Your schedule's tight. Can we just take care of dinner for you? Quick Start has take-home meals, not cheap flash frozen stuff, made from scratch, fresh, never frozen. Great quality because we make it ourselves. Grab a meal now to heat and eat later. Great kitchen cravings meals like fettuccine alfredo with grilled chicken, meatloaf with mashed potatoes and gravy, roast turkey with dressing and mashed potatoes. I feel a meal, a great family meal coming on that you didn't even have to cook. Quick Start, we got you covered.
The Hawkeyes play here.
Farm Credit Services of America isn't just a lender that knows agriculture. We're a lender that serves agriculture. It's everything we do. So along with attractive rates, you'll find ag-friendly terms, services, and financial tools made just for you. You can also get the power of ownership, a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and a share of our net return. Call us. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Agriculture works here.
This isn't the start. Before I got here, I started training. And before that, I did something to my back. But my first move was Athletico Physical Therapy. That's where I'd eventually end up, so why not start there? I mean, my therapist immediately found the source of my pain. These are the same physical therapists who work with elite marathon runners. So soon, I was back to running, but without pain. You got this.
It all starts at Athletico. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, from Learfield IMG College, you've been listening to healthy coverage of the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield second half. Also brought to you by Hy-Vee. Save time and shop online with Hy-Vee Aisles Online. Go to HyVeeAislesOnline.com. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and Iowa Corn Promotion Board. You may think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Quick Star's Cheese Mountain Pizza, the official pizza of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Med Farm, medical cannabis farmed and formulated in Iowa. Mid-American Energy. Save energy, save money. Visit MidAmericanEnergy.com for energy-saving tips. Pioneer, an American seed brand since 1926. And by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show. U.S. Cellular is proud to be the official wireless sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, connecting Hawkeye Nation.
This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show. Gary Dolphin with Ed Podolak. Welcome back to Ross-Ade Stadium. And West Lafayette, Indiana ends on a sour note. Purdue with a outstanding, impressive drive of 72 yards, 12 plays. That squeezed nearly 4 minutes off the clock at the end of the game. Scored the go-ahead touchdown. Who else? David Bell caught a 6-yard pass from Aiden O'Connell. Bell caught all 3 touchdown throws that Connell let loose of today, and that represented Purdue's 3 scores. They added on a field goal and rallied late to nip the Hawkeyes at the wire 24-20. Also concerning was that the Hawks scored only 3 points in the second half. Now, they put up nearly 500 yards of offense, but it's pretty easy to see who the culprits were there. The guys were moving the ball, but a critical fumble in that fourth quarter when Iowa had a long drive going. Mekhi Sargent had the ball pried loose. Purdue recovered and went off on that 72-yard drive to score the go-ahead.
Yeah, we were pretty much controlling the line of scrimmage then, which is kind of the way we win, is in that last half of the fourth quarter, you wear the other team down, and we had pretty much had that accomplished. But when you turn the ball over, that's what happens. You know, we end up with more total yards than Purdue, 450 to 386, and they ended up with more possession time, though. At one time, we had about 5 minutes more possession time. So you put all that together along with this Xander Horwith. Now, that guy, we've heard he was good. But today, he just wore our defensive line down, the linebackers down. One guy couldn't tackle him. And, what did he end up with? Over 100 yards.
129 yards on 21 carries, a 6-yard average. Now, he's listed as a tailback. He's 5'11", about 230. And their best running back, pure running back, Daru, was out with injury today. At least he's out. We're not sure what the injury was. And they didn't have Rondell Moore. But David Bell was sure present. 13 catches, 121 yards, and 3 touchdowns. And, those are great numbers, but the bottom line is Iowa had 2 fumbles, one in the red zone in the first half, on the heels of a 70-yard drive, and Tyler Goodson had that knocked away, it appeared to me, by one of his own teammates at about the 18-yard line. Purdue recovered that. That snuffed out a potential scoring drive. And then, of course, the late fumble by Sargent. And in between, 10 penalties for 100 yards on the Hawkeyes.
Well, we knew everybody would be rusty because of what's happened. I think we've had probably more people miss practice than we were aware of. I think Coach Ferentz kind of alluded to that the other day, and frankly, at the end, the conditioning was a problem too, because as Horwath, they just were able to run the ball against our defense, which generally that just doesn't happen. And so I think conditioning caught up with us.
And I think if Jack Campbell and Seth Benson were here and present today, they missed the game because of injuries and illness. The new middle linebackers, of course, Dylan Doyle transferred to Baylor, and Jaimin Colbert opted out with a COVID this year. So they're down 4 linebackers right there. That made a huge difference in Purdue's success running the football.
Yeah, especially late in the game when when they were running over us, not around us. That guy was something to watch. And earlier in the game, 25 yards downfield, he jumped over one of our defensive backs, and I thought he was just, a
he's
really
in shape.
Tough, really tough, grinding runner, but he's elusive too.
What a compliment Horvath was running the football to David Bell's pass catching. 13 catches, 121 yards, and all 3 touchdowns. But the Hawks gave good fight, but too many penalties and those turnovers, those fumbles. Proved to be a difference maker. Spencer Petras, his first start, very solid, 22 for 39 and 265 yards on the day. No touchdown throws, no interceptions. The Hawkeyes' touchdowns came on the ground, and Keith Duncan punched through a couple field goals. Speaking of Spencer, he joins us from the Hawkeye locker room. Well, tough day, young man, for your first start. Boy, you sure had some good moments, though. Unfortunately, the penalties keep coming back in my mind, Spencer, and that's not totally unusual for first game.
Yeah. I think a common theme when we watch the tape is just going to be, too many makeables that we didn't make, and too many little things that got away from us, and that starts with me, starts with all of us. But yeah, I think you're right.
Good balance, 265 yards through the air, almost 200 rushing yards for the Hawkeyes. Solid game plan, obviously, by the offense, save for the turnovers and the penalties.
Yeah, I thought we moved the ball well when we took care of what we needed to. But, like you mentioned, penalties, misplays, mismakeable plays, and then, turnovers will kill you. So, got to watch the film tomorrow and just see what we missed and go from there.
Well, it's still early in the year, and I know everybody's missed a lot of practices. It was tough trying to get the ball to Smith-Marset today. They must have really concentrated on covering him up, huh?
Yeah, I thought they did a good job. I definitely could have gotten the ball a couple times. I missed them on a few. But they certainly did a great job, game planning defensively, and it's a good team. We lost to a good team, and they did a good job.
Spencer Petras, our Hawkeye star of the game on today's Purdue win over Iowa, 24-20. The Hawkeyes led 17-14 at the half. What did Purdue do defensively in the second half to slow, at least on the scoreboard, the offense down, if anything?
Yeah, I think one of the best things they did was just they gave us a ton of different looks. They were bringing everything at us, and they played well. They played well. They executed better than we did. They more disciplined. Whatever it was, we'll see it on tape. But they just they got the job done.
Well, in your mind, how do you feel your first game as a starter? You're going to be here for the next 3 years. On balance, how do you feel? Your quarterback rating is a little over 113. I know you're never satisfied, but what pleased you about your performance today?
I thought early on just getting settled in was good, but I'll kind of hold judgment until I watch the tape. But I definitely think that there was a lot of plays I left out there, and really the only stat that matters is the win or the loss. So unfortunately that didn't go our way, but we'll watch the tape tomorrow and see where to go from there.
Spencer, thanks for coming out and talking to us. Tough circumstances, but your Hawkeye career is off and running. Thanks, bud.
Yep, thanks, Dolph.
Spencer Petras, it's tough talking to these kids after they lose. The last thing they want to do is talk to us. But he's a stand-up guy, and he kept saying, "We'll watch the tape tomorrow, and we'll figure out make the proper adjustments and figure out what went wrong and get better." That's all you can do.
Well, yeah, and he's not going to be happy with some of his throws, but he was solid. I thought he settled down a little bit, I thought, early on, and especially with that sun the way it was early, the receivers not being able to see the ball. But I know that he and Reganey are really good friends. They might even live together. I don't know. I've seen them together a lot, and they had, Reganey had 4 catches today, so I think they hooked up pretty well.
Most of those in the second half. And he mentioned he missed Amir Smith a couple times. Amir Smith did not have a catch today, and that's got to change. But that said, he did complete 22 passes, 5 to Sam Laporta, 5 to Tyler Goodson, 4 to Reganey, most of those in the second half, big plays, and a couple to Tyrone Tracy Jr. So he spread the ball around nice, but you've got to have Amir Smith, Marset involved somehow in the game plan. And granted, defenses are going to focus on
they're going to do that. But the main thing I think is you got to get that false start stuff settled down, and maybe some of that is that new quarterback, new cadence, difference of the inflection. But that's something they've got to get straightened out.
And we'll straighten out some things here during our break and hear from our good sponsors on the U.S. Cellular postgame show. Coming back, we'll talk about our drive of the game. You've heard from our star of the game, Spencer Petras. And we'll hear from Kirk Ferentz all ahead on the U.S. Cellular postgame show. Purdue rallies to defeat the Hawkeyes 24-20 here in the Big Ten opener at West Lafayette. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College.
Preparation is the key to success on game day. And like your favorite Hawkeyes on the field, you need to be ready right from the opening kickoff. Cenex has your pregame routine covered. We've got your salty snacks, your sweet treats, ice-cold beverages to wash them down, and fresh tanks of propane to fire up the grill. Fuel your fandom at your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally.
Hi, I'm Hawkeye football coach Kirk Ferentz, joining my fellow coaches and Iowa Secretary of State's office to let you know there are options available for you to be a voter in the November election. Whether it's at the polls, the county courthouse, or from the comfort of your couch, visit voterready.iowa.gov for more info.
Coach Ferentz and the Iowa Hawkeyes encourage you to be a voter. voterready.iowa.gov.
Sorry, Coach, you're 3 players short for today's game. Looks like you forfeit.
You're never going to win a game without a full roster, just like you're never going to build America with a shortage of craft professionals. By 2021, 1.5 million electrical, plumbing, HVAC, and sheet metal professionals will be needed to fill jobs in the construction industry. By joining the team at Associated Builders and Contractors of Iowa, you can earn money while you learn, work full-time during the day, attend classes 1 evening a week, and graduate with a highly sought-after skill and a job. Visit abciowatrust.org today. While the Iowa Corn Cyhawk Series is on hold for this season, Iowa's corn farmers want you to know that we will continue to stand behind this unique series and everything it stands for. Iowa Corn is looking forward to the future and ready for the day when our schools face each other on the field. Because here in Iowa, we grow corn. But the truth is, corn grows Iowa.
You're listening to Iowa Football.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game and is a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military at Hawkeye games this season. Thank you to all the men and women, past and present, who have served our country and allow all of us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we enjoy today. American Equity's vision is to become the premier insurance company specializing in retirement savings and income products. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Hawkeye Football on 1040 WHO is presented locally by Beaver Creek, Great Southern Bank, IMT Group, Lennox Heating and Cooling, Marco Technologies, American Equity, Farm Credit Services, Iowa Bankers, and by Grizzly Coolers. Show your support to our local Iowa Hawkeye radio business partners.
Cellular postgame show. Hawkeyes lose their Big Ten opener, season opener and Big Ten opener here at Purdue, 24-20. Iowa led 17-14 at halftime. It was a back-and-forth game. The Hawks hung in there tough despite a lot of penalties and a couple turnovers. Turnovers turned out to be two aside on the day, but Hawks seemed to be more critical when they were driving for at least field goal tries, and a couple fumbles in the first half and late in the game that certainly stalled momentum. But they hung in till the end, lose at 24-20, as Kirk Ferentz now joins us from the Hawkeye locker room. And Coach, we can talk about the turnovers if you'd like, but I'd prefer to start in terms of what slowed you down. Those 10 penalties for 100 yards, I'm not sure all of them were legit, but they threw the flags on them, and that stalled momentum a few times.
Yeah, those two things right there made it really difficult to win if you, if you have penalties, and I think at least half of those are major penalties. Penalties and turnovers are always going to, make it very difficult. And we had some good things going on, and then, just made the uphill climb. The one penalty came on defense there in that last drive, but those things make it difficult. I thought we did a lot of good things out there. I thought the effort was good, but we didn't play clean enough, smart enough to expect to win in a Big Ten game. And the one positive is that we played. We got out and finally played. And there's no substitute for that. And it's been, somebody told me, 302 days since the last time we've done it. So those are the things that hold you back from winning. I think we played hard enough to win, but if you don't play clean and don't protect the football, then it's going to be that much tougher against a Big Ten opponent. So I think we know we need to work on, and I think the effort was good, and we have a chance to hopefully clean those things up. That's going to be the key the next 7 days.
How much, you mentioned 302 days, how much do you attribute the penalties to inactivity or the fact that you had a lot of people playing for the first time, including a quarterback?
It's probably a combination of all that stuff, and but the bottom line is, they hold you back. They really hold you back, and typically they come in really inopportune times. We got a holding penalty, which pretty much made it tough to get a touchdown. I think whatever field goal that was, that made it difficult. So. Yeah, and then the biggest thing, it's just hard to develop rhythm or momentum, false starts, those kinds of things. So those are the things we're going to have to work on. I thought, we had some problems early in the week with some false starts, and then we cleaned up pretty well on Friday and Wednesday. But we're pretty clean in that area, but they popped up today too. So, all those little things just really affect the team and affect your momentum. And we're going to have to, if we expect to win, we're going to have to get that stuff cleaned up fast.
Well, and I know you didn't have available your two starting linebackers today, and that kind of helped Horwath have quite an afternoon. 21 carries, 129 yards.
Yeah, I think that was the other part of the game, and basically mainly in the second half. That's where we just it's always a priority, and for us defensively is not to give up the run. And I thought they ran in a way that really hurt us in the second half. So penalties, turnovers, and then you throw that in there, not negating the run. That makes it difficult, and we wanted to make them one-dimensional, and weren't able to do that. 40 ran the ball really hard and really tough.
Kirk, what is it about David Bell? He always seems to find that opening or that gap in the zone. He always seems to run to the right spot. I know he's a heck of a player and a smart kid, but what do you see in him?
Well, he's just an excellent football player, and he's big and strong on top of it, but he's a tremendous young man. We tried hard to recruit him, and it was really great to get to know him. So he's a really good player, first-class person, and it's 2 years in a row now. He's made it really difficult on us. He's tough to defend, tough to cover, and you saw him. He gets the ball, he can run like a running back on top of it, a strong running back. So just a very impressive football player. I think he's one of the better ones that we faced in 22 years.
And on the flip side, Amir Smith-Marset was held without a catch today. Was that more on Iowa or more on Purdue's defense?
Probably a combination of both, but there were some throws that we probably missed. Spencer's first start, but I thought he did a good job of running the offense and leading our football team. He's going to see some things on film tomorrow that, were there, and, Amir might have been in on a couple of those too. But even, we had a screen pass set up there in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And but he had to throw the ball hot out to the field, which was the right thing to do. The screen pass was wide open, but easy for me to stand. I'm on the sidelines. But he did what he's coached to do, and that's the deal there. So, when we're playing well, we'll try to get everybody involved, and that was certainly our intention today. But, Purdue did some good things defensively, and, that's to their credit.
Nearly 500 yards of offense. What I really liked was almost 200 on the ground. I mean, despite the fumbles, Goodson and Sargent and Kelly Martin, they ran hard.
Yeah, we have a good group of backs, and the ball security, we only scrimmaged once. Maybe that's a reflection of that. But, in fact, I think one of our guys actually knocked it out with Kelly Martin to the right of our bench. And then, Mackay, I mean, it's hard to find fault with him. Boy, he really ran hard and ran tough. And he's just such a quality player. He just does a great job, and he's a tremendous young person, too. So, he'll come back. He'll bounce back from this, and, hopefully he's got a lot of good football in front of him this season.
Before we let you go, what'd you like about the defense? I mean, they spent a lot of time on the field today, but they were bend but don't break all day against an offense that the ball's going to be in the air. The running game we didn't see coming, but I think you, being shorthanded, you had to be proud of the defensive effort.
Yeah, I think they rallied and played hard, and it sure would have been good to have Jack Campbell with us, but hopefully we'll get him back. And but that, I thought everybody did well. And, we always talk about the next man up, next man in. In this case, it was an injury. So, Barrington, I thought, he's a quality football player, senior. Great to see him get a pick. So some good things there, some really good things, and things we'll build off of it. The whole key right now is what we do tomorrow and then moving on.
Yeah.
But, these guys played hard, and they're all hurting right now for good reason. And but we got a lot of football in front of us. Now the key is, how fast can we improve, and it starts this week.
One last thing, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Charlie Jones. Ed and I thought he was spectacular.
Yeah, Charlie, as you know, is a true newcomer for us, and he was around last year as a redshirt, but thought he did a really good job back there at that punt return position, and that's, as you know, not easy. Ed knows that firsthand. So I thought he did some good things for us. He's been practicing well, and he's an older guy, so a little bit more mature, and just really pleased with him. Certainly been a good addition. And Torrey Taylor, I'll throw him in there too. Had some really big punts today. One or two he'd like to have back, but talk about him. You talk about Peters, two guys that never played football, and Taylor's never seen football, let alone play it. So
how about his first punt was in the end zone?
How about that? So we the good way. Welcome to football.
Yeah,
football, but he's going to be just fine. So we just got to keep our heads up. We got to go back to work tomorrow and see what we can do. How fast we can improve this week.
Coach, thanks for your time. 2 at home now, Northwestern and Michigan State. Like you said, a lot of football left.
We'll look forward to that. And, the biggest thing right now is getting back up on our feet tomorrow.